I ain't looking for no wifey, but you're trying to entice me. No way, I see PJ, cause your body's the only thing gonna please me. Why don't you come over? Let me call you a cab to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and I'm up at 8, but I don't care, I'm calling late. I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night. I know you don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now. Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. You're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. You're amazing, but I didn't want no baby.
I ain't gonna be a wifey, but you're trying to entice me, no way. Don't think that I'm easy, but I know that you got what I need to please me. So if I come over, give you the chance to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and it's getting late, so make it quick cause I just can't wait.
I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night.
Oh boy, I don't do drama,
but I can't help it,
I want you right now.
Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. You're amazing, but I didn't want no baby.
I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby.
I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. You're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. You're amazing, but I didn't want no baby.
It could all just be so simple, baby. If you wanted to be mine, you don't gotta be shy. Relax your mind, relax your mind. Don't take your time, don't take your time. It's alright, it's alright. Stay a while, stay a while. 'Cause I can be everything you wanna make to be. I could be everything you need to make to be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let, 'cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah. You got 5 senses, so catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let. Cause I know you feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let. Cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta run it all like we supposed to.
Hey, it's light work. Just looking at the wrist of the ice work. All this shit on me like bust down. Shock him out the clutch and it bust down. She don't love me, she just want me for the team. I know. At the draw, I'm the pick, I'm that one lotto. Got that rocket and that power auto. You want air, break the draw, gotta stay on auto. Mad it, all the wins at it. Need a new patty. It's a time cost. Then the bag ain't free like it's MK. I got that new kick gang, got that sensei since day. Don't believe us, we just gotta show 'em. Got a whole game prepped up, got 'em like it's loaded. Oh, they got it backwards like it's Yoda. On track, got speed, it's a locomotive. Hey.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. I'm just staying in my lane and I'm supposed to. Be 100 ain't a thing, I ain't checking for no lames. Only gang with the dudes that I'm close to. I don't ride a wave, I just float through. Drawing up the plays like a coach do. Come against the team, better pray like the Pope do. Cause we'll turn your little beef into tofu. We tryna rise to the top. Real recognize you ain't squad, you the op. Drip on wall paint, feeling like the greats. Appetite jumping and you looking like a plate. Team on 3, no fail when we break. Lombardi is the only L's that we take. Tap the pylon, then we all celebrate. Then it's back to the huddle, time to cook another play.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
I need a dub for shoulder, bag and trophy, I need to go. You cannot match the glow, I'm covered, I'm shining from head to toe. Y'all ain't notice, exact like POTUS, and I stay open. Hold up, flex getting coldest. Crept down the court, walk with the fade. Like, I don't even start for the win, I don't play. Got a coat for the rain, y'all boys brace for the storm. We tsunami informed, and it's best that you stay informed. We run plays without no script, hey, that's light work. We make bands just off our shot, but what's your net worth? I cut ties for all my team with all this drip, but no canteen. Now y'all boys can, but no sardines. We off this wave for all 19. I don't, yeah, got no words, don't say too much. Clock on 5 and a step like clutch. Team G6 and the league stay up. Ayy, gotta hit that flex like a rep, we cut, we
hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, gotta win it. Yeah, I just sprint to the finish. I'm pop on spinach. I cook like I'm frying up chicken, and ain't no debate on the hood, man. They catch it. I ain't even fishing. Yeah, they tryna eat off a layup, but beating it. Yell out to come out and get it. Ooh, yeah, ooh, hot, fresh out the skillet. Yeah, busy, I got a whole lot on my plate. Busy, I got a whole lot on my plate. You busy looking on IG, it won't get you nothing but fake love and a whole lot of hate. Look at my life, get you motivated. Came from the bottom below the payment. Shout out to God, man, we finally made it. I know some people that probably hate it. Yeah, I ain't worried about your opinion. I'ma live my life. In the studio in Georgia, finna kill a mic. Quarterbacking money plays, you should take a hike. First down, first down, first down, first down. Running through you about a mile. Stiff on you on the ground. Knocking heads off now. And I know you hear that sound. And it don't stop. And it don't stop. And you getting mobbed. Sideline pop. Hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Bands rack it up, first of the month. Ice on my neck like the ice in my cup. Paddock on my right, shots to the face. It's a rock with the Sprite. He might get a taste. Feel like I'm Diddy, I'ma stand on the table. Champagne sip, take a flick, get my angle. Levitate, I don't hesitate. Cops shut us down, but we turn up anyway. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Patty cake, it's a 1, 2, 3. All that body on a fake, she can't twerk like me. You know I don't get tired, I can run on E. And if you ain't talking money, then the talk is cheap. Independent with my money, why they mad? Acting funny, if you tryna take it from me, better tell him go and run it. Need to go and take your tummy. And your man, I know he want me, taste like honey head, so good he a dummy. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand.
Musica.
This will never end. I had my heart open wide.
If you wanna dance, now's the time.
Wir können auch jetzt mal so Töne oder sowas machen.
Bye, 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 bye.
I pray this will never end. I know your dreams. I had my heart open wide.
Wir können auch jetzt mal so Töne oder sowas machen.
I pray this will never end. I never let you know.
啊，炽如火焰照亮远方，才懂得你。好生命轮回，每次磨砺，为才展翅翱翔中找五彩的你。一路披荆斩棘，扫平江湖上所有跌宕崎岖。好汉不离不弃，不惧这终点，只是与归于去。
各位荧幕前所有的召唤师们，大家下午好！这里是英雄联盟10周年的盛典现场，我是主持人陈欢，向各位问好。在正式进入
A great way to start off here as we welcome you back to the LPL in a very different way for the regional final. Starts the regional qualification tournament as well over the next 3 days. My name's Hysterics, and ironically, gentlemen, we opened up with the Phoenix flying the day after they got knocked down. I'm joined by Raz. I'm joined by I Will Dominate once again, who doesn't sleep. And Raz now on a different time zone completely. Yep. Raz, welcome back, first of all, to the LPL for a long time coming.
Yeah, I mean, I would never expect it. If the door is open at any point, I'm just barging straight through, so I'm happy to be back.
And Dom, like, I wasn't joking, man. You literally don't sleep. We're having a conversation before on the rehearsal. You have not slept since 28 hours?
No, so I did 28 hours, and then I slept for 3 hours, and now I've been up for another 10. So this is going to be great. If I start just saying some random stuff on stream, just disregard me. Just be like old man yells at clouds type vibes. Like, that's what you should be looking for here.
Well, look, it'll be fun to have you on board nevertheless. Hopefully we can, after LPL's done, get you some sleep in, because the next 3 days, you're even on tomorrow too. So we'll see how long you last for anyway.
Man's a hustler. He's trying to get some work done, all right?
Yeah, you got to hustle. Been co-streaming the whole thing. Amen. Co-streaming again today as well, right?
Yes.
Hell yeah, dude. Good to have you on board. Gentlemen, we'll get into it because we've got a lot to cover, a lot of ground to cover before we go in today's start of RNG versus WE. Let's go to yesterday because on the finals, Dom, you were there too. Raz, I know you were watching this. EDG versus FPX. Habits die hard. EDG came out left wing, Raz.
Yeah, EDG, the biggest shock to me was the fact that JJ came in and performed so well over Tien, who I thought had a pretty poor series. And I'm really shocked to be able to see not only JJ perform alongside Flandre, but of course, like, Viper just had an insane series.
Yeah, it was wild. Dom, yesterday, EDG, like, playing better than we saw throughout their whole playoff bracket.
Yeah, I definitely really liked the way they played, but even their prep coming into the series I thought was really inspirational, and it was just a really well played series from them, starting from the draft phase. I mean, when you look at EDG, you're expecting Flandre to be on a weak side top laner. You know, maybe he will pick a Jace, but it'll be one of those Jaces that will be like a utility Jace for team fights to poke people off dragons, things like that. But him coming in with the Lucian pick multiple games, I think that really set the tone for the series. And yeah, you saw FPX having to start banning it, and when you have picks come into a best of 5 that's that important and you have to completely alter your draft strategy, normally it's really hard to recover from that, and we never really saw FPX be able to do that.
Which is amazing, right? Through the top lane when you're going up against Nuguri. Flandre bringing out the Lucian for the first time in competitive history, for his competitive history, is a really big deal. So congratulations again to EDG. FPX have secured 2nd seed. As we move on to our championship points, a bit of a run through, guys. If you're wondering how the points ended up towards a regular season, the reason FPX get the 2nd seed, Raz, is because of what they accrued throughout. They got to the finals. 180 is the lock-in. and now we're left with our other 4 teams.
Yeah, constantly the bridesmaid, always in the finals, while the auto qualifier goes to the summer champion. So it makes sense. I mean, EDG and FPX were clearly the 2 strongest teams. Now it just comes down to RNG, WE, LNG. This is my favorite time, honestly, is now that the LPL has been given that extra seed. The LPL is insanely deep. I think it's the deepest league in the world, and being able to look at these teams here and recognize that it's either, RNG, WE, LNG, or Rare Atom that are not going to make it to Worlds, I think is insane.
Unfamiliar names, names that we don't see in here. JDG, IG that people would expect to be in this upper echelon aren't. So we will have some newer players joining the big leagues, newer players joining EDG and FPX. Those are our points. This is how our system works as we go towards the regional finals bracket. A reminder to our audience tuning in that over the next 3 days, we are deciding the 3rd and 4th seed going to Worlds. Dom, this is a big difference here because remember, 3rd seed will go into the group stage with FPX and EDG. 4th seed down with, I wasn't going to say plebs, down with the play-in teams with the knockout stage where it's going to be a lot harder to get through.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, I think that realistically speaking, all of these teams should be looking at that with the confidence to be able to go through. I know for LGD, it went a little bit more rough than expected, probably. Yeah. But overall, I mean, I think that LPL teams have been looking a lot stronger this year than last year, especially like the top teams, I think just really leveled up. So going into the play-ins, I think that all these teams should be considered strong favorites in whatever group they get.
Yeah, they really should. So 3rd and 4th seed over the next couple of days for the regional finals. This is how the format works today. We are starting off with day number 1 with RNG versus WE. That's today's matchup, if anyone's wondering. The 3rd seed at Worlds will be decided by the winner, where the loser will get another opportunity to qualify for the 4th seed with that last spot at the World Championship as well. Gentlemen, it's been a pretty exciting run through to this point. It has been fun watching playoffs that no one expected to happen. And starting with RNG, we're going to start on a negative tone because I know both of you guys have so much to say.
It's the truth.
It's the truth, man, because RNG, let's be honest, they sucked. They did not play well against LNG, and in their one and only series of playoffs, they did not perform like MSI champions.
Yeah, it was a bit rough. Like for me, watching this team, and a lot of it came down to the setups. I thought the setups for RNG were actually quite good. This game in particular, they just didn't see Icon right next to the TP flank ward. There was another Dragon fights that LNG were actually just outperforming them. The early scraps, I think in game 4, which locked the series for them. Royal never give up. The RNG as a team really live and die by their team fight setups, and when LNG really contested them pretty consistently, Iwandi rotating their first before Ming, it felt like RNG really couldn't adapt to that.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that the weird thing about this series was that RNG really lost at the things that they were best at. Yeah. RNG is a team that overall, throughout MSI, throughout Spring Split, and throughout Summer, once they got on that run, it felt like once they get around an objective, they're just going to end up taking it every single time. They always had the right decisions, when to turn, when people are going to be finishing the objective, like how many people are needed for every single Baron, how much damage they have. Like this was just one of their biggest strengths. And in this series, LNG ended up beating them at it multiple times, and a couple Baron throws came through, and it was actually just really rough for RNG to lose the series. I think they came in as strong favorites.
I love that you mentioned the Baron throws, because like for me, one thing that I always felt like RNG's strengths were being able to have consistent vision around Barons, starting it, and if the enemy team didn't respect them, just straight up getting it on time, right? LNG was consistently on top of that, and it came to a point where they were just straight flipping it. Even when they had advantages in the game and they had a goal lead, it would just be, I think they had 2 throws in this series versus LNG around the pit. So I think it was just a bad day personally. We know what RNG is capable of, and it's just good footage for them to look back at.
Yeah, it is. I think rounding this out as well with RNG, the players on the roster, you have high expectations of them. And again, with how they finished the season, RNG were expected to be that team that makes it through the finals. I definitely saw a semi-final world where they were facing FPX, or they were going to be the team in EDG's spot. So the fact that RNG are now facing off a 3rd seed is a surprise in itself. But going to the positive side, I want you guys to run me through what you know of RNG, what you think about this team, because RNG is still the MSI champions. As we bring this graphic up, a reminder to our audience tuning in into what they were so good at, into, Dom, all the things you're talking about, if we can start with you here, with core players that we need to look at. starting with how good Xiaohu is, man. His transition to the top lane has been flawless.
Yeah, right. And Xiaohu obviously has been the best top laner in LPL so far this season. And I think the thing that LPL does really well, and specifically RNG, is playing around win conditions for teams specifically. And for RNG, when Xiaohu's gets a counter pick, they just send people to his lane, whether it's Ming roams, Wei leaning up, and even Cryan's entire like champion pool and the whole way that he presents himself, the whole way that this guy plays is around enabling other people. And Xiaohu just seems like a main carry for this team. So I really feel like this team in general is like a two main carry threat team with Xiaohu on the top side, Gala in the bot lane. Gala normally doesn't get resources, but always shows up. When they start putting resources into top lane, you know that Xiaohu can carry the game.
Yeah, I agree. I think for sure RNG's strength, and a lot of it goes back to Cryan. I think Cryan gets a lot of, I would say a lot of undue hate in the community because of how early laning phase goes, but a lot of it does go to putting resources into Wei, working with Wei on timings where he can rotate towards top side and get Xiaohu ahead. So that's just the way that RNG wants to play out their early games. Wei, I think, is the best jungler in the league, and a lot of that comes down to being on the wave at the right time for dives, or being able to prevent dives and protect a bot lane at perfect timing. So I think he has a really strong understanding of just the map state. So that's something that WE has to really deal with.
And then I think it's important how we link Ming in with that as well, right? Because we talk about Ming as a support, and he's a great team fighting support. He's a great engage tool. I think Ming, as well as someone who can roam out and start affecting the map, is also an important tool as a part of that jungle top duo. As we go through and we start looking at some of the clips as well, I want us to talk a little bit more about that Wei Xiaohu duo, because it is some of those picks that you talk about with Cryan that also influences as we take a look here, Raz, at these first couple of clips.
Yeah, it's just a constant thing that teams have to deal with. Cube in this case, certainly Nuggery, and in this, I love the fact that we're seeing Breathe here, because it's going to be live or die in top lane. The fact that Team WE for sure do not want to put Breathe in bad positions like these, but the last time they faced off in Week 9, that literally happened. So I fully expect RNG to have constant 2v2s and force them topside, and for Team WE not to back down on that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that RNG in general, when they're looking at this top lane, it's going to be a really big deciding factor. I mean, WE, obviously, with one of the best top laners in the league themselves, in Breathe, this is going to be the matchup that I think is going to define the majority of the series here.
Excited to talk about a little bit deeper as well, because we do have a bit of a highlight coming through of those players. But the rest, though, as we still round out through RNG and go past Xiaohu a little bit.
Yeah.
I think another important point is that RNG, how they link up, right? We talk about the fighting here, and as they get towards late game, one of the stats on the full screen we just had were the team fighting legends, how they get ahead with kills at 15 to 30, Baron percentage as well, their gold difference at 15 to 30. It's that mid game onwards where RNG Dom really come alive.
Yeah, I think Raz wanted to take something here, but yeah, just jumping in off that, like when it comes to the mid-game team fights, this team, when they're clicking, are unmatched, and a lot of this comes down to Ming shot calling. So Ming in general, just this guy is so good at picking the right fights, and that's why it was really surprising seeing that they actually ended up losing to LNG. And coming into the series, I mean, I'm kind of viewing it as a one-off. They did have that loss to BLG, but it was towards the end of the season. You can't really know how much seriousness goes into those matches once you're already qualified. So for me, when I'm looking at this team, I'm just expecting or I'm looking to see which RNG are we going to get today. Are we going to get the RNG that is the most decisive team in the world around objectives, or are we going to get the RNG that looks lost and has random TPs and people get picked off when they start a Baron?
I love that. I mean, I agree. I think that's what I'm looking for too. I think RNG at their best, they have excellent setup around objectives because of Ming and Wei working like a minute beforehand to get those wards down, and then having TPs being set up like that, TP flanks being put down by Xiaohu. They live and die by those team fights, and even though it's what killed them versus LNG, like that happens. I don't expect that to follow this team. It's what got them an MSI champion this year.
Yeah, and I think in general, you have to just be accepting of the fact that off days are going to happen. And until you see this pattern emerge multiple times, you can't just write off their biggest strength. I mean, they're the team in LPL that really shaped these situations. And I feel like other teams definitely improve by playing against them, because they're the type of team that once they get a lead, they're really just super good at making sure that they never lose that tempo. They're always forcing objectives, but not only are they forcing objectives, they're forcing them fast. Like, the tempo of the game really accelerates with this team once they have a lead. So, you know, at the end of the day, you could write that series off. I really hope that we see a good RNG, and WE has to go above and beyond if they want to actually contest with them and beat them and get that third seed.
Because coming into this, if RNG are looking informed, the regular season end we saw take out BLG, take out the last series we saw in playoffs where, yes, it was an off day, but RNG looked like an absolute force and definitely looked to be his favorites in this series. On the other side, though, I want to talk about WE because we haven't gone into them yet, and talking about WE as a playstyle, they've changed quite a lot. Regular season WE look nothing like playoffs WE, right? We still see the same drafting guys, but Raz, I want to start with you here. I know when we were talking about this, you still wanted to mention Breathe. Hasn't been as active in playoffs, but is still just, I think, the best top laner in the league right now.
100%. I mean, they counterpick for him for a reason. They try, the champion pool that he has is pretty damn large, and a lot of that is just simply there to isolate what's it called, the best specific matchups for him. And if I remember a specific series in the playoffs, they will put resources, not just jungle, but also mid lane. Shanks will still play through Beishang to get the job done, which makes this series all the more interesting, because that's how RNG also wants to utilize their mid laner as well. So I think a lot of this will come down to still trying to play through Breathe. They still do have a really damn good young AD carry in Elk that can carry the later team fights. I don't know what their drafting strategy is going to be, because they do have multiple lanes that they can play through, be it bot lane or top lane.
Yeah, and for me, when I look at WE, I'm pretty much like just disregarding the regular season when it comes to how I perceive this team and how they're going to play coming into this series, mainly just because they played so many games recently in all these best of fives leading up to this, having to go all the way through the gauntlet into the winners bracket, back down to the losers bracket. I mean, this team has been literally all over the place. So when I look at this team, the main person that I'm actually looking at who's not on this graphic is Shanks. I think Shanks has been night and day from regular season. This guy has been so good, and he's been a main carry throughout the season. So I feel like this is just something that completely changes the dynamic of how these teams are going to interact. Shanks now with the more carry oriented mid lane style versus Cryan, I want to see if he's able to really use this to his advantage and get big leads in the mid lane. Do we see him just go for some 1v9 Rise performances, kind of like what we saw from Scout yesterday?
Because it's amazing to me that Shanks is doing so well. I think the biggest thing was when Mole came into the roster, everyone thought WE leveled up over the season, but then Mole played, and then there were issues, and there were obviously coordination issues. Then Shanks comes in, fixes it, and puts it all together, and has actually, as you were saying, Dom, stepped up to be the carry. You know, Raz, it kind of ties in with this fight or die point with the solo kills, with how strong Shanks has been, with how strong the solo laners are. This team has become a bit more blood heavy and a bit more independent from each other.
100%. I mean, they just leveled up in that position time and time again, from T-Shirma to, as you mentioned, Mole to Shanks. And then, of course, just the way they try and play the game. It's a little bit more brute force-ish than RNG and how they want to do it, but they still are focused solely on team fighting. I think that's why this team, I care a lot about how the drafts work for them, because I think they have a much larger priority on Olaf on most teams. And Beishang is incredibly aggressive in how he wants to play these fights out. So I want to see what this will look like, because if Shanks is on it today, then yeah, the RNG will have problems.
Yeah, they really will. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been told that we're getting close to the lineups as well. I know we're going to be chatting a bit about it after we go to the stage as well, because as we run into this matchup, when we're looking at the third seed of Worlds, it's great discussion that we're talking about mid-interaction, that we are also talking about junglers at the start there as well. Before we get into this one, Raz, just round me out with one more point here.
All right.
Towards this game. Actually, no, screw that. Raz, you don't get to talk.
What?
We're going to go to lineups on stage. We'll come back to you after this. I'm so sorry. We're going to throw it over the stage with Wendy with a live translation. Yeah, it's just the old relationship coming into it. To welcome you to RNG versus WE.
RNG top laner 小虎。
你们准备好了吗？首先，请允许我介绍 RNG 上单小虎。
WE top laner Brave. RNG jungler Wei. WE jungler 悲伤。RNG main laner Crying. WE main laner Shanks. RNG ball laner Gala. WE ball laner Elk. RNG support Ming. WE support Missing. And now our heroes are ready. The first match day of 2021 World Championship Regional Qualifier is officially started.
Great way to start the stage day, ladies and gentlemen. Day one there, folks. RNG versus WE now on stage. So we are getting to the thick of it. We have less time than I thought, guys. And I want to kick things off looking at the last time these guys versed for an international spot before we start talking about the comps, drafts, what you guys want to see. Raz, straight over to you here because 2017 Spring Finals, WE versus RNG, 4 years ago since the last time WE were in a finals, let alone got their one and only title.
Yes, man. Good memories. That's when people remember when last WE was strong. They had Xie, Mystic, Ben, Condi. Like, they had an insane 2017 run, and they went to third, fourth, I remember, at Worlds. Like, they started in play-ins, went to Worlds third, fourth place. So even if you do get the third or fourth seed in the LPL, it don't matter. It matters about the journey. And so that's what, for me, it just matters that you get there to begin with. That's why this match matters so much for both these teams.
Very, very different roster as well. Just waiting to bring this one up because bit of a throwback as well for the time that we were in 2017. As soon as our team brings that up, just a quick reminder as well, we have none of the same members on that roster. 2017 Spring Finals was a very different year, as we're going to throw you right back into those 4-year memories, 4-year history, and remind you what you missed out on the last time WE was so dominant in the LPL.
It's the equalizer. They've won. Mystic dead. Mid with a flash and it's not brilliant. TP. Oh, WE are boxing in. RNG. Here comes Xie. This is going to be a bloodbath right now. Great death sentence lands onto Mystic. Xiaohu, the point blank hero's entrance, but it's not going to do anything for his allies. And now he's slowly being dragged in. MLXG, what is this? My life for Aya.
CW cheating that river, but that's what they want the pick.
Meanwhile, mid lane, all the ultimates have landed right on top of Ming, but MLXG's going to jump in there, combo that with the Guardian's heroic entrance, and he's looking for kills. Lemmy comes in, finds one, turns onto a bat, but he's still incredibly low himself. Xie trades his down this Baron so incredibly quickly. MLXG, where's the steal attempt? Not going to happen, it's confirmed by Condi turning it around. 957, stay on the front lines. Where is Mystic? He can't quite get in range right now. Zoned out by that Fisher. Uzi on the front lines. He needs to get away right now.
Oh, they got
a flash. Uzi, he's going to go down. 2 kills, 2 WE. They are wiping the floor with RNG. They lose all their huge carries. Charge will be blocked out by the Unraveled. He needs someone to help him. Arrow dodged out. Flies past the ear of Xiao, who whistles past him. 957 taking a bit of damage. Connie off to the side, trying to find Uzi. Jumps
found
on top
him.
of him.
Oh, no.
They have found him. Gets the knock up as well from the Dragon Force. Everyone goes flying from RNG. Condi's still alive, but Uzi is still not dead. Down is the Guardian Angel. They may have to lose MLXG here as 957 is pushing forwards. Ming as well will be falling. Red Lion lands 2 kills. Let me backing away. The The hurtbox is too big, but a massive WE. They may not be the world elite anymore, but they are the elites of this region. They are pushing into this base. Down goes the first Nexus turret. They jump onto Uzi. Connie comes in. Down goes Uzi. G8 finds him. Second Nexus turret falls. WE have the Nexus in their sights. They have the mid-season invitational in their sights. WE jump onto the Nexus. Xiaohu, nothing he can do. And WE on your LPL Spring Split champions.
It's been a while since WE have been on the main stage. I mean, against RNG, it was a great finals. Raz, you were there. I heard your voice, if I'm not mistaken.
Good times. I loved it. I mean, just in general, that was that story of like Team WE and their run, and then RNG. I mean, both of them performed well in Worlds regardless. So like, just having to hear the fans in those moments, that's what I loved about it. And I know that next year when the fans are in there in the stadiums again, it's going to be even more epic.
It'll be great, right? Glad to see WE fighting for a chance to get back onto the World Championship stage. RNG doing the same here today. Folks, we've been running through our small segment quite quickly here. We've got a lot to talk about in a short amount of time. I want to run us straight towards prediction because I believe we're getting closer and closer to jumping on stage. And I want to start with you, Dom, as we start discussing win cons and your thoughts onto RNG versus WE for the 3rd seed matchup. Run me through your thoughts here and your prediction to lead us in.
So generally, I mean, I'm just going to start with the prediction. I think RNG is going to go 3-1, but you got to remember, I predicted FPX 3-0, and my predictions this split in LPL this playoffs have not been that great. So it hasn't gone as I expected, but I think that RNG is a really insane team. I think RNG 3-1, they just play super well around top lane, and I feel like WE really doesn't do that well when Breathe is behind. And if RNG is able to execute these dives, do the things that we saw. I mean, we even saw a clip of it in our little segment earlier where they're just playing Lucian into Jace, diving top on repeat, and that's just not going to be a good time for Breathe in the top lane. So I really think that this series is going to come down to can WE actually fend off a lot of these dives and this early aggression that's going to come from RNG. And then besides for that, like just throughout the split, I just feel like RNG was really good at playing their advantages out. They're really clean. They're really crisp with the way that they were able to transition a small early game lead into a bigger mid game lead into just a win almost instantly. So I really respect this team. I still think they're insanely good. They won MSI, they won Spring. I don't think that they're dead by any means just because they lost LNG. So yeah, that's my prediction, and I guess that's a little bit of the reasoning.
Oh, that's fair. Raz, over to you. Hit me up.
Oh my goodness, we have the same damn prediction. And a lot of it comes down to very much the similarities. I think whenever someone sees a top team falter in a playoff, they put a lot of that onus on the team failing. And even though, sure, in certain moments for RNG in that game, in that series, it didn't work out. But literally, LNG played so damn well around Tarzan and played up to what they usually played. I think the LPL just has incredible teams that they can show up on the day, like LNG, like a Team WE. But the reason why I give it for RNG was the consistency that they had in being able to set up for objectives and play team fights so damn well around Wei, Ming, Xiaohu. They have damn good team fighters, and I feel like they're going to be able to show that. I do think that something I want to look forward to a little bit is the support pool, how the bot lane is going to be used. I think Ziggs ban is probably needed. Ashe, something utility based, because Elk has been moving more towards that. I don't believe that he's going to go towards the Kalista at all. But so like that's one thing that could change things up. But Gala has just been a strong team fight AD carry, and I do think that RNG, even when behind, can claw back in with better macros. So that's where my faith comes in, where I think Team WE will they'll probably need to do what LNG did in the last series that they had, where they brought their support first for fights, anticipating RNG wanted to fight for Rift Herald. So probably Rift Herald fights for WE's going to do it, but I have the same vote anyways that RNG will take it.
Yeah, and one thing I want to just throw in here is you got to remember WE is coming off like a double 3-0. They got 3-0'd in winners bracket and 3-0'd in losers bracket immediately, and that's tough to take. You know, I mean, this team was hot, but I'm sure that they don't feel as hot as they were earlier in the split earlier in the playoffs when they were beating EDG. So I don't know if we're gonna have the same level of confidence coming into this series, especially when you consider the fact that they're a relatively young team when you look at the overall context of LPL.
Yeah, they're really not as much experience as we remember with the rest of the RNG roster. I'm going to throw my prediction there just for the sake of it, guys. You've all said RNG 3-1. I'm so sorry I'm doing this. I'm doing the same. We'll bring it up for you so everyone has a quick visual.
Oh my God.
RNG, even though I didn't even copy your answers, though. This is the thing. I literally sat down and I went, well, 3-1 is the safest score. 3-1 is always the safe score with any series.
Well, I mean, we can know that it's doomed now. Based off the fact that we're all 3-1, we know it's going to be 3-0 WE. So, yeah, that's going to be how it goes.
That's right. It has been the story of playoffs so far, though, hasn't it? You know, you look at the favored teams, and they've always dropped the chain, or the front runners have been beaten out by these miracle run teams. LNG, WE have been the team that have made the miracle runs. I think WE is the true miracle run when you look at them getting to the top 3. They're now facing RNG, who couldn't even get past LNG. So there's a lot to ask for here as we're getting closer and closer to going onto stage. I've just been told by producers, guys, that we do have a little bit more time. So I know we've finished with predictions here. I know it's unsightly to go from predictions back a little bit here, but I want to look at the champion pool crossover. And if our kind producer, Charlian, could do me the honors of talking about our champion pool. Gentlemen, I want your core picks in draft that we've seen so far in 11-15, that for WE and RNG is going to be so important. Dom, let's start with you. You've got a big brain, and I want you to use it to its advantage.
Okay, so for WE, one pick that I think is going to be really big is the Ryze, also the LeBlanc. I think these are like the main two that I'm looking at from mid lane out of Shanks. I mean, Cryan does have the ability to play Ryze. We saw it in MSI. He doesn't have it on this graphic. I'm not sure if he played in LPL recently, but we know that he's played that pick historically. So I'm not too worried about that. But I think that in general, the Ryze matches the TF really well. So if RNG is hard prioritizing the TF and they leave Ryze up in the draft, I could see WE just, you know, outscaling with that pick towards teamfight. So that's one of the main picks I'm looking at. And I think that LeBlanc in general just looked really good into RNG. If people remember game 1 of RNG's series into LNG, the series that they lost before they came into this 3rd place match, they ended up losing the game pretty much based off Xiaohu TPing into the enemy jungle and getting one shot by LeBlanc. It set the whole game into disarray, and it was one of the main picks that was able to actually break RNG out of their really controlled and consistent style. So those are the main two that I'm looking for WE here.
All right. I'll go straight for 2 picks just to be unique, but also Viego as a champion is a little bit stupid. And I feel like RNG has abused it a little bit going into the playoffs. And then on top of that, the way both teams want to play out the game, 7 games, by the way, of Viego for Beishang during this playoff run. So absolutely, Viego, with how these team fights are going to play out, is going to be insanely influential. I'll go with Twisted Fate as well, because on blue side, you can pick it to at least minimize the counter pick that Breathe wants to go for, so you can still kind of like cut him off on side lane. And also, we just know how influential a Twisted Fate pick is in playoff play. If it's a slower game state, then Twisted Fate is just brutal to deal with. So those 2 picks for me. And also, just, I mean, talking about how both teams want to play the game, I think it fits Crying really well.
Yeah, it really does.
Yeah, I mean, there's another thing to consider just before we jump to the next segment, which is the fact that Gala is pretty much a Varus one trick here. I mean, this guy, he literally picks a champion every split, and he's like, I will only play this champion for the rest of eternity. and that is pretty much just his mentality. Like last split, it was Kai'Sa, now it's Varus, and they run a lot of different comps with this Varus. So I'd be remiss if we didn't mention the Varus in the context of RNG, because it is something that they really play around a lot. It has the ability to 1v2 lane while Ming is roaming, farm from range, but then also I think that in general it's just a pick that Gala can really carry on later on. So it's one of those flexible picks. It's a really, really strong pick in the meta right now, and I want to see this removed from the draft from WE if they get a chance to.
Well, let's see, because you've all said RNG 3-1. I've just been told into my ear that we're getting close to pick and ban, so we are going to...
time!
RNG 3-1 all on the desk here in the start of our regional finals. And we're going to throw it over with Penguin, Lyric, and Ender to take us through the 3rd seed qualifier for the World Championship.
Thank you so much, Hysterics, Raz, and Dom. I am Penguin, he's Lyric, and that one is Ender. Ender did not get the flower meadows, or memo, so, you know.
What are you talking about?
Oh, look at that!
I came prepared.
Came prepared. You're subtle. Yeah. You're more subtle.
Giving the fans what they want.
Yeah. You in a black jacket, I guess.
Yeah, but well, the bomber jacket.
Yeah. But obviously, coming in today, we're going to see who our 3rd seed is. WE versus RNG. We're going to waste absolutely 0 time setting up any narrative. I'm going to toss it over to you guys to talk about this draft.
I feel like the big surprise to me is that we don't see any like Ziggs spanned out by RNG. We don't see any like Viegos taken away. Feels like every power pick that's up went through. And big surprise to me, Ender, Shanks pulling out the Irelia. It's something he's played, but W have been so afraid of this champion in recent series.
I mean, but it's so great to see that he's put the time in and they're ready to pull this out here, especially up against RNG. You know, in the past, you say if there's an area of the map to try and target, could be that mid lane with Cryan. So if Beishong's on something aggressive next to an Irelia too, that's where I want to see them attack early.
Yeah, it's been the one big adaptation coming out from WE, mid-jungle being the big strength of theirs. RNG showing some adaptation as well, picking up the Ziggs for themselves. I just love this champion because it sets up so well for playing around topside, all the priority that it gives you being able to play by itself. And of course, like Raz was just hitting on, Xiaohu on the Viego, an absolute monster.
My gosh, so quick. The Irelia that's inside of the Leona all locked in. We talked about seeing, you know, so many power picks going through. I will say if Shanks just pick up the Irelia, a little bit surprised. Breathe has played this before, is something within his wheelhouse, and we know how much they love to play around topside.
Yeah, and I think it just fits so well, right? Definitely can go up towards that top side, a flex pick for the side of WE. I'm a bit surprised that RNG are just going to answer here with the Galio pick. I thought the Varus would be a bit higher priority for the side of RNG with how many games that Gal has had on it. 20 games so far in this split, but RNG at least getting Cryan on something comfortable or showing that it's going to be all about Xiaohu once again.
Yeah, exactly, right? Now you've got double AP threat. Xiaohu likely going to go something AD up on the top side of the map, try and make sure they figure out exactly where that Irelia is going to be going and get a strong counter pick up against that. I do like seeing the Vayne banned away. That's been a pick that's worked well into the Ziggs here in the LPL. Other favorites, of course, of Elk, you always have to consider the Ezreal as a possibility whenever the man loads onto the Rift.
That's the thing, right? That's what I would expect them to go towards, to try and farm it out safely in that bottom side, so I'd love to see RNG ban that one out. Seems like WE are expecting the jungle Viego to come out for the side of Wei. Hasn't played it just yet, but that obviously has been the flavor of the month ever since those lane nerfs to the Viego did come through. So I'm interested to see if RNG do go that route with some of these top lane bans coming out, or if they just want to opt into pulling out something like a Lee Sin, an Olaf, a Volibear, something more of, you know, this early aggressive jungler.
Yeah, and this is where I start to feel like this Irelia is going towards that top side, because you've seen the Set ban, the Camille ban. They are looking to try and pigeonhole Xiaohu away from that, because we know how powerful he can be.
Exactly, and you also definitely need some magic damage source here for Team WE, so they've got to figure out where they're going to get that if Breathe has a top laner, and that's maybe why you see something like a Kennen ban too, to try and make that Irelia go up towards the top side of the map if Xiaohu wants to get a matchup like that. I'm liking what I'm seeing from RNG already. I mean, just look at these circles they've got here to work with. That's a lot of setup
diagram
for the Ziggs.
Yeah, and it's just perfect, the Rel coming out against such a short-range composition. I love that you're hitting on the AP coming out, Ender, because we wouldn't be surprised if we saw something like a Syndra come out for Shanks either. It would be a super easy laning phase for him up against the Galio in the mid lane. You've already kind of pigeonholed yourself into a very early game-oriented composition, and the guys are hitting on this on the desk. This has also been a go-to pick for Shanks. Still gives him that early lane prio, but a ton of pressure on the map.
And we've seen it so recently start to develop more, even just in yesterday's series. Global champions in the mid lane is all the rage, especially when it comes to swinging those side lane matchups. And Xiaohu coming out here with the Wukong now, that's definitely a matchup that can get spicy with jungle mid intervention.
I've seen so much engaged from both of these sides. Wukong, Viego, Galio, with the Ziggs just lobbing in bombs from the backside. Hell, I didn't even talk about the Rel with the Magnet Storm. And on the other end, you've got Irelia, Xin Zhao, Leona, things that want to be in your face, want to get onto that backside. I'm expecting team fights, Lyric.
Yeah, that's the big thing. team fights, a ton of fighting, but it's going to be the question of how we get there. I think WE going to play out a lot more through tempo, a lot more of having push, having these aggressive early laners like Kalista and Ryze. To where for RNG, I think they can take it a bit slower, wait for those level 6s to come up. Then it's about like these big wombo combos, the heroic entrance, the bomb from Ziggs, and then just setting everything up.
Yeah, definitely like tracking the Xin Zhao in the early game too, making sure you're not falling victim to that. I did just have a quick look. I don't believe Xiaohu has played the Wukong at all this year, so super fun to see him bringing that one out here in game 1 to try and qualify for Worlds.
It's a big moment. This is for RNG. Like we said, it was an upset that they lost in the playoffs. They should have been in our double elimination. Hell, people were saying it could have been a rematch of them versus FBX in the finals that happened yesterday. Now they find themselves looking for that 3rd spot. You're still hunting and fighting for Worlds. It is still a massive moment here. We know how much Xiaohu can do once he's set off.
Yeah, I mean, this was the year of Xiaohu, right? Switches over to the top lane, having such a standout performance where pretty much everyone doubted him, picks up another LPL title, having him 2nd in the whole league, only behind Clearlove, then getting another MSI championship as well. The only player to do it from 2 roles. And like the analyst said, right, feels like RNG are the heavy favorites today, but the favorites haven't had the best luck so far.
No, they certainly have not. It's been a little bit of a curse here in the playoffs. It was Team WE that upset so many favorites in their miracle run through playoffs, ended up falling short at the final hurdle. But here today, they have a chance to once again qualify here for Worlds, and it's against the MSI champions, no less.
And that's the big thing. The miracle runs may have died for the LPL championship, but they have not died for your Worlds hopes. And they talked about it on the desk as well. This is such a young WE roster, oldest player, 20 years old, and this is where you start to come in and say, how far can they go? How high is their ceiling?
I mean, we were just watching clips of the final that these teams played when Team WE qualified for MSI back in 2017, and you had names like Uzi versus Mystic down on the bot side. Like, all these legends, Team WE and RNG have gone through so many shifts over the years that is now rebranded. I mean, not rebranded, but if you look at the players, completely new coming in here.
Yeah, right. The only players that fans might even recognize is players like Xiaohu and players like Ming coming back time and time again for multiple titles so far. On the side of WE, pretty much completely new squad from what people would expect. They built up around this core of missing Elk and Beishang and felt like Shanks and Breathe really cemented themselves. Really interested going into game, though, seeing the runes. We see, once again, a Galio going towards that Predator, so showing he does want to be a lot more active on the map. It isn't going to be about this isolated laning phase, which is what you would expect. Ryze definitely will have pressure in the trades in that 1v1.
Yeah, and we're looking at the early game now. We're straight in. We're obviously going to see the teams trying to see what kind of advantages they can get. I'll go to you, Lurk, straight away. Where are you expecting to see them to get their advantages? Are we seeing a lot more trading, or is it going to be big team fights like we expected?
I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of early game aggression coming out from the side of WE. You have a really strong mid-jungle setup coming out from the root with the Ryze, and then Xin Zhao up, turning that into a gank. Even bot lane can be extremely aggressive. Once you hit the level 6 mark, right, Kalista Ultimate, Leona having all that lockdown. For the side of RNG, I think it is way more top-side oriented with that Ziggs that we hit on.
Yeah, and sort of looking at like some summoner spell choices too. Like Gala's going to be rocking TP, so that's 3 TPs over on the side of RNG. Ming has the exhaust, of course, in a matchup like this. You're definitely worried about getting jumped on your backline, of course, feeling the punishment. And Beishang started topside, is pathing down towards that bottom lane, so it's possible we see some pressure come through this lane trying to punish the lack of a combat summoner spell in the bottom lane, but more than likely, it's also just playing about the scuttle crabs, right? You know you're going to have bot lane Prio with a Kalista lane. Top lane Xiao, who waited on that counter pick. You know, he wanted to play against the Aurelia. That's why they're banning away the Kennen. So he feels very comfortable pathing towards the bot side where top lane's going to have pressure for Xiaohu.
And just as you said, Xiaohu, fun fact, this is his career first. First time he has ever played the Wukong competitively, regardless of what year, regardless of what position. So curious to see how his debut on the Monkey King ends up going.
Yeah, again, we saw him kind of struggle to pick up top laners at first, but we're looking at what looks like could be a bot lane dive coming out from Beishang.
This is really, really good from them. They're level 3 on the bot side. Beishang going to be able to come in. They're going to commit the TP as well. That's going to be the Ryze coming on. That's we're going in straight away. First blood gets locked and loaded. Can they get a second? I don't believe they can. Never mind. They're going to go too far down. Beishang gets taken, and they're going to try and re-aggro. The second TP going to be committed. It's actually going to be Gala coming back into the lane. Ends up being a 1-for-1.
Yeah, it's Gala just straight up returning right there, and he is denied some minions under the tower because he has TP, though it's not the end of the world for him. Ming was also able to secure double buffs, but at the end of the day, when the dust does settle, it's Beishang getting a quick reset, going back back to base, and it's a first blood over that Callista, so a win for WE to start it off.
Yeah, WE coming out ahead. I do want to say, it did surprise me how quickly Cryin was able to react with his own TP, and that's what feels like salvage to play a little bit on the side of RNG, is able to come in, does get the taunt down onto the Xin Zhao, and they're able to get one in return.
Yeah, so it looks like in the mid lane, Shanks had actually taken a quick reset after that third wave and was already walking back to lane, whereas Cryin hadn't actually been able to get back to base. Now, of course, he does go for the early Predator boots like we saw Doonby do just yesterday in our finals. So it doesn't feel like, I think Shanks actually had to end up resetting again, so he's had to go back to base twice, which is a little bit unfortunate for him. But all in all, a very good job from Cryin to respond. CS has equalized, so again, Gala wasn't really denied much of anything underneath the tower and is going to get a quick reset off here as well.
Yeah, and the curious thing to me, right, is that we're already seeing teams start to transition away from that bot lane play, making their way up towards topside, missing, coming down, and getting some vision for his top laner. I don't think RNG can do too much because talking about resets, we still haven't seen Xiaohu go for a reset just yet. Breathe, of course, picking up a longsword and some cloth armor, so still doing fine in that laning phase. About actually not even 10 CS down once we come back to the wave, is going to be able to pick this all up for free. And with no Herald up anytime soon, seems like we are still maybe looking at potentially a dragon, but not too much going on just yet.
Check out this invade from Wei and Ming, though, on the bot side jungle. They put so many wards down there. Ward on Raptor Camp, 2 control wards trying to catch. Missing walk back towards that bot lane. Missing did take the long way around, so they're going to end up going into this Drake pit. And it's not even like Team WE know that this is going on, even though they have that vision with the Scuttle Crab, because it was a blast cone over the wall. It's going to be a quick sneak here for RNG.
And that's the big thing, with RNG getting that control, getting that vision down, they know that Beishang's on the bot side of the map, so they can confidently go for this dragon, pick themselves up their first objective. We do see now Beishang going in onto Cryin. The taunt does land, but the Wukong has already made the roam. Flash has to be committed, but here comes Wei back off of the dragon take, going straight down. Beishang has died for the second time.
It's just really nice play coming out from RNG. They might even be able to continue at least getting Shakes' flash, but Xiaohu, realizing that Breathe was still catching that big wave under turret, gives him a window to make his way down towards the mid lane. Wei also extremely close by from the fact that he just picked up that dragon and set up another kill for RNG.
It's just a really good roam timing there from Xiaohu, expecting a play around the middle lane. So a big punish comes through from RNG. Excellently done by them. And it's Beishang thinking it's a quick 2v1, but like you're saying, so fast on the reaction speed from RNG to get around this mid lane. They were already trying to set up a 3 versus 1, realized, hey, a jungler's here too. We take that easy.
Absolutely, and I think this is something they mentioned on the desk. Dom made a big point, but I'm going to stop myself very quickly there as El getting jumped on. He almost gets taken down. They're going to try and turn this one back onto Missing, but Missing, he's a pretty tanky boy. There's the Galio ultimate to try and turn this one around. Call an ambulance, but not for me. RNG get themselves a kill on the bot side.
And we didn't even get to see how that one all started. It looked like Elk was going to be the one to go down, but with Ming getting so low, WE think they can turn it, but Cryin has that global. So once again, RNG just doing such a good job of playing the map.
It's all about taking your priority and using it to help out another lane, right? Xiaohu winning top, roams mid, then Cryine's like, sweet, we got a kill. Shanks just went back to base. My global is going to reach that bottom lane. It's a beautiful example of give and take right there. And with the quick little replay, it's a great bump back with the satchel charge by Gala to set up this entire play. Even then, though, the trade back did come in pretty nicely with a bunch of damage, but when you have a third player, it's a little bit unfair.
I do want to say that's one of the reasons why, you know, again, Gala, great job on the Ziggs, but I just love the Rel in this composition. Rel, I feel like maybe not the best laning matchups, but you do so well against compositions that just want to run at you like what W has. Everything short range. It sets up for amazing, you know, 4 or 5-man Magnet Storm to where then you can combo in something like a Taunt or the Ziggs ultimate to set up for resets from Viego, and all just chains together so perfectly.
And back to my original point before that skirmish ended up happening, it's the pace of RNG. It's how quick they're finding these advantages, how quickly they're turning things around, and WE look a little bit out of sorts with that at the moment.
I mean, right now, I think the itemization is telling us a little bit there, too, with the Merc Treads immediately rushed into for Cryin. Of course, going to be effective in a lane up against the Rise, but also when it just comes to map mobility with Predator, with an ultimate, with a TP coming up pretty soon for Cryin, he is in an excellent position here to keep assisting the rest of the map. Now, though, we're past the 8-minute mark. Herald is on the map, so bot lane is a 1v1. It's time to scrap around the Herald.
And that's the big thing now. The big objective here with the Dragon gone down already. WE do not want to give this one up. They're on the objective first. They've got some decent pink wards, but that Scuttle Vision is keeping RNG in the know. They know exactly where most of these people are, and here we go, the turn. Xenoblade goes down, but there is the engage with the Rel. They're trying to go in, but the Mega Inferno Bomb all the way downtown. That's 3 points and a switch. They trade 1 for 1. You can see Breed flashing over to the blue buff to keep himself alive. Great satchel charge into the Cyclone, but a Fate's Call will keep them alive. It's a 1 for 1, and the Rift Herald did not go down.
I just love the trust coming out from RNG. It looked pretty dire for me in their situation. No heroic entrance out from Cryan. Xiaohu actually cut off from the rest of the team. We also saw the power of Ziggs there because RNG realized, hey, WE engage on us, but doesn't matter that Ziggs is not here, can still throw damage across the map to set up for that first kill.
Yeah, he has that ultimate sort of push Team WE back up the river at the same time Xiaohu's walking down from the top side, so was able to get that flank off, and well, Breathe does manage to escape just barely and keep it an even trade. But we are straight back into the thick of things. Everyone's here for a round 2.
Here we go, round 2. Xenoblade lands. That's going to see Wade trying to get himself back to safety. We go in with the Rel. They're jumping back in. It's actually going to be Callista and Beisha and Missing all dead. And they have nowhere else to go. They have to use the Rel more defensively. It just looks so good, but Breathe and the rest of WE just weren't with them.
I mean, Shanks and Breathe were just not in a position to do any damage at all. Team WE just sort of walked in, probably saying to themselves, RNG is a team that relies a ton on their ultimates in these fights. Let's go for it after they just used all of them in the last one, but Elk just gets caught up in a million different CCs, and there's no other damage besides him.
Yeah, it seems like they were underestimating that a little bit, like you were saying. All members not even there. I like that RNG even turned this into some chip damage on a mid lane turret, getting some more plate gold in their favor. And now this Galio, 3, 1, and 4, getting a bunch of money to himself, going to be massive. And that's so crucial for RNG, in my opinion, when again, Cryan's been the most criticized player on this roster. A lot of people thought of him as the only weak link, but coming in here strong, it has looked pretty good. But it's like we were saying, right? You see 4 members of WE here, RNG collapsed with numbers advantage.
And the power of the Rel, just like you were talking about there earlier. How does this Callista play into a team fight when there's a Rel coming at you one direction, a Wukong TP another? If Elk is committed and the rest of the team is not, team fighting nearly impossible for Team WE.
And that's the big thing as well. Not only the Rel, but you're also looking at it from a point of view of the Ziggs. You drop down that minefield, you can't really walk forward. It's very difficult for you to find that advantageous fight. Speaking of another fight, it's all go, go, go. We got to see Ming flashing in. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb down. And the Galio Hero's entrance. That's going to be a kill onto Shanks. Missing needs to get himself backed away as Beishang flashes back towards his bot side. In the top lane, the Dragon will be taken by RNG, and Xiaohu will keep himself safe.
I mean, Team WE just keep running head first into these objectives, but the fights are not working out at all. RNG's combination there with the Rel and the Galio, the setup for the rest of the team is just too good, and I'm a little bit confused as to why they keep sending it forward here.
Yeah, it's like, I can kind of understand what they're thinking, right? They have tempo advantage on the map because they died, they get on the map first, RNG still needs to reset, but if you can't take the fight when they don't have all their wombo combo ultimates available, I don't know what makes you think you're going to be able to take it now. And now RNG, 2 Drakes up, 3K gold advantage, 8-2 at only 11 minutes.
And that's the big thing you're looking at, is that, yes, we said from Team WE's team comp side, they want to run at you. They want to try and get those fights constantly. But if you're constantly falling behind, that becomes ever more difficult the longer the game goes on.
And, you know, even back in draft, we said that Team WE have a lot of tools to, like, play the early game from the Xin Zhao, right? The Callista Leona lane. So they could just be telling themselves, like, we need to win now or it's going to be too late for us eventually. And that's why they continue to send it. But I do feel like maybe they need to course correct a little bit, try to play side lanes a little bit more, try to play maybe cross-mapping instead of just going for these objectives, because as they continue to run to these objectives, they lose fights, they lose objectives, and they're not gaining anything on the map, so it's going to start spiraling more and more if they don't try to stem the bleeding here.
That's the big thing, right? Because if W can just like take a breather, be like, okay, we're gonna go for a cross-map play, try and open up one of these side lanes. Sure, RNG have globals and they can like look to make these side lane picks, but both Ryze and I really will feel comfortable pushing in their side lane opponents, look to pull RNG across the map so they can't make these big 4 or 5-man plays like we've been seeing continuously.
And that's the big thing. You look at the Aurelia, look at the Ryze, you get 2 items on those. They will not be able to be dealt with one person. It will take multiple members from RNG to then stack onto a side, and that's where WE may find their advantages. But for RNG, they're just fully committing to everything, and I don't see why they shouldn't be. You have so much engaged, so many AoE ultimates. We talked about the Venn diagrams, but this is just ridiculous how well it's working out.
I also just like RNG's comp holistically, like in terms of how we're setting all this up, right? Because sure, WE later on will be able to win out in those individual 1v1s, but RNG will always have control of mid push. You know, once we get to having Ziggs in that mid lane, they'll be able to walk from mid to river. They can even accept just giving up some waves on sides with Crying to look to either force, you know, 4v3 or make those picks off on the individual man like Breathe, and it feels like their comp is just very versatile.
Yeah, it is worth pointing out, though, that for Team WE, like, Breathe has had a pretty successful early game, you know, 15-20 CS up, there's another wave pushing in, these going to crash, and they invested in that first pick, Aurelia, for Breathe, so very important that that do work out for him and the rest of the team. Still, though, couple CS, couple waves here or there is not going to bring Team WE back into the game, so you now need to figure out a way, I feel like, to sort of play around this lane that has been successful early on for Team WE.
It's really funny, too, because all split long, we called Breathe and Beishang like the best friends. Because it wasn't the same as RNG, where it was topside oriented, but it wasn't really about missing getting involved or Shanks. It was all about just the top jungle 2v2. And holistically throughout playoffs, we've seen WE not really able to piece that together. It's been a lot more about the mid jungle 2v2 or about the bottom lane getting involved. And here, once again, this Aurelia against the Wukong, sure, you found the solo advantage, but they haven't really been able to push Breed's advantage forward.
All right, let's take a little bit of stock. A lot of fighting, a lot of action happening in the first 50 minutes of the game as we are just underneath it. 8-2 in kills, 2 dragons for RNG, so they're already stacking towards that objective. And you can see now that everyone's just kind of calming down. There's no big major objective. Everyone's picking up their first items and getting themselves ready for that next big fight.
Yeah, they've all got their items. RNG also looking like they have a level lead in pretty much every role, like both bot lane and mid lane looking good for them.
Oh, Missing is a little bit caught, but he's in his jungle, so they're going to use the Everfrost to try and clone him down. The Call of the Fate, or Fate's Call, is probably what the actual name of it's going to be used, but the Realm Up has been cancelled. You can see now, Wei, it's a bit of a scrappy fight here as they're looking to try and kill off Ming. The Mega Inferno Bomb comes down, hits absolutely nothing. Missing goes golden to keep himself alive. Breed is here and running straight forward, misses the Vanguard's edge as Ming flashes away from it. Now Beishang trying to find himself all alone. Shanks got out, but Beishang has to pay for the sins of his mid laner.
The fight's just completely all over the place. Team WE's thought just for a second they had enough to be able to jump in there and get a kill and get out, but the end of it all, RNG were fighting on 2 fronts and the top side was looking so good for them.
That's the thing, right, is we saw that WE's position was so scattered. At first, I thought, okay, this isn't a bait, but it's kind of a bait by Missing because they had TP advantage. I really was able to come down. Xiao had to run across the whole map, but we see here Wei doing a nice job of stopping Shanks from getting involved, and then they're able to separate him from the rest of the team while he's able to make his way down, and amazing flash by Ming as well to be able to get out, and then RNG just able to win out on the map again.
Yeah, a big moment there as well. You see, again, similar, Missing thinking they had the damage, they have the survivability tools to re-engage on that, and they end up losing a lot in that bot side. We have a look at the replay here, and it is Missing sort of caught out, but he's very tanky at this stage.
Yeah, honestly, I was surprised to see Ming like committing in here, even with the Fate's Call coming through. The Rive's Realm Warp did end up getting canceled on the top side, and I actually think it's more important that we talk about the state of the game currently, because the Rift Shield, I believe, is being traded for the Dragon, and this is the cross-map play that I was trying to ask Team WE to go for, and I feel like getting some gold, even giving up 3rd Drake just to get some guaranteed gold for your team is worth it.
Yeah, it's one of those things, right, where we've seen that they just cannot contest RNG in a straight-up 5v5 right now. Even at this point, it's just coming down to, like, math diff in terms of, like, stats and items and damage that you're able to put out, and for WE, it's going to be about...
Getting some bad memories.
Playtest team?
Yeah, no, school. Math and stats, not a good combination.
Wait, yeah, you actually told me the playtest team was great memories. I don't know what I'm talking about, but back on the Rift, right, it's all about getting gold onto Irelia and the Rise. I feel like that's pretty much what it's all going to be about at this point. Even Kalista feels like she's not going to be able to have a big impact in this game, just because you look at the other side, it's Wukong, it's Galio, it's Rel. You're going to get locked down so easily.
And the big thing as well, you mentioned the stats diff as such. It's even level diffs. You know, there's a level difference only just being equaled out in the mid lane. Now, bot lane is a level difference. Those level 11s are very, very powerful, but now they're looking for another engage here. Wei going to find himself with Beishang and Shanks in this bot's or top side. The brush fight has begun. They have to flash away with the Everfrost, and Ming tries to get the Magnet Storm going, but just isn't able to find any purchase. The fights are still happening, but nobody goes down.
Yeah, Team WE, though, losing flashes on both Rise and Xin Zhao. Here we go.
He's absolutely dead. There's nothing else to really talk about here. I say that, though. L coming in with the clutch play, but maybe has to get himself out with his own flash. There we're going to see the hero's entrance used on the top side. That's a completely different fight. The jungler and the top laner have been traded, but now Cryan is all on his lonesome. He goes golden only for a few seconds. He flashes away. He's not way. He's going to survive. He gets out. This is now going down to the bot side of this fight. As we can see RNG fighting between two towers. Never mind. Back to the top side of this fight because Rise has fallen. And now Breathe looks like he might be 1v4. These health bars are low. WE want to try and help him, but there's nothing he can do. There's nowhere he can go, and they all fall.
What an absolute mess. These are you would only see these kind of team fights in the LPL where teams are fighting on completely different fronts. It looked like WE almost able to bring it back from the fact that RNG were separated, right? Some members in top, some members in the enemy jungle. RNG, though, just stick to their guns, play it out, and they're going to at least be able to get a top turret off of this one.
You know, I respect it. It was a gentleman's agreement just to have 3 or 4 different duels going on at the same time, 1v1s, 2v2s, but it's RNG with the map diff coming in and coming out on top.
I'll tell you both right now, we're going to have to break that down in a minute. So,
please, no.
Please. So, I'm just
That's
preparing
what the analyst desk is for.
Yeah, we'll send that to Dom and Raz as such. But big moments here. And like you said, it was 2 skirmishes that started off with Missing getting caught, Lyra.
Yeah, I feel like the big thing, right, is that RNG just have control of waves. They push in mid, they have push in top. They look for the pick. But we see here, WE actually all inning on the top side onto Xiao, who does force Cryan to come through, but it's too late. Multiple members already low. Beishang does go down on the opposite side. And again, just a bunch of chaos. I can't go with this. Ender, it's all you, my dude.
I was going to say, like, obviously here, both teams are just using their globals to move like 4 inches into the top lane and get the job done, ignoring the tower, of course. And then, yeah, I mean, it's just a complete mess. But ultimately, it's Ming and Wei that were able to force away those players on the bot side, completely isolate Breathe towards the top lane.
And we're seeing the power of this Galio into this Rise as well. You realm warp in, yes, but if you're close enough to an allied champion of the enemy team, then they can just follow instantly on top of that, and you're already grouped up for that CC. So we come back into the game, minute 20 until that Dragon Soul is available for RNG, and Infernal Soul no less, of course there would be in this particular game. And it's 12-3 in kills. It is a 5,000 gold lead. RNG have the tools. WE are kind of running out of time.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking real rough for them, and you have like double items coming through for Gala and Cryan, 10 stacks on the Dark Seals. Let's make those measures, guys. Come on. I feel like there's going to be a lot more killing in this game, but all RNG really have to do is fully control, make sure they don't give up mid-prio, hold on to their tower, get some wards down inside the enemy jungle, because it's very hard for Team WE to step forward into the Ziggs. The control around these choke points to get to the Dragon Pit is just so oppressive from RNG.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, right? WE's comp is going to have such a hard time face checking. Even with the Fate's Call, if Missing walks in, gets locked down by the Galio, I feel like RNG do have a lot of burst, maybe even just able to take him away outright, and even just blowing some of those tools that WE would have, it would make it impossible for WE to be able to walk in and contest Dragon. So RNG doing a great job of controlling the map, not only pushing in mid, but look at both side lanes. Both of them are pushed in as well.
And also keep in mind where Cryan or Xiaohu can come from. Like the flanks from RNG, when you have vision control in the enemy jungle, that's all you're going to be looking for. Right now, they are rather grouped up, and there have been some wards Team WE have placed inside their own, but it's a fight over midway first. RNG making sure they do all their homework before coming in for the final exam around this Drake.
Stats on the exam? Can't remember anymore. It's coming back again.
You know, this is a history lesson. We've seen it before. This is a cross map, though. I love this from Team WE, just porting straight into the Baron Pit, and RNG are going to have to react.
The big thing is, though, they don't have everybody here, so they can't really burn it down that quickly, and now they're going to have to try and fight this one down. Dragon Soul has been picked up by RNG at 21 minutes 50. That Missing is dead. Nothing else to say about that. There was just, he was there and he wasn't. Now RNG trying to put in forward, trying to get more kills, but they've got no more else to go for. They can turn for the big purple worm.
Yeah, and you know, to WE's side, right? We've already been hitting on it. They're so far behind in terms of items, in terms of map control. It really felt like this was the only play they could make. Had they walked into the Dragon Pit, it would have just been certain doom. They try to go for the clever play. RNG able to answer, though.
Here we go, though. They're going to try and contest this one. This Baron is taken very low, 3,000 HP. You've got Breathe and Beishang trying to look to get something, but Beishang's dead. There's no steal available to you guys. And with the amount of tank stats they have, with the front line they have on RNG, they can tank that for days. They get themselves the Baron. Baron. This is looking very much done and dusted right now.
Yeah, pretty sure RNG are going to be walking away with this one, too. They got the Soul earlier on the play as well. 22 minutes in, 8,000 gold, a Soul, a Baron. It's all coming together for RNG. And you know what, Team WE? I respect it. I respect going into the Baron pit, going for it all right there, because this game was not a winning one.
That's the thing, right? WE have a never say die attitude. But going back to RNG, this is the RNG that we expected in their playoff series against LNG, not able to show up. We're going to see a replay, guys, but I don't think it matters too much. WE went for the crazy Hail Mary play. Of course, RNG now with Infernal Soul, we're going to win out. But I also remind us of stakes of today's match. If you do win this best of 5, you're just at Worlds. You don't need to play again. You are just qualified. The loser, though, it is not done and dusted. They will have to play against the winner of RA and LNG.
Yeah, a lot of opportunities for these two teams. They come in as the two higher seeds, of course. You don't want to lose a game like this. I don't think you want to lose a series. You want to try and get your Worlds ticket as soon as possible. Those tickets go very, very fast. Only a limited number as well. So WE, I think there's a couple of things they can learn from this series, but at the end of the day, they just had to execute on a comp that just fell apart so quickly.
Yeah, it was like the early fights around Herald, especially like the second fight they tried to force when the rest of the team wasn't really there to try and play around it. They just got punished so much, and then from there, RNG just walked into every single fight with 5 players and were an unstoppable killing machine. Breathe right now just going to push down top lane, get whatever scraps he can on the top side of the map, but RNG are looking to break into the base here with the last minute and a half of Baron.
Yeah, and RNG just doing such a good job playing out through 2 lanes. They know Godlike is just fine. Crying can always follow up with the heroic entrance. Now with the wave here, with having the Ziggs, taking this space is going to be so easy for the side of RNG. WE are going to have to look for another massive gamble, just kind of throw themselves into RNG when maybe one member's pushing off to another side, but Ming just goes in.
They're just going to go in, Magnet Storm into the hero's entrance. There's the Rise Dead. A lot of your consistent DPS is gone. They're trying to see if they can get any more. Double kill for Gala as they push straight in on top of the turret. They do not care about your base's defenses, and Elk is left all alone. RNG take 4 kills. They'll take another inhibitor. They're looking to try to end the game.
Such a decisive game 1 from RNG. They came in, fought around every single objective. I don't think they lost a team fight this entire game from start to finish clean from RNG.
And this was the RNG that we expected to see, Penguin, coming out with such a strong performance, playing the map, being the smarter team, but also being so great in those team fights.
Decisive, definitive, back to going to Worlds. RNG take a 1-0 in this matchup. And WE, we have a lot of questions, though, because that was questionable from our end.
Questions leading to questionable things. Yes, that does make sense. No, honestly, I feel like a Team WE are going to have some things they're going to want back in the draft. You know, perhaps a mid lane they can play a little bit more aggressively around, right? Like, we didn't see a lot of early action in this game apart from the bot lane dive.
We did talk about the Syndra.
Exactly, we did talk about the Syndra with Crying on the Galio, a global champion. It really stopped them from completely blowing up that bottom lane. So there's some elements that I think they're going to try to look into in Game 2.
I think even just stylistically, right? We've seen WE play a lot around of like these like range compositions, like Ezreal being the most played champion for this team by far, things like the Jace able to come out in top side. Like, there were a lot of different ways that WE did about playing with these like poke and siege compositions that might be more in their wheelhouse than these like early game scrappy, we have to fight you comps.
And that's the big thing. You were going with an early game scrappy comp against a very clearly team fighting composition. And then once you fall behind that, it's very difficult to bring yourself back into it, because how you bring yourself back in is fighting and team fighting. And
they just had more globals as well.
Exactly.
You're playing this comp that's like split up what RNG are doing, but RNG have so many globals they can always answer what you're doing.
Yeah, it was like that first Rift Herald fight. It was Elk that left bot lane before Gala, but it's still Gala that just drops a big old bomb and is there for the team, and that's how they got the ball rolling.
I think it was a really big, definitive, and kind of standout performance there as well from Crying. I think Crying, again, someone we've given a lot of criticism throughout the split, but is really kind of finding his own and really does look his best when he's on these facilitating champions.
Yeah, and it just shows he fits the system, right? Anytime you have a team that typically plays so heavily around one side like RNG does, you're gonna need some kind of massive role player who is willing to take nothing. Doesn't even get scraps, right? He's kind of like how Flandre was, all split log. Just your team doesn't even know you exist. But this guy moving around so much on the map, again, his ultimates felt so crucial. Even his teleport early on that we hit on with the bot lane dive, the fact that the enemy team is like making this aggressive play and he pretty much TP'd the exact same time as the Rise just blows my mind and shows like a very intelligent player.
Yeah, all around, it looked so good from both Cryin and the rest of the team. So I once again sort of look towards Team W and I'm like, I want to see what makes them good. You know, I don't want to see them walk into RNG and just like go for this early game comp like you were talking about. I do think that if they can try to get Cryin out of that comfort zone a little bit more, that will unlock a lot of those things too. So that's what I'm eyeing going into game 2.
I also think Beishang needs a slightly better performance. I think he was like 0-7 by the end of that. So not having a great game on the Jin Zhao. We'll see if they do change anything up. We're going to send it to a quick break. And when we return, the analyst desk, we'll be breaking down some of those plays.
W 的话，夏季赛确实给我们创造了很多奇迹吧，也是从一个季后赛末端的位置冲到了现在的一个冒泡赛胜者组嘛。然后我觉得他们首先实力是非常强大的，然后在上野对抗方面也是一个不容小觑的对手。也没有想太多吧，因为这也是我第一次打冒泡赛嘛，然后也没什么经验，先学习学习。
No experience for Xiao, but I mean, he's been in worlds, conditions, qualifying positions.
Yeah, I don't want to hear from that man. I don't want to hear that from him.
Inexperienced, like this is his first day. He's been around since 2015. That's baloney. Well,
honestly, it's just a flex.
Here.
He's flexing, saying he hasn't had to gone through the gauntlet. That's what it is.
Yeah, dude. It's what it is, right? Welcome back, Raz, Dom, myself, Hysterics. We're going to be running you through game number 2 and eventually doing pick ban for it as well. After RNG won in 26 minutes flat. Dom, over to you for what was RNG's return to showing that they are a great team.
Yeah, I mean, I think they played really well this game, and they stuck true to their style. I mean, they had Gala playing weak side for the majority of the game. They had Cryan on the enabler, and I mean, this Galio, it seems like it's starting to creep back up in the LPL TF ban, but Galio came out, and I think you said for the next game that RNG is actually going to be on blue side, which means that now you have to consider, I mean, the TF, like that was banned by WE in game number 1. So what is going to be the situation with TF? Are we going to see them matched off? But in general, I mean, I don't think the Rise really worked into the Galio as a counter pick. So I really want to see what the strategy is to kind of shape the series more into WE's favor, where they're getting drafts that force RNG to, not be able to roam around the map and get a million kills, where they actually have to lane and play situations out throughout the whole game instead of just grouping up together at like 5 minutes and just running around the map as 5, killing everyone.
Raz, opening thoughts on that game number 1, because it's 26 minutes. It's hard to look through when the game was over by 10 minutes. And I want to bring pick ban up on our screens as well, just so we have a reference point on a little graphic. Because, we talked about these conditions, as Dom already said, the Rise was there. Galio was the match. We saw a lot of comfort across the board. RNG getting Viego again, I think, is something else that comes to the back of my mind.
Yeah, for me, with Team W's composition, like how they would want to play it, if they're going to team fight, take different angles, right? Or if they want to ideally play this comp, play on sides more and force the Galio to play on in a bad matchup or something, right? Away from mid lane, where he has access to jungle and playing, just trying to make an uneven matchup. Like, that's what I would like to see, but with Team WE, that's just not how I envision this team playing. Like, this is not how they played their summer split. They're a team fighting team through and through, and how they walked, they essentially just kept walking into RNG's composition. That is pretty straightforward. Ziggs, Viego, Galio, like just straight up, and Rel, like straight ridiculous team fight front to back, and waves upon waves of engage. So if you're trying to, and I know we'll run the clip and we'll have to talk about it at some point, if you're going making a pick on towards the Galio, then the Rel is going to be waiting for the engage. The Wukong, if he's there ready, he's going to be going for an engage. So they have multiple ways in which they can start fights.
Dom.
Yeah, and one thing I wanted to point out is that LeBlanc is actually so OP in this game that it ended up being banned by blue team and red team in the same one. So that's actually crazy going in. We'll have to see if this happens in the next draft, because the double LeBlanc ban, that's really insane. Maybe we see 3 bans on it the next game. I mean, you never know what's going to happen.
True.
It's like a double Renekton ban we've seen before. Opening things up, let's walk towards bottom lane and how this game actually kicked off. The bottom lane dive is one thing that we saw where Beishang, Dom, got absolutely bursted out, and it was a 1-for-1 trade when WE is the one that initiated the dive. Bring that up on your screen.
Yeah, and in this dive, I think that Beishang was just a little bit greedy on the flash. It was good response from RNG, insta-TPing in, and this is really what you want to do with the Kalista. You stack the waves, you send everyone in, but Beishang ends up getting max duration taunted up into the Galio. Ming follows up, and that actually was a little bit lucky for WE that the double buffs didn't go on to Galio, because if Galio gets double buffs with his Predator early on in the game and he gets his boost off that base, I feel like Cry would have had an even better game than he already had that game, which was pretty phenomenal.
Yeah, absolutely. Moving forward as well, look towards mid lane, because tempo built up from there. And while Beishang goes down, we see Wei getting pretty active. I already talked about the Viego in play. Raz, walk me through this one, because as we go through the game, there's only certain highlights that we need to look at, and this was definitely one of them.
Oh yeah, and this is Viego coming through from bot side river, and they were able to get a possession on Beishang, who was overreaching. So like this is just something that I think RNG does a really good job at, just collapsing. If Beishang wants to be over aggressive, either wants to look for a gank or for a Raptors pickup, something like this, I think RNG, especially in this game, showed that they're willing to get on top of it. So that was just great from them.
Yeah, it really was. Moving forward as well, onto the Herald play. Just running through a couple of the big plays.
Yeah.
The Herald was something that changed the Defiance game, because there were 2 Herald plays, right? WE trading positively, and then we revisited round 2, which kind of blew everything out of the water.
Yeah, for me, like, I didn't like the fact that Missing went on towards Galio as a target, especially with Rel having, full view of 3 members in the back line. And I think, as I said earlier, if you want to take this fight, Breath has to be a part of the play somehow. Every single time he is, either like full 2 meters or something away from the team, so he's never going to be able to reach the target that Missing is going for. And even if he could, like, as I said, Rel was going to be there, part of the fight, that can always re-engage. Wukong was coming in from the back, albeit delayed. Like, if Team WE wants to play this composition again, they must play it a different way, or just completely ban out what RNG is going for. I think that it is a fine comp if you play smart around it. But then they just went right back at it the second time, as if it wasn't gonna happen again.
It's kind of ridiculous how the game ended from there. I mean, it didn't feel like anything was to be said from there. I mean, we're 10 minutes in, Dom. It's 8 kills on RNG. The tempo they like to play, you said it moments ago. When RNG find themselves a lead, they're really good at closing it out. That was the strength of top tier RNG.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you look at the draft, the fact that they are now pulling out the Galio makes it just another layer that you have to consider in this next pick and ban. Not only do you have to think about TF, you have to think about Galio, and then you also have to think about Rise to some extent. I know that we saw the graphic, and we haven't seen Cryan play it yet this split, but we saw him play it, like I said, in MSI, and this guy actually is proficient on that pick as well. Similar style where you're able to roam a lot. You have the global ulti, or like the semi-global ulti, I guess I should say, which just enables you to make a lot of plays and really push the tempo of the game. So I think that this is actually a really interesting spot, and we'll see how WE approach this, especially now on red side. I don't know if they're going to be able to ban out like all 3, and if they do, what are they potentially leaving up?
A lot of counter picks coming through as well. To round out this game, before we go to the second game and we talk more about the draft we can expect with W on the red side, I just want one final clip to summarize this game. And, Dom was listening to the co-stream,
Uh-oh.
Fan, by the way. No Prime available. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
But in game 1, the chaotic end. Raz, up to you, man, because this was the epitome of the game and what we expect of LPL aggression, but more so what RNG were trying to force the whole time around.
Yeah, for me, like, the ulti from Galio just to support what was happening topside, like, pretty much goes to show, like, there's not much Team WE could do. Even in an insanely chaotic position, this bot fight happening, all these things, like, I think Galio is able to make a fight like this, as chaotic as it was, still really beneficial for RNG with the insane lead that they had. So, like, usually skirmishes like these would work well for a team that is behind because mistakes are aplenty, but not with a comp like that.
And going into game 2, Draft is going to be speaking volumes again. Talk me through some more of these picks that you need to see go on, because we've already talked about Galio Rise, the interaction there. We've talked about what WE need to change in their drafts. Now on the red side, what should be taken away from RNG? Dom, over to you.
Yeah, so I think the Kalista really didn't work out that well. I mean, if Gala is able to play the Varus super well, and I assume that they will keep that banned, what type of answer do they have to the Ziggs now? Because Ziggs is another champion that can function as that weak side laner. I mean, maybe they can run it back and they think, hey, you know what? This dive actually should have worked out. If Beishang just flashes, we have a big advantage and we can keep the Ziggs down. But I just think that this is another thing that they need to really consider, is like, what is the best answer possible to the Ziggs? I think Elk has actually played a Vayne game before, and I know that LNG really likes that as a counter pick. I'm personally not a huge fan, but it's something that is actually shown here in the LPL, so that's a different approach. Obviously, Kalista is more that I'm going to like push in and dive the Ziggs, whereas Vayne is, hey, I can just outscale the Ziggs and be better than at late game. So there's different angles that they could take here, but I don't know if they're going to go back to Kalista. It would really suck to play 2 games, the first 2 games of the series, and then lose both playing Kalista into Ziggs.
Yeah, I want to also focus on the fact that, you come back to the pick into Ziggs. Light on LNG was a big proponent of picking that Vayne into it as well. We've seen a lot of teams opt for something like the Varus as well. Raz, I know in between games, you're interested in the fact that we saw this Varus pick fall all the way through when it is still an S tier AD carry, still an A tier AD carry, at least within the region.
Yeah, and I can understand it because of how good of a Kalista player that Elk is. I think that with Varus, what they can do a lot more with that draft that they had, put them on side lanes. Varus still has some damn good poke on Ziggs if he's just clearing through mid. And also he can just clear safely, so you don't have a bad situation if you're 1-3-1ing and your Kalista just maybe too close to the wave in an unsafe spot. So I just do think that Varus has a much higher prio than what WE has. And it's a good indication now. You go into game 2, they're not willing to pick Varus, so you don't have to ban it. I think that RNG is in a good place when it comes to the draft.
They really are. We're getting closer to getting to pick ban as well. Just a heads up for the audience. We'll be doing pick ban for game number 2. First picks have, already been shown. I think the biggest thing was yesterday. Today is going to be quite different. Remember, there's a mini meta in yesterday. We did talk a lot about the Lee Sin first pick. Drafting in for this game, things like Viego, the Xin Zhao as well. Tier priorities. Now that we're swapping things over, now that RNG are on blue side, I mean, what do you think about jungle pool here, Dom? How does that change up?
Yeah, I think jungle pool is just going to be what's left up based on what is banned from the picks that are defining the strategy. When you look at jungle in general, it feels like a lot of the picks have a similar identity. I mean, they're not completely identical, but when you look at a Viego and then a Zen and a Lee Sin, they're all going to be able to have some level of ganking. They can follow the setup of something like a Ryze, something like a TF pretty easily. And I think that the comps are really going to be just defined by a lot of the picks in bot lane and mid lane. So that's really what I'm looking for in this draft is what is the adaptation to the bot lane and mid lane metas that we have coming in. One thing that I really want to see out of WE here is trying to either match the roaming style in some way, which means maybe you have to get a support that is able to out roam the enemy bot lane. Maybe you give over Braum and you have something like Leona, which isn't a good matchup in the lane but enables roaming, or you go with the mentality of just trading off mid laners, right? You give over TF and then you give over TF to Cryin and then you play Galio until you try to match fire with fire, because I think that if they try to if they go to with the strategy of banning all the mid laners, I think that it won't hurt RNG that much. And I feel like if you give these power picks over to RNG, if they get their Jace Varus comp that they love so much, I don't think that's necessarily better for you.
I agree, especially with how willing WE is in taking fights. Throughout summer, you shouldn't really change your identity. So I think it would just be way too difficult for them to kind of play against that. I think, to your point, I think trying to match with a Twisted Fate versus or a Ryze versus Galio, something like that, because there's just too many picks on the field.
I also think that, when we talk about pick diversity as well, W have changed a lot, but we still come back to what they're known for, and it's an important point. We've been told that the pick ban is coming, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to move to the stage as we go into game 2 as well. So yeah, not too much of a delay. As we go to game 2 and as we start doing the pick ban here, I think the biggest thing on expectations here is after game number 1, after RNG pulled out so much speed, there has to be a really quick adaptation. We're about to move to the stage right now. Guys, as you run me through this, let's go over some of the points again. Let's talk about some of the key bans that we wanted to see. The mid lane champions as well. That was my first thought here for WE RNG game number 2. RNG on blue, WE on red. We are swapping sides. And we know that, WE had the choice of side selection here. They're the ones who wanted to be on red. And those are 3 powerful picks that RNG love. Over to Raz.
Yeah, so I think, Trundle's down.
Lee Sin angle.
Yeah, Lee Sin's probably the best bet here. Xin Zhao, if that wouldn't be it. Yeah, I would probably go Lee Sin. What are you thinking?
I think Lee Sin has been really high prio in general. It looks like the Ziggs is being hovered, and we'll see if WE decides to match this. I mean, they tried the Kalista last game, like we said. I'm not sure if that's the best angle. Maybe we see the Elk Vayne. That looked pretty good now, but now WE has choice of jungle. So the Lee Sin going over to them, they have potential to take it. if Beisheng wants to play it.
Yeah, and Leona is available too, so they can do something like that and still play for team fights, even if they're risking. Oh! That's the call you're looking for. Yeah, I guess locked in.
There it is.
God damn it, Dom.
All right. Yeah, this is the strategy. So, I mean, this is something that we've seen in LPL. This is more of an LNG thing, but I mean, we talked about it. WE is also a team with a Vayne player on it. I'm personally a little bit of a hater on this strategy. I'll admit my bias. Every single time LNG picked it, I was like, man, this is never going to work. But it seems like, sometimes WE can get to these late game situations where they're able to have the threat of the pick. I just think that RNG, when they're playing well, is a good enough team to punish the early game where you really just have to deal with the fact that your Vayne is scaling. I mean, you want the shield bow, the wit's end, and you want the Ginsu's coming in. And that's when the Vayne really gets strong, is on those 3 items. So I think RNG is a good enough team to actually still ball through.
I mean, we already see, look, Lee Sin coming through. There's the Malzahar. Normally, it comes through as a response to the mid lane, but Crying just pulls it out. And against an Olaf, I mean, RNG Raz, that is the left turn.
Yeah, that's a pretty big one, especially knowing that Olaf is available and Beishang can play it. I'm looking at the mid lane 2v2 now and saying that I think Malzahar is going to get pretty much targeted here. So I'd want to see a roaming support here from RNG side. Not the set ban. I think Leona is another great ban here. I want to see what Ming is willing to play.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure about how this Malzahar is going to fare into an Olaf. I mean, Olaf is the type of champion that would be ideal against an immobile mid laner. So I think that now you kind of see what RNG is going to want. I really like the Lucian ban, but Jace is still up, which could also function in that same type of identity. You could go like a phase rush Jace into the Olaf. So I think that this is something that we might see from RNG, but definitely based on the draft, RNG need to pick an AD top laner. So that's already known by WE. WE can go into the second draft phase knowing that if they pick a champion top lane that's really good into AD champs, that's going to be relatively useful in this game.
Especially when we talked about how important the top lane matchup is as well. I mean, things like Gnar still available, but we've got a composition that we don't normally see together. Ziggs, Malzahar, 2 mages in line. I like that you bring up an AD top laner for Xiaohu because he has a pretty wide champion pool, but the takeaway of Jace Raz, that's already something that Xiaohu's now going to have to deal with a very competitive top lane.
Yeah, I think he should be pretty happy about that. It's Team WE that's trying to hold the support counter pick to see what RNG is willing to go for. And if RNG ends up going for the Leona like we were talking about, or just scanning this like a Nautilus or something, that they're willing to play Braum. So the Wukong pick there, just a volatile top lane. That just makes it so Team WE now, if you're Beishang, you want to play towards top side of the map pretty heavily.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that this is actually a really good takeaway by WE on the Jace. I think RNG would have been really happy getting Jace top with their team comp, because obviously Jace provides a little bit of that range damage, some of the poke, and I think that would have been a great pick. And now, I mean, this Olaf is looking pretty much like a turbo pick for WE into RNG's team comp. I mean, it's definitely not the most insane matchup in terms of just jungle 1v1 versus the Lee Sin. But when you look at overall the identity of the champions on RNG, most of their peel comes from CC, and Olaf just ignores all of that.
That's true. And you add another tool into that mix if you pick up the Tahm Kench as well, flexing around the Morgana. But Tahm here for missing has been a pretty good pick, especially with the Vayne. Now, Raz, start here on WE's side. Run me through what this comp wants to do. We already talked about how they had to make a reaction. A lot of good scaling here from mid and AD carry.
Yeah, I think they just want to go straight front to back. It's going to be really problematic for Cryan. He doesn't really have too much of a target, I guess, the Rise, but there's just so many threats here from the Olaf, from the Vayne, that they don't really have to play these fights any cute at all. And if they can get peppered by Jace Shock Blast, then that'd be even better.
On the other side, RNG. Sorry, Dom.
For me personally, when I look at WE's draft, I'm torn, right? Because like I said, I'm a Vayne hater, but I actually think that WE have a much better draft in this game than game 1. So I think that this is really like them being set up for success by their coach here.
So in game 2, run me through, gentlemen, what you think, because it was an RNG 3-1. You've given yourself that breathing game. Game 2 for WE versus RNG, starting with you, Dom. Where do you want to put it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go. So I predicted 3-1, right? That's the series that I think is going to happen. And, this was going to be the one here. I think we got a good enough draft. I think that this will be a WE victory.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with that. I think the Shielbo Wits End on build for Vayne also just has insane value versus the enemy comp. So it's very rare that I actually like a Tahm Kench support in a situation like this, but he actually has great value versus Malzahar. Now, the more I think about it, the more I like the comp.
Oh, yeah. There's good interactions there to take note of as well. For RNG, game one was such a stomp. In 26 minutes flat, we're going to hand it over to the casters here for game number 2 before we get into Summoner's Rift to take you away.
Thank you so much, Hysterics, Dom, and Raz. We got the picks, we got the bans. I'm going to quickly go to you, Lyric. Where do you see this game going, and how are you expecting these two teams to play it all out?
Yeah, I think this one's a lot more interesting, like the AD was saying. A lot of cool answers coming out from the side of WE. I think they have a bit of options in terms of how they can play out the game, right? You have the Jace and the Rise, so some side lane potential coming out. You have ability to answer with things like the Abyssal Dive from Tahm Kench, but also the front to back, not too bad. You do have a lot of range to play with coming out from that Jace as well. So for RNG, it feels a bit more like a pick comp to me, Ender.
Yeah, it definitely does, and I also feel like maybe it's a little bit slower to come online. Like, you look at a Malzahar lane, pretty difficult to play around pre-level 6, post-level 6, super free. Top lane 2, I think Wukong, once he gets access to his ultimate, that's often when you see junglers sort of called in to try and attack these ranged top laners, maybe even Ming as well, get back to the basics for RNG and hit that top lane. So pre-levels 1 through 5, I don't actually expect to see that much come through from RNG, similar to in the last game where it was Team WE the first ones to strike.
I think that's the big thing as well we were looking towards this game, is that for WE you have to be proactive. You have to be trying to get yourself back into a winning position to a certain extent. I feel with the Olaf particularly, you're looking for those early game skirmishes. We'll see if it is any different. We are going to see though the Wukong running straight into the Jace.
He's ganking his own lane, Penguin.
He's ganking his own lane. We are going to see a bit of a trade back here, both getting their Conqueror procs off, but this is just a solid trade for Xiaohu. He kind of needs to get that early one off.
Yeah, so this is a bit of an uncomfortable trade, because the thing is, like, Xiaohu, what he's basically doing is deciding to make the lane super volatile, which if you don't then play off of that, you're just passively losing this, playing a melee champion into the Jace here. So you'll notice both junglers start on the bottom side of the map and are pathing top lane, so it could actually be a little bit spicier more quickly than I was anticipating.
Yeah, and I think for RNG, right, even though you really don't want to make anything happen pre-level 6, top is really the only avenue you have to go for something, right? You can look to have Xiaohu go in, combo with the burst coming out from Lee Sin, Jace extremely squishy, and take him down. For WE side, not really having any lockdown in that top side 2v2 either, so could be left open to more skill expression. For WE, it is a lot more about mid-jungle, in my opinion, like Raz and Dom are hitting on.
Yeah, and I think as well, you're seeing the volatility. The Wukong goes in, picked up a long sword and 3 pots, knows that he's trying to just basically get the push, get reset, and get him out of what is a difficult early game for the Wukong. Yes, the Wukong is a soft counter the more the levels go on, but in the early stages, it is very much owned by the Jace.
Yeah, and the other thing, it's like when you're looking at top jungle 2v2 rather, Olaf does get through his jungle a little bit quicker, so you can see he's finishing off his Krugs at the same time that Wei is just going to be polishing off that blue buff too with top lane priority. Beishang should be securing Crab.
Oh, it should be fine in that bot side. We do see Ming going back in with the dredge line, but needs to be very, very careful. Zig's not really known for his 2v2ing ability, but we're going to see the mid lane crying, forcing him Shanks out. Shanks has no mana.
Yeah, but Shanks was trying to get a reset off, and if he was able to TP back into the topside river, it would be free. Instead, Wei actually steals away the Crab.
He steals away the Crab, but he's going to trade his life for it. Wei being chased down by a very angry Viking. Does have to get the safeguard away, with Breed having that push in topside, maybe very difficult for Xiaohu to come back down and help.
Yeah, also pretty dicey situation. I think for the side of RNG, they're actually lucky that Shanks did end up going back and just using his TP in the mid lane, because if not, could have been a really rough situation for Xiaohu. Potentially could have gotten a dive off. That isn't what's going to happen, though. You do see Wei actually still around the top half of the map, to where Beishang, with losing out on that top side scuttle, is going to make his way down to the bottom lane. And for W, it's so nice, right? We've seen they've had 3 lanes of prio pretty much all early game.
Yeah, and it makes the top side Crab steal even like better for Wei, because with both side lanes and mid having prio, and you're You're also in a losing early jungle matchup where Olaf just clears the camps faster. B2 in duels in these early levels. To even just get one of those crabs is going to be a minor win. Now back into the Rift, both top laners have used their TP. Cryan has held on to his and actually just walked all the way back towards mid. And I feel like this plays exactly into the style of Cryan, what we saw in game number 1 as well. He has TP now to influence both top or bot lane once Shanks gets level 6 and tries to influence the map.
That's the thing I love about RNG's comp once again overall, and the fact that they've changed it up and brought out the Ziggs priority is the fact that now, you know, running these triple TP compositions, they can just make so many plays around the map if Cryan has to come and answer a bot play, and you can still go back up to playing towards the top side. Gala will be just fine. Nice use of the satchel charge coming out. But point is, right, you always have a member to answer for wherever a play's happening, especially up against a comp like WE. Sure, you'd have a pretty good front-to-back team fight, but a comp that does want to utilize side lanes as well, it makes it very hard for WE to do that.
I think the big thing as well for WE, they want to be kind of approaching fights with the poke from Jace coming down, peppering down those health bars, not allowing Gala or even, you know, the likes of Cryan to let them set their feet down to throw back that damage.
Yeah, and Team WE, in order to get to that stage, are going to have to keep their guard out coming up fairly soon. Both Cryan and Xiaohu going to be level 6, and I mean, Ming too, the roams towards a mid lane with a Malzahar to set up is going to be so unleashed here. So vision in river, making sure you know where Ming and Wei are on the map pretty much at all times. They can't influence these solo lanes in particular. I think it's going to be absolutely critical for Team WE in the next few minutes.
Yeah, and I feel like a crucial part of all of that is honestly based on clear ward. I think Xiao will be okay spotting this out. For RNG's composition, they just have so many ways to CC targets down. Penguin, maybe getting a bit spicy?
A little bit spicy. Missing will have that great help. They are going to try and turn this one around. Ming taking a very punishing trade. We're going to see the top side though, 2v2. Cyclone has been hit. The Sonic Wave follows him all the way to the turret. Perfectly done by RNG.
The second level 6 comes through from the Wukong. Wei is there to punish. Doesn't even care that Beishong was there. He just saw him on the top side, but they have the burst, and that is why you pick the Wukong up against the Jace.
Yeah, the decisiveness coming out from RNG as well, just beautiful. And we saw yesterday what Lee Sins are able to do. Once again, feels like the Qs just don't miss. And for RNG being able to pick up those kills, but a point I was trying to hit on earlier, right? If RNG can blow the flashes from WE, their comp is so hard to play out. You just have so many tools to lock down the key carries of WE.
And those tools are going to be coming online soon. Before we check out the replay, gotta say, Ming was just walking back onto the top side of the map, so I think Flash was blown by the Jace in this play. Oh, you gotta keep that in mind here because it's a whole party going up to the top lane.
They are going to put down the Hearth, and Breeze gets hooked down. The dredge line is absolutely perfect. Kick back, donated to Xiaohu. RNG starting exactly what they want to do in that top side.
And Ender just called it right. After the flash is blown, we see Ming pathing up there. And this is the RNG that the LPL fans know. Ming playing up towards the top side, being another support for Xiaohu. Again, Xiaohu kind of living the dream that Uzi used to live. All resources going to one key carry. But now WE at least going to get something on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, I'm like, I remember a little bit of that from MSI. You know, it didn't feel good to play against. That is for sure. But like you're saying, Lyric, these cross-map plays, Team WE, this is something that was very much lacking for them in Game 1. Good to see them reacting to the top side play. Breathe, going to be very unhappy with how that went, especially with losing 2 turret plates in the process, but Team WE gets something in return.
And then we see just how important this Lee Sin was. We were questioning not picking it up, ban or pick in the last game, and we can see how powerful it can be. Of course, massive pick in our series yesterday, and today looks like it's going to be another massive pivotal pick for the jungle.
Yeah, and you just have so much set up for it, right? Nautilus, Malzahar, Wukong, so many ways to set up the Q and the burst coming out from the Lee Sin. And talking about the Malzahar, just because we haven't talked about the mid lane matchup that much, Shanks has been able to come out ahead. Ryze actually a pretty decent pick into Malzahar in early levels, in my opinion. Also, you have an easy time just clearing out the little voidlings because Ryze just has such a ridiculous amount of wave clear. But still, later on in the game, right, the suppress going to come in pretty clutch for setting up the damage from both Lee Sin and Ziggs.
I also think that Malzahar can be pretty nice at matching Ryze roams, not in the sense that you have a global, but when Ryze actually gets prio against you and pushes out the wave, Malzahar can just drop all his abilities and leave. So they clear the wave before, like, as he's already gone, so you can catch up on a little bit of time in that regards. And of course, we already mentioned when it comes to like actually shutting down these picks with CC, you can definitely set up for your teammates. That's sort of what my eye is on next for a player like Xiao, who is, do we actually see him roam back towards the mid lane with that guaranteed prio that he's had for a little bit in top lane after those couple ganks and return the favor to the team?
And again, it's just RNG playing the way RNG have all year. It's getting facilitating mid laners into a roaming support, and Gala Gala on something that can self-sustain, self-sufficient to keep him safe in that bot side. The Ziggs, very much a priority pick. They insta-picked it first time. They said, we need this so that we can open up Ming and get him around the map.
Yeah, and it fits RNG's playstyle so well. It was always so weird that RNG didn't really gravitate towards the pick. Gala really being viewed as a bit of a Varus one-trick this split. Had the Kai'Sa Spring, now with the Varus, showing, you know, he's a versatile player. He can pick up more champions than meets the eye. Fits their playstyle so well. Now I'm curious to see where RNG will go with the Rift Herald. They've been playing up a lot towards topside. That is the RNG bread and butter. And even for WE, not really having that much wave clear to where you'd have to care too much about mid.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it might just be this top lane, right, because the tower was already taken pretty low. You can threaten a dive. It doesn't necessarily have to be right now, but in the next couple of minutes, at least, you can drop that Herald, set up for a very easy dive. You look at it, Gala technically has TP, probably wouldn't want to use it to get to the top side, unless he took a reset right now, in which case it could be decent with Ming roaming top. It can be a little bit dangerous to go bot himself. He just wants to use that ultimate to clear out the wave while the rest of his team hits top lane.
Oh no, Breathe. He thinks he's safe. He thinks I've cleared the vision this time round. I've done it properly. But no, you are not safe from the top side gang, from the top side focus. It's a campsite up there for Wei, and it's going to be another kill going over to Xiaohu. And they're going to go jumping onto the Nautilus. Ming trying to roam around and see if they could punish it again, but with the Rift Herald dropping, that's tier 1 top going down. Very much bog standard for RNG.
Man, it just feels so rough for Breathe. A standout top laner of the split getting punished so heavily by RNG, but Realm Warp.
Crying did have to flash. We do see a good dredge line, but he's going to have the Rune Prism popping down. The Exhausters to try and slow him off. The W is going to change his course. Ming trying to get himself over the wall. Does have flash available. Not going to use it. Shanks picks up a kill. And while that was all happening, the rest of RNG got themselves the hell out of top.
Yeah, I mean, Ming's going to die there every single time, so good on him to hold on to that flash. But you have to go and look at the entire game plan from RNG. Using the Herald into the top side, they get the kill, they get it all. And because of this Ziggs, the power of that pick, he uses a Q, maybe an ultimate, he instantly clears the wave on the bot side. They can't respond and try to dive him in turn. So RNG just with a great early game sequence there to jump out 2,000 ahead.
I feel like that's a big thing, right? Not being able to answer on the opposite side, like you just said, Under. Having a Vayne in a Tahm Kench is going to be quite hard to dive something like a Ziggs, not having the same amount of lockdown or burst like you did in your last bottom lane 2v2. And now for WE, who would like to have their soul laners ahead, with Jace being set so far behind, with Ryze not really able to find an impact, I feel like RNG's comp is in such a good position, and it goes back to what I remember Dom saying earlier in the draft, that RNG's a team you can count on to be able to snowball a game cleanly.
And the big thing as well, you look at WE, even looking at Shanks on this Ryze, you're thinking, okay, did the Everfrost up? He had to go for that QSS. He cannot risk getting full on, nether grasps and getting taken down. I'm imagining Elk, after he picks up his Immortal Shield Ball, will have to do something relatively similar if he's not around his Tahm Kench at all times.
All right, so junglers down towards this bottom side of the map. I feel like Shanks definitely wants to get into a position where he can try to influence the rest of the map, but it has not been easy with how RNG have just sort of taken things over. Missing and Elk have sort of been locked in this bottom lane, and yeah, the Xiaohu roams that top lane priority, always going to be a threat. So with Dragon spawning in 10 seconds, Xiaohu just walks down mid, pushes Shanks back underneath the tower, pushes in the wave, and that should be a pretty easy Drake secure for RNG.
Yeah, and I just love that we have top laners like Xiaohu who do this. We do have a lot of selfish top laners here in the LPL, the Bins, the Shies of the world, but people like Xiaohu, we've seen Flandre also good at this as well, realizing, hey, there's really nothing to do up in topside. Breathe also does look like he's freezing that wave, so really opening up RNG to make this play on the opposite side. Now we're going to see how RNG can push this forward even more for the fact that, again, Breathe is holding that wave up there.
And again, similar to game one, WE have They have a very short-range comp. They have a team that needs to be very close to you in order to put down that damage. Vayne, not exactly known for her range, and now we can see RNG pressuring this bot side.
Yeah, so Gala actually TP'd back into bot lane. This says they want to keep the pressure up. Forget top lane, forget mid. It's 5 players in the bot lane for RNG.
They only have 1 TP on Breed, so this is a 4v5 at best here for WE, but Shanks is roaming around. Mega Inferno Bomb does come down to try to jump onto the support. Missing goes Gold, and they're buying a lot of time. Not a lot of damage comes down. There we go. The Catfish ends up being taken out. Now we can see Xiaohu forced to flash away to go straight back in. 3-man Cyclone, but he's by himself. RNG did not get the memo, Lyric.
It's so tragic. The wave was gone. No one else able to follow up. Xiaohu thought, hey, they're funneled into a choke. I see the perfect angle, but no one able to follow. Still, RNG going to hang around and try to get some damage on this turret.
Oh, here we go. Dredge line in, and they find Shanks to try and turn this one around. Ming tanking the turret for now. One more auto attack from the Vayne would have been enough, but they cannot find that kill. While that's all been happening, Breathe happy to be playing PvE.
Yeah, he's getting the plates in topside. Now the plates have actually broken off as Elk takes a nice little trade. Not a nice trade anymore after getting hit by the Gala.
Oh dear, and now it's going to be missing coming back into the lane, but I don't think you want to be here, buddy. You just cannot stay here by yourself. He does get himself back. They are fairly low health bars here for the side of RNG. They will eventually take the tower.
Painful, just absolutely painful. They don't get the plates in the bot side. I think that was one of the original ideas from RNG. It's like, oh, we have the Zig, so we can actually cheat and get all the plates right before those end up dropping. But all in all, it is RNG extending their gold lead by another 1,000. They got the Drake on top of it too, and just maintaining the pressure against WE is something that RNG are so good at once they have a lead.
Yeah, and like we said, right, RNG having the members down here. Shao, who of course did go down trying to look for that play earlier, but I love the decisiveness coming out from RNG. They realize that some key tools are down, like the Ragnarok, like no ultimate on Vayne. They decide to go for it, easily able to pick off the Rise. And then Beishang as well, not in a good spot. I think he does end up getting away. And then this was the tragic one, right? Elk just continuously getting chipped down by the bombs. The Leandres is there for the burn as well. And man, he's just getting hit by everything.
It just feels so bad there. Gala able to take so much damage on top of him, or bring so much damage on top of him. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb to stop any kind of push. And you can see Elk, he's got the Immortal Shield Bow, but with the Ziggs, we've seen it a million times before, he can just stop any push.
But how insane is Ziggs ult? You can play 3 lanes with players only in 2 of them, right? With just a quick little jaunt down halfway through the jungle, drop that R in the bot lane. Your team is taking Herald on the top side, and that is why this pick is so insanely strong. It immediately stifles any hope of a side map play. You get free priority once you get some items as well. So it's full push in mid, full push in top lane around the Wukong. And the Malzahar, Krine doesn't even have to farm. He's just running around like, ooh, I want to press R on somebody, get a kill.
Yeah, he just gets to play the utility role. But going back to that Ziggs, I feel like the crazy thing to me about Ziggs is the fact that you're really the only AD carry who has a bit of mobility with your satchel charts that has like the level of wave clear that you do. So you can just so safely play it on 1v2. Sure, Ezreal has the E, but doesn't have the same amount of wave clear to enable these plays on top of, again, having another global for the rest of your team.
Of course, we're talking about all the positives for RNG. WE did opt into letting Breathe get that top side. So they were able to get him a lot of farm, get him back into the matchup because he wasn't as far behind as he was before. Still 0-3, so those are not feeling great, but still equaling out that CS, getting himself his Eclipse, so feeling a little bit better coming into these mid-game fights.
Yeah, Breathe is feeling better, but I think it comes at the cost of like Elk not being nearly as happy. Gala, of course, is going to have so much money off of plates and all this stuff. Ooh, the Rift is getting spicy with all of our heat map there, what I assume that ends up being. But yeah, I mean, RNG just continue to play in all these lanes, keep the pressure up, and the other painful thing is how does Beishang actually keep farming when enemy team is just walking in your jungle 24/7?
That's the big thing for me. It's like looking forward, how does WE walk into territory that RNG controls, right? Sure, you have some poke coming out from Breathe, but you have even more poke coming out from Gala from the amount of gold he's been able to pick up. You have a bunch of engage on RNG side, and WE really have done. What are you going to do? Realm Warp Beishang into the backline alone, while again, Breathe's trying to put up poke like from a long range, missing, not really being able to do anything. I feel like it's just so awkward from WE to be able to take space that they have to opt into what they're doing now. They need to opt into cross-mapping.
That's what I was just about to say. They've clearly decided, right, we're going to go 1-3-1. We'll put Rise and Jason to the side lanes. We don't care about Dragon coming up in 20 seconds. That's not even close to Soul just yet. We're going to keep Breathe bot side, just play safe, get the advantages or get the golden experience where you can.
I feel like that's just like such a big thing that for a long time was underrated, but doesn't really feel like anymore. Is just being on objective first. Like how powerful that is, denying vision, making it so hard for whether your team doesn't have engage or doesn't have poke. There's just so many different tools to play around that situation.
Yeah, and I think that also comes down a lot to like the meta and the champions that are being played too, because like when you have like less like giant beefy frontliners that are super happy to sort of walk in and create space in the river, like it's less important in a meta like that to be on the objective first. But when you have a lot of these champions that's about like getting priority over lanes, you know, can you actually set up in the fog of war? Do you have these champions that you want to invite the enemy team to walk into you like a Ziggs? That is going to be so important for your squad. And you can see RNG have now given up control of their bot side because, hey, we just got the Dragon. We don't need that. They're taking a reset anyways, and Xiaohu just has to play a little bit safe.
Xiaohu's got back up a little bit. He just recognized the rest of W are here. You can see there QSS onto missing, so he's had to rush that one there. Not going to be as tanky in these fights. Has to keep himself safe. We were talking about a little bit during the pick and ban before we came on the broadcast that great to have a Devour, but if you get caught by the Nethergraft, you're not going anywhere, so he has to prioritize that item.
Yeah, you know, Tom Kench, a tank. I just want to take it back to what Ender was talking about with tanks, because, you know, guys, I honestly miss tank meta. I miss champions like Maokai. I miss Yorns. Just, you know, small niche thing about them. They have the most, like, audibly pleasing auto attack sounds on turrets and turrets. I love it.
They have to get something pleasing in there.
Maokai is actually really nice. That nice little crunch, you know, as his branches are breaking. It's good stuff.
He gets his passive going. It's like
yeah, I've honestly been watching a lot of the old League of Legends Worlds streams and stuff on Twitch. It's been a lot of fun. I've been enjoying it. I miss slow team fights. Slow team fights are pretty sweet.
I don't miss 55-minute games where nothing happens though. That is definitely not a meta I would
like
appreciate.
a 55-minute game once a month. You know, I could. That's the proper pace for me.
I can't even remember who it was, but the longest game to I know there's the Janair one in LCK.
Yes.
There's also the
70 minutes.
I think it was
Robert X. Lee with 800 CS. Yeah. I remember.
It was absolutely insane, but. Bagman, take it away.
We're coming back into this game. We see the reptile being bopped down. I'm actually going to see them. Beishong gets caught and taken out. Finally, the turret goes down. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb back in on top of this. They're trying to get the Cyclone onto Missing, who's forced to flash back in under his tower. We'll get another charge off of Shelly as WE are pinned back into their base. They don't really have the wave clear right now to deal with these waves, and they're just not able to get anything else off of it.
Golem missed the satchel charge on the turret. I mean, he hit it. It was just like one auto attack away from being able to delete it instantly. Regardless, though, it just feels like RNG are on a completely different level today. From game one until now, the early games have just been so insanely clean. The control around objectives, and of course, their ability to speed up the pace of the game. Right here, just an instant explosion onto Beishong, who gets bumped back into the team. The ulti is a little bit late, and it's a complete explosion on him.
Yeah, I think RNG just playing, you know, again, very clean coming into this one. Penguin, you highlighted here, W not really having any wave clear to stop any sort of extended sieges coming out from the side of RNG. It is a bit tragic, like Ender said. So close, but not exactly there. And going back to what Ender was just hitting on about RNG, I feel like this is what we saw during the split as well. RNG came out in interviews and said, hey, it took us a lot of time to adapt to the summer split meta. Coming back from MSI, having to quarantine, all the stops, and then now coming into playoffs, getting to play one series. They didn't have the best read on what was going on, but after losing that one, having the time and figuring it out here today.
Woo! Shanks just about getting himself out. Had to dodge
I thought it was
silence.
almost time for a Fnatic pause right there, I'll be honest.
No, he was intending to stay in it, so that's all that matters on that particular one. But this is the issue now you have with Crime being able to, like you mentioned earlier there, Ender, perma push, drop down the Malefic Visions, get yourself a couple of Voidlings, and you're just able to keep this Shanks pick away. Now, Missing, caught out, no flash this time around. We are going to see them going in, but a good blast cone away keeps both the jungler and support of WE safe.
But still, it's just a ticking time bomb here for Team WE trying to deal with this, because now that you've lost full control over your top side jungle, maybe RNG don't go for Baron immediately, maybe they play towards the Drake, but eventually you're going to have to try and reclaim space in that top side. You're going to have to walk into not even just like the Ziggs necessarily, but all the pick tools that RNG have at their disposal. It is very easy for RNG to just sort of start up the Baron or bait it out. I feel like Team WE at this point need to be switching to like 4 blue trinkets on their team. You just need some tools to reclaim vision to your top side.
I feel like for WE, they really only have one realistic play in my mind, which is trying to commit to the Xiaohu side of the map, right? Sending numerous members down there trying to find the pick. Sure, you set up RNG for potentially starting the Baron, but at least you have 2 TPs available on your soul laners, and then you can try and opt into a numbers advantage fight, because if not, we already hit on it. If your soul laners aren't ahead as WE, you're not retaking space from side lanes, you're never going to be able to outwave clear Ziggs, so you're not going through mid. You can't just blindly walk through your jungle. It's just so rough for them.
Really quickly, I actually wonder if Team WE are going to try to go for the Baron sneak again, just because Beishong actually walked into the pit to try and clear away the control ward, so there's no vision inside the pit, and they could use like the Realm Warp again if they wanted to, but I think RNG are taking this one and covering all the bases, right? You know, regaining control on the top side, making sure that's not going to be a possibility, then they can walk it down and get the Dragon, or even just have Xiaohu solo it.
And the big thing is, you're looking at the items right now. You've got a Rylai's Crystal Scepter on top of that Leandri's Torment. You've got the Morellonomicon as well for the Ziggs. Your wave clear and also just straight up your burst coming out from the side of the RNG is just absolutely massive. We are going to see in the minimap there, just going to be able to take the Dragons. That's going to be Soul Point again. Another Infernal Soul going to be available here for RNG, but WE not willing to let this one go just yet. TP going to be committed. We're going in. It's going to be stolen. WE get the Dragon, but the team fight is going to ensue. Double TPs have been brought in. The golden on the blue side. It's over to UE and RNG are going full in. Xiaohu is dead, and now RNG are a little bit separated. They trade top laner for jungler, but look at Elk. He's pushing forward. Elk is looking for all of this damage. He's going for it. Bree jumps in. Double kill, triple kill. WE are not out of this just yet.
Team WE turned it around. around, and there's a Baron on the Rift too. They have a Rise, they have a Vayne. They are going to port straight on over to it. Team WE are back in it.
Honestly, this looked completely over for the side of WE, but punishing RNG for wanting everything on the map, wanting to play towards Baron, wanting to play towards Dragon, WE committed and they come out ahead.
RNG got lazy, they got complicit, they thought they had the run of the map, they thought they had total control. WE fully commit to making sure they do not lose this Dragon, and it was a great call.
Oh, it's just a cataclysmic throw from RNG, you know? They're on the Baron, or on the Drake first, but they don't have a jungler here. Ming's not in the area. They think they're just strong enough, but all this setup doesn't really accomplish much. Cryin uses his ultimate onto an Olaf, which does some damage. He's gonna end up falling, but it's not the lockdown to set up for the rest of the team. Frankly, Lee Sin and Nautilus just way too late to the party, and Vayne had so much time to free fire.
Yeah, that's the big thing, right? You saw the two carries off to the right side in Gall and Cryin. The two like pseudo frontliners in Ming and Wei not even there. Xiaohu getting bursted out before anyone could join, and WE punished. Now they do have those strong soul laners that we were talking about. Now especially this Vayne getting a bit more gold in their pocket could be quite strong.
That was the big thing as well. You see how quickly Breathe and Elk committed to flashing over the wall. Oh, never mind. We're going to find someone cut in the mid lane. Elk, no QSS. You did not pay the tax man, and they're taking you down.
Way clean on the Lee Sin, finding a way through the enemy jungle, and RNG back on form after a huge misstep there, giving Team WE a way back into the game. They're walking up mid, and you have a Voidling here if they want to hit this tower. A wave not far behind.
This is a Ziggs. You can take this so incredibly quickly, and with topside pushing as well, you need Shanks. You have no wave clear. You need Shanks to commit back to the team, but never mind. It's a 4v3 in this top side as the Tam Kench goes down. Beishang forced to ult to go away. RNG, you thought you threw it away. You thought they had it all, but they are just too damn quick and too damn aggressive. But Shanks, he's looking for a base race.
No, but he's going to have to go back because RNG have so many members in the base. I just love how willing RNG are for pulling the trigger and finding these picks. They get two inhibs, and once again, we're back with RNG in control.
Oh my word, RNG just completely throw. They give Team WE a team fight win, a Dragon, a Baron, everything. It's all of a sudden back to a pretty close game, but Wei's like, nah, it's fine. He finds the way in, picks off Elk, and just completely explodes the game. I mean, watch his path into this. They do see him. Shockingly, I didn't even catch that the first time around, but Elk is just...
Hey, you know he's there!
There's a tower right behind you, buddy. There's so many things that could have gone better there. Elk just way too far forward, and once you're in the base, setting up the dives with no Vayne on the enemy side, all too easy.
We're gonna have to come back to live though very, very quickly. We can see there the Lee Sin being chased down here by Shanks. The Everfrost goes down. They donate that one over to Elk. It's not a game of League of Legends. It's volleyball.
He doesn't have a team on that side of the map either.
It's so crazy, right? He's the one who brought it back. He's the one who just found the pick, and now gives it right back to W.
Yeah, when you catch the ball, you got to throw it back. That's the way this game goes. You got to throw it either side.
This is League of Legends, not baseball.
We can see the replay on the screen there, and it's just, honestly, you're just juking each other out and saying where you're going to go, but it's straight up just Wei in the wrong side of the map at the wrong time.
I don't know if maybe it was like stealing Krugs before this or something, or like...
Capitalized.
Like, no one was pushing over there like Ender said, so I'm not quite sure what they were looking for, but WE now, they are just continuing to utilize the split push coming out from the Rise. They're using Breathe to continue to group with the team and kind of be this siege element to hit on the enemy, and at least now for WE, I do think they have an avenue to play out the game and actually fight back. They're not that far behind in gold, less than 3,000 at this point.
I mean, 3 items on pretty much all of their carries. Levels are going to be even. Actually, Shanks is level 17 compared to Cryan's level 15. That's going to be a big advantage for Team W heading into this next fight. Again, if you can protect a Rise and Vayne in the backline, Team WE poses a serious threat.
I think that's the big thing now. This will put you on soul point. 3 arms in the Jace. His poke is going to be massive, but it's definitely nothing to be sniffed at on the side of RNG. You've got the 3.5 items here for the Ziggs, and of course 3.5 items coming out for the Malzahar. You get caught out, you're in a lot of trouble. RNG have control around this Dragon Pit, and with 2 inhibitors down, I feel like WE just don't have the pressure.
It's going to be so important for Team W. They don't necessarily have to fight over this Drake, but they might just want to. And with this composition, with their damage dealers being so single target, it's all about isolating members of RNG, splitting up the fight. That's what the role of someone like Beishang is going to be, diving into the back lines. No Baron on the Rift just yet, and Team W are going to back away.
Yeah, I feel like that's so depressing for W, right? If a Baron, so you can try and call their bluff, try and bring them up on the Baron and make sure they don't get the Dragon. Again, it's not the end of the world. RNG will be on soul point. You're still going to get gold on some of your key carries. It's nice to see that RNG have defaulted back to playing as his 5-man core, because it feels like for the past few minutes that RNG have just kind of been a bit disconnected, right? They've been playing by themselves. They've been trying to take too much all across the map, but now they're going back to this like death ball composition, trying to play front to backs where they would excel.
Yeah, they try to go to TPs, but I do believe that WE are ready and waiting. But Dredgeline does land onto Missing, who does end up getting caught up and knocked up, does have the great skin to keep himself alive. Actually just finished up his lock into the Iron Solari, so able to keep himself alive with the shield. Look how low his health bar is, but now a third inhibitor has gone down. RNG have completely left the base in tatters.
Yeah, RNG have turned it double super minions every single wave now with all 3 inhibitors down 50 seconds away from the Baron too. So RNG can back it up, can play for that objective, regain control, but Team WWE just fighting.
They're going straight in with the Realm Warp. They're trying to find themselves a fight. Beishang there with the Ragnarok to keep himself safe and not CC.
Xiaohu on
The
the
flash
flank.
throw. Xiaohu though has the Cyclone. He's going to go in. Elk goes on top of him. They only get 1 kill. They're forcing the flash away from Cry, and his chase goes down. It's a trade of 1 for 2, 2 for 2. They're trying to go this one now. It's top laners and support's dead, but the triple kill here for Elk. He's hunting. He's fighting for more, but there's already super minions on the base.
Yeah, but so WE are forced to TP back to answer this one. Still, WE were able to find some kills. They're able to get some gold back. It's not the end of the world, but these super minions, they're going to do so much. Look at the base.
Look at the base, but look at the TP coming in now. Elk and Beishang do not have the damage. They do not have the way of getting away. If Cryan was able to land any CC, wasn't able to get it, WE survive.
Team WE making the split-second decision there. We're just porting in all 5 players, and because Xiaohu was on the flank, Team WE just said, let's just keep pushing forward, like completely ignore him, get Elk onto the front line dealing damage, and the Wukong can't jump onto you. Still though, Baron is back onto the Rift, and because of the supers inside WE's base, they weren't able to go ahead and rush that.
Yeah, sad for them. I still love this play coming out, like you said, under being the aggressors of the situation. They know some health bars were still low. We did highlight Xiaohu on the flank, but still, we saw Beishang running forward, getting numerous members down. Even Breathe playing off to the side, getting a lot of key accelerated shot blast. Sadly, the Malzahar damage not able to take down Elk. Comes out from that one. The Immortal Shield Bow shield is popped, and then it does look like WE were able to come out with a slight advantage, but now we're at the Baron.
This is where it becomes so difficult for WE. Again, it's RNG in the pit first. It's RNG with all the pit tools to turn off the objective to zone Beishang away from the pit. There's no flash on the Olaf, and there's no Thresh on his team either.
There's no Thresh this time around, and it's going to be a Baron down, but it's not a very quick Baron. You don't have a natural AD carry, so it's taking a little bit of time. TP going to be committed here, and the Baron has been disengaged from. RNG know that they just have to play the timer. They have a huge wave in bot side. Both teams just poking, prodding, pushing to see if they can find an advantage. Great satchel charge to disengage. Beishang already taken down to below about a third of his HP. Sterex has been popped as well. Missing used the locket. Bot side's got double super minions, Ender.
The supers are so crucial. WE have to go back. They have to give up the Baron. It almost feels like they've been chunked out so much. They have to get a reset off on Beishang as well. He can't get into the pit. The Baron goes to RNG.
Yep, we're going to see Breathe can go for some kind of miracle steal with the accelerated shot glass, but not going to be able to do it. RNG will pick this one up, and man, I love this, right? I feel like we see so many LPL teams who don't have the patience to look for these plays, who aren't going to wait for the wave to, push the enemy out, rely on the poke diff from the Ziggs, and then get the guaranteed objective. But RNG are the team who are able to make these combo decisions, who are able to make the smarter map plays. Now RNG can look to get wave set up for the Dragon in about a minute and 30 seconds.
And you're looking at this team with a Baron buff, the safety you're able to get, and again, back to what we talked about, W having such a short range composition, it makes it so difficult for them to try and defend this while also trying to deny Soul Point.
Everything on the line here for WE. Already down 1-0 in the series. A world spot on the line. Their season continuing on the line too. And Team WE, we thought they were completely out of it 10 minutes ago. Had a critical team fight around the Drake where they were able to claw their way back in, but it has still been backs against this wall this entire time. Infernal Soul is going to be spawning onto Rift oh so soon, and it comes down to whether or not WE can keep Elk and Shanks alive, as well as their base. It's 3 different things for them.
I think lucky for them, right, those other 2 inhibitors are back up. I'm curious to see how WE try and walk into their bottom side jungle, how they try and get into the river, right? Because RNG, I think, such a crucial time to get the Baron buff, to give them even more wave control on the map, get these waves pushed in. We can see they already have full vision control on bottom side. They even have a wave pushing up in top. So for WE, they're gonna have to be a bit clever. We can see them trying to funnel down through the bottom lane right now. You do have the Realm Warp available, and there can be some tricky ways for W to find fights.
Key summoners available or not available for this fight. Elk does not have his flash, but does have a QSS and a stopwatch. He's got a couple of ways of keeping himself alive, but it's all about where you get the priority targets. If Elk can continue putting down those silver bullet procs, this could be desperate for the side of RNG.
He just bottled that right before this fight, too. He knows it is do or die right now. Dragon is on to the rift. Let's fight.
Here we go. Dragon has been spawned. It is going to be a denial from WE or Soul for RNG. The poke is coming down and Beishong down below half. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb bringing him down and popping Hysterics. He's lost a lot of his tankiness in this fight. We can see just so much damage coming down. They're going to use the Realm Warp. They're going to put Beishong on the backside.
What?
He goes in to die, and that's the rest of it. Cyclone comes in, missing, next to follow. You can see Shanks, though, picking off the Ziggs, and they're going to be able to get the stopwatch out of Elk. He used the QSS. He's trying to back away. He's got his immobile shield bow, but he cannot survive. The Sonic Wave lands, and RNG clean up a clean ace, and they'll end the game.
I'm just so confused by WE. I said you could use the Realm Warp in clever ways, not sending in your 10% HP Olaf Enter. What are they doing? They throw it all on the line. RNG will go up to match point 2-0 against Team WE. RNG, they had some missteps in the mid game, but at the end, they figured out how to give no room to Team WE. Group up his fight. Do not allow yourself to be isolated away. That's how they come away with it, and Team WE plays straight into them.
And RNG now 2-0 in the matchup. They've got themselves one step away from a ticket to Worlds as the third seed from the LPL. WE, they had a good mid game, but they still just weren't enough, and they're looking like they're going to go down into another series. They're going to have to play another best of 5 if they can't crawl it back.
Yeah, and we need to remember, right, if WE do go down, it took them 5 games to beat RA in their playoff series. So, you know, WE looking good coming in as a higher seed to this, but I still don't think any guaranteed favorites in this regional run. This game, though, almost reminded me of that first game of RNG versus LNG, right? RNG having such a good run, they almost throw everything away by being a bit too greedy. They think they can cover Baron while pushing top, while also taking Dragon at the same time. But in the end, luckily they were able to pull it through. But again, we saw a bit of catch going back and forth, especially from Wei this game.
Exactly, right? Like, Wei had the insane pick after they lose the fight, and then is just running into the top side jungle. We were in a replay, so I'm still not exactly sure what the logic was, if there was logic.
We'll
but the
never
end of it, we'll never know. But at the end of the day, I feel like if there's anything this game proved for me still, it's that even with throwing, even with mid-game carelessness, RNG just looks so much stronger today. The fact that they were able to pull it back together, that they figured out exactly how to shut down Team WE's chances of winning, because the only fights WE were winning is when RNG were like looking for flanks, looking for dives. If they just deathball and play with a Malzahar and Ziggs poke, there's not much that WE can do.
That was the thing, right? Was just their map play overall was so much better. They didn't really give WE any breathing room. I think mechanically and like in teamfights, WE were all right. The problem is just where we were at in the game, they really had no avenues, right? Their soul laners were too far behind. Their Vayne especially was just pretty much taken out of the game. And now looking at game 3, it's going to be rough for WE. You've already kind of come in with 2 completely different drafts. You went like full-on early game death ball composition in game 1. You took like a more side lane oriented route in game 2, and now it's like, hey, what's left in game 3? Maybe, again, the poke and siege we were hitting on earlier can come out, but then again, I feel like RNG's just adapted to this meta so well.
Yeah, absolutely. And you said, like, you know, WE's gone for different compositions. RNG stuck to roughly the same composition, yet they swapped the Galio out for the Malzahar, but keeping that Wukong, getting that engage, having 2 engage kind of champions, the Ziggs being such a huge priority pick to make sure that Godlike can stay safe and keep wave clearing.
I think Ziggs has to go. The rest of the picks, they're good, right?
Yeah.
They're good for RNG, but they're not just game-breaking. Ziggs ult, game-breaking. Ziggs shutting down your side up. Completely absurd. I don't care if your Vayne had some good team fights later on. That does not erase the 10k gold lead that RNG was able to get in the early game off the Ziggs.
Yeah, again, it just changes the dynamic of the game that's being played, and that dynamic suits RNG.
Yeah, really, really does. We'll see if WE are able to change anything in their Game 3 draft, or if RNG will be booking their tickets to Worlds. We're going to send a quick break, and when we return, it'll be Hysterics, Raz, and Dom on the analyst desk.
Hello everyone, Mazel here. It has been an incredible first year of the LPL for me, and it's been full of so many wonderful memories and wonderful people to boot. I have to say, one memory that sticks out the most has to be me getting to cover the first round of playoffs, Team WE versus OMG, with Team WE starting off their streak in the playoffs. It was an amazing moment for myself and something I will never forget in my entire life. Something else is you have to celebrate League of Legends China and their 10th anniversary. That is an incredible feat in and of itself, and happiest of anniversaries. LPL fighting.
Hello everyone, this is Wendy. My most precious memory is about FPX winning that world title in Paris in 2019. I was at the arena that year and I cannot forget about the moment that all the FPX players lifting that trophy together. I'm so proud of League of Legends China, and also I'm very happy to be part of this. So I want to say happy League of Legends China 10th anniversary. So happy birthday LPL!
Hey, it's Dagda here, and I wanted to give a massive congratulations to League of Legends China on its 10-year anniversary. Honestly, it's been an incredible achievement, and I've been so lucky to have been a part of that, even just for my 2-year tenure here in the LPL. And I have to say, my favourite memory being part of the LPL has to be Spring Split 2021. Walking into that venue, hearing the crowd, having that energy behind you when you cast is something I'll never forget. And it was the first time I actually got to cast in front of a live crowd, so it kind of was a very fond memory for me as well. So I think going forward, I cannot wait to see what League of Legends China is going to achieve even more. And Joyo LPL as we move on to the World Championship.
What's up, guys? Munchables here from the LPL English broadcast. I'm one of the play-by-play commentators, and my favourite memory of the LPL comes from last year, and it's when I first joined the team. I remember in summer, we went to the Mercedes Arena, and the first time I stepped into that arena, there was all lights in every single seat because obviously there couldn't be an audience. And I remember seeing the lights ripple around the stadium and just seeing what an unbelievable sight it was. That was just unforgettable for me. Congratulations, everyone, on League's 10-year anniversary in China.
好的，欢迎来到比赛现场，我是解说米勒，这也是整个系列赛的天王山。
我解释过上千局比赛，但今天这一局好像有点不一样。对面这把声音挺大呀，面对强大的对手，先亮标致敬。对手抢到一血，线上打得好凶啊！今天他这条路有点危险。 队友让他先走，什么？他竟敢回头反打！看下这边，这下路有点难熬。
你说咱们是能耐场吗？
艰难度过发育期，他能在团战中力挽狂澜吗？
一定能。
哇，这边河道被多人追击，他交出闪现冲了上去，他能救下队友，全身而退吗？ 对面很会运营兵线，拉扯的好厉害，还是回去稳一稳比较好吧。等等，难道他想一波？来了，他终于赶到战场，期待一下。
拿下了
！5个队的人聚在一起，真的可以召唤出凤凰。我说，你们还真够敢的，你们不怕质疑吗？不怕挫折吗？ 不怕对面伤害爆炸吗？不怕努力毁于一旦吗？不怕命运再开一次玩笑吗？不怕冲上去就回不去了吗？不怕洪水般的压力将你们淹没吗？不怕赌上一切吗？不怕的话，那5个字你们不如自己喊吧！我们是冠军！欢迎来到 LPL， 无畏进巅峰。
Hey,
我觉得 W 就是以他们打野为核心吧，就是他们打野是找节奏的，如果喊我的队友反对到他的节奏的话，就很容易赢他们吧。我觉得打 W1 的话，就我们不要失误的话，就很好赢他们吧。
Well, RNG have kind of smacked WE around in game 2. A little bit more back and forth. But it definitely was a great start of the series. Now with RNG 2 up. I got Raz. I got I Will Dominate next to me. First name William, last name Dominate. And we have just experienced, I don't know what to call it. Raz, would you like to tell me what we saw in game number 2?
A shellacking. A stomping. Domination. I can keep going. You know?
It was a mixed bag, though.
A pimp slap. That was disgusting. And it started from Wei, who ended up, of course, getting the MVP of that game. He's insane, man. And I know that, Dom, you were talking about him coming into this series too, right? Like, it's ridiculous that he was able to take over the game so early.
Yeah, Wei's been super good, and I think that WE is really put themselves in a bit of a hole here. Their responses to Ziggs have not worked out. We saw the Vayne this game, but the Kalista the game before. And you already have the Varus and TF bans. It feels like those need to stay. The Viego ban was something that Wei has played really well on top of it. So I really just don't know what the approach is going to be. And we know that WE is coming into this next game on red side. I feel like they're really in a hole here. I mean, you're going to end up giving over a couple of these power picks. And I mean, honestly, I felt like the Malzahar was useless for the majority of this game, but they still were able to get a win on it. So I feel like even with a good draft, WE is still behind. I'm not sure what they can do to actually like come back and win a game this series.
That's the problem. It is literally the red button, because I literally don't know what WE has to do, because it was just Wei bullying top lane, coming back top again after Flash being blown. I thought Breathe had like a pretty bad game this one, because he understood what the threat was, especially after Rift Herald was taken. I mean, he went to ward, like he understood that he was going to be a target once again. So like the fact that it was a lane gank is a little unlucky, but like at that point, he's completely out of the game, and RNG just played better, snowballed better. And then when they went bot side, even Vayne dying under turret the way she did while Tom Kench was coming back to lane, of course full HP, ulti as well. And she wouldn't have died if he was there on time. I just think that WE as a team is just not on the level of RNG right now.
Yeah, definitely. I think they're not on the level of RNG, and I think that they really have committed so hard to trying to counter RNG strategy, and I feel like at this point they just need to give a different look. Yeah. Like maybe you just let the Varus go over and you get away from this Wukong Ziggs combo that it seems like RNG has been running this series. I just feel like you need to do anything to kind of change the identity of these games, because it looks way too easy for RNG right now. Like that game was pretty much an RNG stomp, even with a massive throw in it. So what happens if RNG plays a clean game? Like then you're just getting stomped the same way you did in like 24 minutes in game one. So I don't know, man. I think it's really tough. WE is definitely not a bad team. I just think that their approach has not been good to RNG this series.
And it's crazy, right? Because for for WE, game 1 and game 2 were very different looks at draft. You know, we saw a very different game played from RNG's angle as well. A lot of focus towards bot side, towards mid, getting the snowball up around the Rift Herald. Game 2 for RNG was about focusing down that top side, going back to what made them such a successful team in spring when they focused up towards Xiaohu, in summer as well when they got on that win streak. Raz, when you see Wei focusing topside, to me, that is the best angle of RNG. That's where they've found their success and what makes them a potential top 3 in the LPL.
100%. And that's why I thought the approach from Team WE was to be able to match it and also have Shanks be there as well if, mid lanes is also incorporated in the play. This one was just a 2v2 that just kept spiraling. But also, like, when the bot side plays happened, Rise was just much slower to the play. So I agree with Dom. I think they need a different approach. I honestly don't know what it is. Probably the best thing to do is to start with a Ziggs ban. That would probably just be the best way to go about it to start. And then start with something simple. What side are they on, actually, just to make sure?
They're on red.
They're red side.
W red again.
Okay, so you're probably going to also have to go for a Varus ban. I think if you're going to go back to something simple, straightforward, a Kalista straight dive comp, something that Team WE has known all too well during the split, just going straight comfort is probably, in my mind, what's best.
Yeah, and I think the thing that must be considered now for WE is the fact that they have now lost 8 straight stage games in a row. That cannot feel good, man. Like 0-8, that's half the spring split in LCS and LEC. Imagine if you just were having a run like that. I mean, that's a Schalke level bad like first half. So for me, man, it's a little bit tough. I don't know. Like, I just feel like this is something that you have to consider. It's like nothing you're doing is working, and not just against RNG, against any team. Like, you're just perpetually losing.
When they're the ones that made the miracle run and got all the way to this point, they got to top 3, and then they faced EDG a second time, and it was 0-3. By the way, we didn't mention, but Wei was MVP in that second game. Guys, we're about to toss over. We don't have much time. Game number 3 is running up pretty fast. You've already said it. RNG looking good. They're looking diverse. W running out of options. Let's see that Ziggs ban in the bottom lane and start from a good stepping point, as you two have said. So we set it back over to Penguin, Lyric, and Ender once again in studio.
Thank you so much, Hysterics, Dom, and Raz. I must address it. I can deny it no longer. I am small. Bro. Well, you guys are 2 Iverns. I should be between 2 Iverns and you steal your IP.
Should we
just swap it around. It's too late. It's too late. The graphic already came up. Yeah, it would be pretty optimal. But RNG now 1 game away from getting themselves back into Worlds, locking in that 3rd seed. We obviously talked about the Ziggs being absolutely huge. I've just told my director we can change positions if we like. So we'll maybe do that next time we're on camera. But coming into this next game, we obviously talked about the Ziggs. Anything else in particular you want to see WE differently? Just get the Ziggs?
Ban the Ziggs. Ban the Ziggs. I'm so done with this champion, man. Again, RG can play it. It fits their style well. We're going to see WE get 1 more ban.
No! So, yeah, honestly, I think RNG don't fix what's not broken.
Yeah, I mean, Ziggs is open. I figure it's time to go for it. WE did ban away the Lee Sin, which I think is another champion that I was sort of eyeing as being a solid one to take away, but I am just not sold on leaving this Ziggs through, regardless of if you have the Vayne counter pick or some other option. That is just not the way to go because it makes playing cross-map so insanely hard.
Yeah, you would assume that they probably want to go towards Varus this time, considering that's what they left up to ban the Lee Sin. Varus has a better time in laning facing up against Ziggs. Ziggs cannot walk up to the wave post-6 because you can always go for Chain of Corruption, but still, that doesn't deal with any of the things that make Ziggs super strong.
And that's the big thing as well. It does feel like they left the Varus open and saying, look, do you prefer the Varus or the Ziggs? Either way, we're getting something that can clear waves, that can deal pseudo with the other one, depending on the matchup. And with the Zinzao and the Olaf, we are getting 2 very aggressive junglers now in this match.
Exactly. Once again, we're seeing this return, but I feel like RNG are getting just about everything they want, right? This is very reminiscent of Game 1's draft where they have the Ziggs and they have the Galio for the team fight presence. You get an engaged support, right? They can set it for the Galio. Olaf can do it too. And Xiaohu is going to be on aggressive physical damage top laner. RNG love to play towards that side. So once again, have all the options to put together a comp for that.
Yeah, and once again, I would love to see something like a Syndra be able to come out and play a more like aggressive mid lane champion. You have the Zinzao able to set up. You'd also have a ton of range coming out from that. So we'll see what they end up going with in the mid lane. They did obviously just lock in the Jace for Breathe. So they are going to go back to what we hit on in Game 1, right? We said, hey, WE all split long. We're pretty decent at building these poke comps, putting together like these sieges, and it's really the only style they haven't tried yet. So they're going to go for that one. They're banning away some of the hard engaged tools that RNG would be able to pick up, and that would fit that side lane strategy that they're so known for. Exactly,
and like that Rise was an answer that Shanks had into the Galio in the mid lane is a pretty good one to be able to respond to roams and the likes of that. The Syndra is the other one too. So again, I feel like RNG have come in every single draft with a really good plan.
Yeah, and you can see there as well, LeBlanc, Rise, Syndra, all banned away. Those are the 3 champions we know Shanks to play. We know him in these drafts to say he is very proficient on. He will get absolutely none of them in this game.
Yeah, the only other champ he's really known for has been the Sylas. This was his go-to in the regular split before the nerfs did come out, and the fact that just everyone was playing champions like LeBlanc, like Rise, champions that had good laning phases into him, but he feels fine going up against his composition. Will do all right in lane, will get pushed in, but has some good ults to take away.
Yeah, because I think it's super important, especially when you're playing like a Jace topside, a Varus on the bot side, like champions that do love to push and like hit tower, all this sort of thing. You need a mid lane champion that can definitely move, but I love this. The Lucian gets locked in for Xiaohu. That's a favorite. That's one he's loved to go back to in the past, and up against the Jace as well. It's a nice matchup.
It was a spring must ban. MSI must ban, and obviously coming into summer, he's dabbled into some other things. He's looked into other things, but he's always have to fear the Lucian top. He gets such good priority. He always has the potential to solo kill him. In the great words of Frosker, probably the best Lucian top in the world.
He's 19-3 on the pick. I just looked it up. Again, those are counting his mid lane stats as well, but doesn't matter what lane he was playing it in. He was just so well known for this champion. It's going to be exciting to see this top lane matchup.
This is the guy that first locked in the Lucian mid lane against Faker's Orianna at MSI 2017, and he solo kills him. Absolutely crushed it. I might have been on stage as a referee. I remember. Xiaohu remembers, and now he's going to put it into the top lane as well.
Yep, and I'm just really excited for the composition overall, right? Because once again, RNG just, with this Ziggs, they found this style that just fits them so well, right? Global in the mid lane, really aggressive top laner. Ming's going to be able to get out of lane and find some roams as well. It just sets up so well for the amount of burst that you have. Not a ton of like consistent DPS, but a ton of burst and great team fights.
Yeah, looking at Team WWE, they round out their comp with that Rel. So they've got a way of jumping in with the Sylas, the Xin Zhao, and the Rel, but they do have that safety with the Jace and the Varus to clear waves.
Yeah, to me, this game it's like I have to look at the top lane matchup first and see what Team WE can do around that lane, because that's been a problem with RNG playing towards that area in game number 1. And it's also about mid lane. Which of these players can move first, influence the rest of the map, because it's been a lot of crying all over in the first 2 games.
Yeah, and I feel like it'll be same here once again, right? Between the Winds of War, between the passive as well. Gala just has such an easy time of shoving in Sylas. We did see this matchup yesterday as well, I believe, to where Gala just able to get a big advantage time and time again throughout playoffs. But in the mid game, right, Sylas will be able to have a good time. We already hit on some decent ults for him to be able to take away from champions like the Galio, even getting his hands on things like the Ragnarok. So we're going to see what Shanks is able to do. This was his bread and butter. This is his time to step up.
That's it, exactly. We talked about, most of the playoffs, how Shanks was performing above and beyond expectations. This guy was stepping up to make that miracle run a reality for WE. Now we need to see him really come to fruition with it. Yes, the slight nerfs and slight adjustments to Sylas has come in, but this is something with the ults available that you need to get creative with.
Yeah, and creativity is going to be the name of the game for WE, especially when, again, hitting on the stakes. Whichever team wins here is locked into Worlds. They will go on to the group stage. Whoever loses will play the winner of RA and LNG and then have to go in play-ins. And we saw from LGD last year, play-ins can be rough. And yeah, good luck, WE.
Good luck, WE. This time around, we are going to see Cryan, though, not going with the Predator. He's going to go with the Aftershock, so looking for more of that defensive, more for kind of a team-fighting tool, rather than trying to get the map as quick as possible. But we will delay no longer, gentlemen, as we are going to jump into the Rift for potentially the final time today. RNG 1 game away. WE looking to keep themselves alive and to try and push themselves back into some Worlds contention. Let's get some beautiful phoenixes.
Oh my god, I'm like the backdrop and everything. It doesn't get any better than this with Team W's season on the line. Shahu walks in and plays the Warden. I do like, actually, this this Aftershock choice for Cryan in the mid lane. I think it's very matchup specific, especially going against another melee champion in that mid lane. Fighting with the E, with the W, can proc it pretty easily. And, well, if you're in melee range of the Sylas, you're fighting him. So you do get a lot of value out of a Keystone like that.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be all about the heavy trades. That's going to let you come out ahead. You don't even really need the Predator, in my opinion, in this matchup. Is a bit of heavy trading coming out in the top side as well. Again, not all too surprising when you expect this to be the focal point of the Rift. Still, though, Shahu now going to be able to do a good job of zoning Breathe off the wave, and both junglers making their way towards top once again.
And this is the big thing for RNG, specifically with the Lucian. You take the Corrupting Pot, you're looking for early trades, you're looking to basically just out-sustain your opponent, push in the wave, get those cheater recalls out.
Especially with the fact that, right, he's going airy. He's looking for, like, short trades to get the damage off. Is a bit of trading coming out on bot side as well.
And you talk about a weird choice here on runes. Unsealed Spellbook for Ming's set on the bot side. You're always seeing Aftershock on a champion like that, but I mean, RNG have rocked 3 TPs every single game this series log. At some point, it's going to be a 4th.
Yep, RNG going to be able to keep playing out the map. Might even lend better to Ming being able to look for some aggressive plays, either around mid or in bot side river as well. But, oh! Cryan finding some good trades himself.
Yeah, you got to be so careful. If the Galio, especially early levels, once he hits that level 3, a surprising amount of burst in that kid if you get hit by absolutely everything. Curious to see now where the junglers are going to go. Looks like, actually, you can see in the minimap, Beishang skipping his red. He's level 3. He fully cleared bot, looking to do something top, but I think he feels like it's warded. Actually, no, he knows a Cryan's roaming in.
So the big thing is he has to, right? RNG are stacking 3 waves. Like, WE know exactly what's going on, and RNG are going to look to benefit off this.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. They have a ward over the backside, so they know exactly what is going on. They will get a sweeper here. This is pure denial onto Breathe. He just has to back himself away while that's been happening. Great satchel charge, missing, in a lot of trouble. Going down! Flash forward from Ming, and the Haymaker sets up the first blood.
Gala and Ming with just the absolute lockdown onto Missing. First Ming pulls him on in, and Gala bounces him underneath the tower. Missing taking 2-3 tower shots. The straight up 2v2 kill for RNG's bot lane starts this game off with a bang.
I mean, Gala's been so clutch with the satchels. Elk.
Oh no.
Oh no.
They just did it again.
Oh no. Gala takes a kill. Elk just flies too close to the bot lane. and you're 2v1. You can't do that.
Again, like pushing the wave too far forward. He had both summoners available. I can't understand why he wouldn't use them there. He'd be dead anyway from the fact that he was left there, but we're gonna see here really nice face breaker coming out from Ming. Does go for the crash down as well. Nice satchel coming out from Gala. And then the flash from Ming. Man, this is why we've called him the best support here in the LPL. And here, I mean...
Wait, they just did it again. They literally just did it again. They're just 2v1ing at this point. Balling a complete disaster. Don't worry, guys. Ziggs wasn't a problem. Ming even worse to deal with for WE.
Oh, this is so bad in mid lane as well. Shanks forced to flash away. It's all falling apart, Lyric.
Dude, I just don't know what you do now. We were talking about, okay, the Ziggs sets up for the plays on the opposite side of the map, but now Ziggs is completely dominating you in the 2v2. Ming playing well, but we're going to see if WE can capitalize on the top side.
They're going to try go for something. Flash forward, knock back. Xiaohu in a little bit of trouble. They flash in on top of him. They should be able to secure this kill. Good trade back here for the first time. Beishang able to influence topside.
Yeah, like for the first time in this series, it's actually Xiaohu getting shut down, but it comes at the same time that your bot lane has died 3 times in the 2v2 in just under 5 minutes. So they're going to have to get a lot of work done on the top side if they want to make up for that.
Yeah, luckily for the side of WE, they actually just got this kill after Xiaohu had just TP'd the lane, so is going to lose out on a bit of farm, and Breathe going to be able to equalize what he was down. But because RNG's winning so heavily on the bot side, I actually don't think that this top lane death is as detrimental as it should be. Because now RNG can just keep playing around this pushing lane and bot side. They've shown that they have the burst between the Set and the Ziggs to even look for potential ganks and kills around this half of the map.
And this is the big thing as well, is that now that you're WE, now your bot side is, without any outside interference, losing so heavily in this early side, you feel pressured. You feel like you have to make plays. Again, you're the team that's 0-2 down. You're the team that are at last chance saloon in this series. You cannot afford to let the other team run away with this.
So things we have to look out for Team WE. Top lane already got the kill up there. That's obviously going to be great. Shanks has a TP advantage over Cryan, something to watch out for, especially as level 6 comes through too. You can steal that Galio ult and try to make plays around the map. But if you're trying to look at bot lane, there aren't really any deep wards you can flank to get a fight going. And well, Wei is moving up to the top side. Should have seen Beishang walk into the Dragon Pit over the Scuttle Crab, and he will be spotted out here, but it's possible that you stack this next wave and try to deny Breathe, who's flashless under the tower.
Yeah, and you have the Galio ultimate available as well, so a little roam up towards that top side. You should be able to get this dive going. Breathe pushes in the wave just a little bit, dodges out an undertow, flash forward. There is the hero's entrance like we talked about. The Dragon goes down, the flash forward into the taunt. They're going to be able to secure that kill. Wei will pick it up. RNG doubling down.
Yeah, they invest so much, but they got everything they wanted. They get the kill. They're going to deny Breathe way more CS. Doesn't even have a TP to get back to lane. Xiaohu getting more gold. And WE looks like they're positioned to look for an answer on the opposite side of the map. Zig's not level 6 yet.
And Shanks did steal away the hero's entrance. So there's 4 players in the bot lane very, very soon, but the wave is getting cleared away.
They're getting cleared away. Beishang going to try and go forward. They use the hero's entrance and just not really in the most optimal position. They're able to zone them away, but they don't gain a kill.
Yeah, I mean, just a satchel charge, right? Gala's satchel charges have been so good this series so far. Gets them out of harm's way, not even having to blow the flash. And again, it just goes back to RNG pretty much winning on both sides of the map.
Yeah, you also had like Ming switching over to the summoner heal right there, so if they had actually pushed too far forward there, it would have been rough, and Breathe walks back into the top lane, and there's still an Olaf here.
Deja vu, I have been to this place before. Breathe underneath this turret, trying to see if he can get away, doing great work though to just not tank up the turret just yet. Now we'll use the Ragnarok into the culling. It's that simple. Oh no, missing. He just about gets himself out. Ming and, they're so close. Gala forced the flash from the Chain of Corruption. No, not able to get him with the flash and the Q. Elk tries to bring it back, but he just can't get that bit of damage.
Yeah, both sides so close, right? Missing, almost going down at first. Would have only taken one more auto or bomb coming out from Gala. And then nice job by Elk realizing, hey, I still have the Chain of Corruption. I can walk forward. Again, Zig's not comfortable in this position, forcing the flash away. Nothing happening in the end, though. Pretty nice for the side of WE, who is still 3,000 gold down.
Yeah, they're 3,000 gold down. You can see that topside deficit just ever growing so much more. And even then, as well as that, Beishang having to invest so much times into these lanes, he's falling behind in camps as well, about 4 camps behind on his end. So right now, WE, they are falling a little bit behind. I just want to see if they can make a comeback, even just a tiny bit.
Yeah, because I mean, one of the big differences when you had those cross maps there is Wei on top of killing Breathe a couple of times, is also taking all the topside camps, whereas Beishang couldn't say the same. You know, spent so much trying to set up that dive, then wasn't able to get the kill, ended up backing up, going towards his own jungle. So that's where a lot of the advantage does come through from Wei. About 4 or 5 camps at this point in time. It's looking very good for him on the Olaf. His ultimate's going to be coming back very soon as well. So RNG are like, yeah, sure, come to the Herald. I guess you want to fight us, but I feel like RNG are so strong here if they want to do that.
I was just about to ask as well, how do you get back in as WE? We know what RNG want to do, but what do WE want to do?
I mean, I feel like from this position, it's still going to be quite hard from the fact that Gala does have the teleport available. So I actually don't think W should be opting into any kind of skirmishes around the Rift Herald right now. Maybe just, again, looking to go where RNG isn't. You see them on the top half of the map right now, channel it through mid lane, push that in, get some vision down on the bottom half of the map. Sure, Gala does have the bomb, so it can be quite annoying, but I feel like you just can't match RNG right now where they're playing with the Varus on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, the big thing now, as you can see, is that RNG not 100% set up to start this Rift Herald. They are just roaming Ming up now. They will have that first rotation there, and like you said, it looks like WE just aren't interested in this Rift Herald, or rather, not even regardless if they are or they aren't, they just can't contest it.
It's the right choice, though, from Team WE, and I feel like they've become a little bit more measured in their play since Game 1, where they were just throwing themselves in every single fight they could. And that was not a very good look for them, so smart by them to end up giving this one up. Gala isn't going to be pressured underneath the spot side tower either, so, you know, RNG are very content to just continue as it were. And the question you would ask WE there is, well, is there anything to gain on the bottom side of the map? And there wasn't, right? Wei had taken all of his camps. You're playing into the Ziggs again, so all Beishan can do is go to clear his jungle, and I guess Missing get some wards in the river. That's the only trade they can get, but again, it all stems from that Ziggs pick, which I still can't believe they let through.
Absolutely, and of course, you do see Gala giving a lot of respect to Elk, saying, look, I know it's past level 6, you mentioned it in the pick ban. You can kill me if I get a little bit too complicit. So they are just backing away. We have see Ming back at that bot side, and it's just a farm fest for the Ziggs.
Yeah, and you know, we're going to be coming into Dragon up in 45 seconds, so we're going to be seeing which teams control bot. So far, W've been doing a nice job of being able to constantly push in that wave, because remember, it goes back to the philosophy that Gala can't really walk up. Chains of Corruption too scary, but Missing...
has to use the crash down, does have the Magic Storm available. Wei is there, he's just going to chop down Undertow after Undertow, and that's a simple kill as it ever comes, and that's just exactly what you can do. No flash, or he is a flash for Missing, didn't want to expend it because he's probably dead anyway.
Well, I guess none of the vision ends up really mattering for WE when Wei can just bash your head in right there with the Olaf, has the Gore Drinker, so very nicely done. And now Herald on the bot side, using Herald around the Ziggs lane, that's just almost an instant tower exploding. You just whack this sucker a couple of times, drop the Ziggs satchel on it, and 100-0, tower gone in 10 seconds.
And now you're just set up so well for Dragon, right? You already have bot side pressure. They're going to have to answer the Rift Herald. A bit surprised to see Cryin actually roam up towards the top side rather than like hover towards the Dragon play itself. Both top laners do have TP, so there's potential for some 5-man action.
Shanks hasn't stolen ultimate yet, so he's still got a couple of options available to him. Second Dragon is spawned. It is a Cloud, so actually one of the more difficult Drakes to take in those early games. You do take a lot of damage from those auto attacks it gives out. And we can see now Breed maybe going to try and all in on the Xiao, who doesn't land the accelerated
I don't know if he
blast.
wants to all in there. He's down 2 levels, but mid lane, there's a couple of players from WE, and this is the problem with both top laners having TP, I feel, if a Dragon fight were to break out, is it is just such a gap between these two top laners. Items don't look terrible for Breathe, but just the value of experience and those levels is going to be very meaningful.
Even items, right? Looking at jungle, like Wei has such a
Shanks, he's in a lot of trouble. He does steal the Ragnarok to stop himself against CC'd, but Wei is just faster. He's got himself a Gore Drinker, he's got enough damage, and there's just nothing WE can do around this Dragon.
It's just such a head scratch, right? Because we've seen numerous times this series where W are dying to picks when they have spotted the members of RNG on vision right next to where the pick's happening. So RNG going to be easily able to turn this one into a Dragon, and we're sitting at 12 minutes where we're already to 5,000 gold lead.
Ming has more money than the entire top side of Team WE.
Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. It's not a great look. We do see now Beishan and Missing trying to move over. 3 of the, I would say,
I mean, now he's got a flash and a Gale Force.
Yeah,
like, there's outplay.
This is the 3 of the poorest people versus probably one of the most richest. So I don't know how this one works out for you.
Only 300 behind of Shanks and Elk. So he's ahead of everyone else, only 300 by the other 2. It just shows how well, again, RNG been doing, but also just how many holes and how many openings WE have given to the side of RNG to where, again, they've consistently been losing on both sides of the map. When you see Wave playing towards top, their bot lane still winning, Cryin not even really needing to move.
Yeah, Cryan didn't really have to do anything. He had the one dive up in the top side that he helped out with. It's more of just having that hero's entrance and saying, Beishong, you can't actually gank any lane. You can't try to stem the bleeding because immediately I'm going to be there to respond. Breathe doesn't have any mana left whatsoever, and you can see both Gala, Wei, all on the way up towards top lane, and Missing and Breathe stick around way too long.
Breathe has to fully engage. He has no way of escaping. Goes back in underneath his tower, but the Ragnarok stops any kind of disengage. Satchel charge into the passive auto attack. RNG are rolling them.
Yeah, RNG definitely wanting to finally stamp in that ticket to Worlds, wanting to get a bit of retribution, not necessarily against WE, but for the fact that they did underperform so heavily. They were a team we viewed as championship caliber in LPL playoffs, and now just saying, hey, we're done with these games, we're going to Worlds.
It's a comeback fight, but unfortunately for WE, they weren't the perpetrators of the first prime, they just happened to be the punching bag in the second one. That's just how it is, unfortunately for them. There is obviously still opportunities here for WE, but they are slowly becoming smaller and less frequent.
Yeah, it is very, very tough because, again, like, RNG have so many tools that are great at, you know, stopping you from fighting them, right? Whether or not it's a flash and a Gale Force from Xiaohu, you know, Lyric was talking about the Satchel Charge from Gala, the ability to clear waves and sort of stop you from running into it, on top of, like, the global abilities and everything else. Like, RNG seem to have an answer into every single punch that Team WE can throw their way, and as RNG continue to take down these outer turrets, eyeing mid lane as that next one, we saw in the last two games. They just walk straight into your jungle, force you out, all of a sudden your jungler isn't allowed to farm, and you are choked out as objectives just start getting handed away for free.
And again, you just never have a good way of walking into RNG's comp, and it just, I don't want to keep harping on the 6, but it just keeps going back to that 6 point. But hitting on Ender just saying, right, RNG have just shown they have all the answers. Let's remember, RNG only had to play one series that WE have seen. WE have played, what, 6? Like 5 or 6 that RNG have been allowed to watch, allowed to learn from, and adapt to. So I feel like maybe we're also seeing a result of that in this series.
This is their 7th best of 5. You know, it has been, as I said, a miracle run does not come from one best of 5. It comes from several back-to-back best of 5s that you have to try and string together. It's why it is considered so difficult, because just straight up exhaustion and prep you need to do for so many different teams. It just, eventually you have to find a limit to that.
You know, that's why I was thinking maybe it's a good team WE didn't make it to the final, because if WE had made it to the final over EDG, they would have had to play yesterday and then come into playing today had they not been able to beat FPX, you know? So it could have been really rough. I guess it still ended up being
I mean, the result is the same, the formula just different.
Yeah, but for WE, right, 7K gold behind. Even looking at how their composition could come back, right? I feel like we'd be talking about, like, really cheesy brush plays or sneaks like this, and ultimately at the end of the day, you're kind of hoping RNG run it down into you 5 or 6 times in a row.
I think at the end of it all, like, this is a Worlds qualification match. RNG just need one more Nexus and they take it, and this is the kind of showing you want to see from a team about to represent your region on the international stage, right? Like, RNG have shown some weakness in Game 2, mainly just sloppy play, but like through and through, this has just been class performances in the early game. Exceptionally strong team fighting as well from RNG through and through, and they're looking like a serious threat on the international
And that's
stage.
the big thing right now, is like why it was such a strange or surprising result when LNG took them down. RNG have looked like one of our top 2 teams the entire split. They look like they were like this pretty much all the time. They had an off day, and they're coming back with even more vengeance. We can see here the culling here from Xiaohu, but he's got to be a little bit careful. Missing is here, and they know that they're going to fully commit to this. This is what you talked about, Lyric. The picks, they're trying to fully engage onto Xiaohu. He has nowhere to go. Shanks picks himself up a kill. It's not a lot, but it's something.
Yep, I mean, you're going to take anything you can as WE in this situation. Luckily, RNG weren't set up to take anything else. The sad thing is, RNG have all these TPs to play with, so now going to be setting up towards the mid lane, but pretty much for WE, you're going to consistently look to all in where RNG are focusing on side lanes, try and get that man advantage, and again, just take the small gold that you got, walk away, and then hope you can find it again in a few minutes.
Yeah, and the Drake is still going to be here for RNG. WE, even with the numbers advantage, knowing that the TP is going to be up, RNG should be able to find that one, and, well, it's Xiaohu trying to get a lot of damage out. Like, right, like, he absolutely crushes Breathe in that 1 versus 1, but with the TP and everything else, this is Team WE with a good look, punishing side lane overextensions.
And that's the big thing as well. You could see from this play with the teleport invested, the flash into the Magnet Storm there from Missing. there was no world in hell where WWE were going to try and contest that dragon. They said, right, we get a pick, we get some gold, but now with the Rift Tail popped into the bot side, we are going to see that base getting chipped away from just a little bit more. WWE losing more of their jungle, losing more territory as their towers fall.
Yeah, and I wonder if this is an opportunity where WWE would want to look to engage, because they just saw Cryan top. You'd assume they have Cryan's TV timer, and he definitely wouldn't be in range for a heroic entrance.
Here we go. There's the Everfrost down. It's going to force the Ragnarok out of way. We're going to see it almost go down. He's not quite dead yet, but the rest of WWE are still pushing back. The Mega Inferno Bomb enough to dissuade the chase, and this is the problem with going into a Ziggs. You just can't follow up.
I honestly think RNG are just super lucky there, in my opinion. I don't know why Cryan decided to show back on the wave topside, because it just opens the window for WE to know, hey, we're going to go all in right now. I think Cryan should have kept walking down again. The satchel was there from Gala to save them once again, but that could have been way worse.
Yeah, WE also saw pretty much this exact same play back in the last game with the Herald and the Ziggs going into the bot lane, trying to walk it all the way in to the inhibitor tower too. So like, ooh, maybe these guys are actually going to try to stick around for yet another tower. They set that trap and they find the engage to very nearly get a couple of kills there.
Yeah, and the big thing, we can obviously take a bit of a time now. There's no real objective for either of these teams. They're going to just basically be ping-ponging the waves for as long until they have to find themselves in a fight. But looking at the history of WE, again, such a young team, but this is a team that has been in the LPL for the longest time, one of the oldest organizations in Chinese League of Legends. They finally found a roster, they built it up, they found pieces, built it bit by bit, moving up together, saying, right, we'll take Missing, you're good, we'll keep you going. Elk, aka Zhongmeng, right, you two work very well together. Let's add Breathe into the equation. Let's bring in Beishang, and eventually, we saw them bring in Mole this year as well. Didn't quite work out, but it has worked for Shanks. So regardless of how this game is going, I still think WE have done fantastic with the way they've set themselves up throughout the entire year.
Again, they've been building off younger and more inexperienced talent, right? Not something we see like teams invest heavily into. You'll see them add 1 or 2 players, as it looks like we might potentially get some action coming out from RNG.
Well, Wei does land himself in undertow, forcing the crash down here from Missing. We are going to see a little bit of poke back and forth between these two sides, and this is just basically bread and butter here for RNG. You get yourself a Ziggs, you know you have more gold than the enemy team, you can push yourself over, you have 7,000 gold lead, a little bit about 6.5, as we now jump into that tier 2, and this is the one thing I will say for WE, they do actually have wave clear.
They do, but it's hard because Ziggs can walk up with the passive, quickly poke down this tower, and then all of a sudden you've got an ulti to make it happen. Ziggs ult is traded back, though, from Shanks to clear away the wave. That'll be pretty effective, but again, in 20 more seconds, there's going to be another wave in that same exact spot.
Look at the culling there, Missing and Breed taken down so low.
So typically here, the team in RG's position, you would actually see them like push out through top, walk into the enemy jungle, get some vision, maybe try to bait them into a Baron pit. But I think with RNG, having a Ziggs, having a Galio, maybe not thinking,
they could TP flank if they wanted.
Yeah, they're not going to go for it just yet, but you can see there, the poke from the Varus and the Jace doing just enough to dissuade RNG from their siege.
Yeah, I do feel like RNG sort of mistimed some of their poke tools as well. Like, Xiaohu used the culling to get huge damage down onto Shanks, but there wasn't a wave there for like 20 more seconds. So Shanks bases and then has TP. All of a sudden, if you use that in tandem, like at the same time the wave is actually crashing into the tower, all of a sudden, it's so much easier to force them off the tower and sort of sneak that one away with a quick satchel charge.
You're also doing it after the waves you had just pushed in are already on the bounce back, so WE are not in a position where any of their members need to leave either. They can actually just wait and watch RNG continue to waste time like they were doing. Again, luckily for RNG, they do have quite a significant gold buffer to where they are allowed to waste a bit of time, and it seems like on RNG's end, they're just waiting for the next dragon to come up.
And that feels like it is right now. WE know that the dragon's up at a minute. I don't really see them having a moment to try and fight it. They are still waiting for key second items. In fairness, they actually have finished up quite a few. Shanks now has got his Zonyas. You've got the Eclipse here for Elk, so he's going to be able to poke and sustain just a little bit more. They have got options available to them, and Shanks might be feeling a little bit frisky if he can get on top of Xiaohu.
Shanks is level 14, actually, and Xiaohu's only level 12.
How'd that happen?
So I think it's because the mid laners have been going to side lanes too. Like Cryan's been in side lanes a little bit, but Shanks obviously was also a big benefactor. I think got the kill when they TP'd in and ganked Xiaohu, so you get a lot of catch-up EXP off of that too. So if there's a guy to look at on the side of WE, kind of out of nowhere, it is Shanks to step up.
Yeah, and again, we highlighted him as someone who needs to step up to get himself in a position to go for it. And I do love that from Xiaohu. He recognizes, I haven't seen this man in a few seconds. I'm just going to put a ward down here to make sure nothing goes wrong. But Beishang now being pushed up towards this top side, doesn't quite have the support of his team. Breed just a little bit too far away. So you can see that WE are very much hunting. They're seeing if they can get a similar pick to what they did last time before the Dragon goes down for RNG.
Yeah, it just goes back to what Ender hit on earlier. I feel like WE in game 1 were just very much like, we're going to contest you every step of the way. In game 2 it was a bit of a mixed bag, and in game 3 it seems like they're very conscious of like, okay, we fell behind. It's all about split mapping and looking for gold on the opposite side. Shanks does have more gold than Cryan from when the Observer scrolled over the gold. Actually was even pretty comparable to Xiao, who is Chain of Corruption. I don't think it's going to do anything.
It's not going to do much, but there's a good bit of poke damage, so I can get my words out of my mouth. And again, we see the siege coming out from RNG. They drop down the Mega Inferno Bomb. Doesn't actually do that much onto Elk at the moment. So we see now, maybe they go for a little bit of engage. It is 5v4 in this mid lane. Culling comes out to put down a lot of poke damage, and they will use the satchel, but Ming very, very low. They have to disengage, and they trade a turret for turret.
But that's the whole idea, right, with the culling there, is you use that to force them back off the tower. You can quickly burst the tower and then back away. So that was all RNG really came for. They're going to continue to steal away these jungle camps too, and that is the huge benefit of having all these towers. You gain the jungle, you gain control over all the objectives as well. And now, I mean, WE are thinking about potential Baron sneaks from RNG, the Soul coming up in a couple minutes time as well, and whether or not their item breakpoints are going to be good enough, because Shanks is looking good. We've said it, right? Has the Zonia's Hourglass completed now. It looks like Muramana has been finished off for Elk 2 on the bottom side of the map, so not too bad, but Rabadon's is not far off from Gala.
I feel like this is pretty decent for WE right now, though, right? Because as RNG, you've now taken the last of the inner turrets, so I don't expect RNG to be able to siege down those inhibitor turrets the same way they just did. And again, you could tell they are very cautious about just starting up the Baron. They're going to start retaking vision now, but you have red side Varus, red side Jace. It's actually extremely good at poking you down while you are on the Baron pit, so they're going to keep getting more time to just get gold on those key carries.
And the big thing as well for RNG, there is no true tank. Ming doesn't have the aftershock. He has got himself the unsealed stealth but they're going to go in onto Elk because there's a TP coming off the backside. Is Shanks, though, jumping straight onto Xiao, who it's a fight on two fronts. Shanks looking to try and take down the big top laner, but he cannot get him. A flash is Muse and is able to get him out to safety. Beishong goes down, and now the Baron's looking mighty tasty.
Oh, the fight was just a little bit too split from WE, and Shanks couldn't finish off the kill onto Xiaohu. That was everything for WE. Xiaohu escaping because the rest of RNG are going to win when they're fighting on their terms. The poke is going to continue to come out. Now, all of a sudden, the Baron threat is back on the cards. There is no smite from WE, and WE must walk in face-checking into the river.
They're going to try and face-check it right now. The crash down comes down from Missing to get himself over the wall. But look at the carries on the side of WE. They're healthy. Gala very, very low. And you can see the power of this poke. The Everfrost just a hair away from catching out Wei. And you can see Xiaohu, he was completely separated from that fight. He has to sustain up through the Red Bull.
And he was just taken so low, right? We saw off to the side him get chunked out by the Sylas. So RNG not feeling comfortable to go back to the Baron. Again, it goes back to the Jace and Varus coming out for the side of WE. They know they can't risk it. But man, I love that RNG just keep using this ability off cooldown, trying to set up for either potential picks in this situation, maybe try to prevent WE from having the tempo to look for any type of sneaky Baron.
Yeah, so this play was good, right? Again, just getting the full charge of the ulti onto Elk there. Ming tries to chase him down too, and it's really on the bottom side of the fight where everything splits apart, right? Beishong there gonna die every single time, but Shanks, because he wasn't able to instantly get the burst down and kill Xiaohu, Xiaohu just frankly has too much mobility. It's just so hard for Shanks to lock him down. Xiaohu escapes, then you don't have that threat of the Sylas on the bottom side of the fight. We're back into the same play we've seen a million times, though, for RNG. It's controlling around the Baron. Well, that is going to shift pretty soon, I feel, to play for the Soul.
And I don't want to sound like I'm being too optimistic, but this doesn't feel like RNG are the one. It doesn't feel like they have a 6,000 gold lead. It feels like WE have waited enough time to get to those item breakpoints, to get to the point of which they have opportunities to find themselves back. Yes, you lost that 1 for none, but it was very, very close for being a 1 for 1.
I think it doesn't feel like it's a 6,000 gold lead because we haven't seen WE or RNG fully commit into a fight just yet, right? We have yet to see that full 5v5, but we're about to. Team WE, they've been giving up objectives all game long, waiting for this moment, waiting for the chance that they feel they can contest RNG, and now that the Mountain Soul is up in 40 seconds, it's WE fighting for control over the mid wave, putting vision in the bot side river, and getting their carries into position to put out the damage.
Yeah, and I think both teams, right, kind of went front to backs. W's will be slightly different because you want to be bringing Shanks off on a flank, trying to to find access onto the backline, whether it is Xiaohu or Gala. For
That should be
RNG,
Rabadon's.
they're just completely happy with this. As you're right, Rabadon's probably coming out. We are going to see here, but yeah.
Got it.
Rabadon's for Gala. Gala's going to be so massive with this poke.
So massive, and there's immediately using the ultimate. We can see now Ming trying to go in on top of it, but Ming is dead. That's a shutdown going down. China Corruption's going to spread very nicely, but it's a support trade right now. They're trying to put the poke down, but look at this flank coming in from Cryan. He finds Elk, and he's down. Nothing he can do. Shank's trying to do something on the backside of this fight. He will take down Xiaohu going golden, but he's one man against the rest of a very angry RNG. They have a wave top, they have a wave mid, but they're going to go for the dragon instead.
They're going to take it all right there. RNG continue to dominate WE inside the team fights. It looked for a second there, Ming dropping down, that WE could make it happen, but RNG with the full-on control, Cryan waiting for that flank and absolutely exploding Elk. It's RNG still on top.
Yeah, I'll be honest, guys. I feel like RNG probably could have ended had they just committed, but still, I mean, maybe just wanting some more time on the Rift to prepare for Worlds. They do still get the inhibitor in the end. And I mean, this is just going to do so much in like these extended skirmishes. We're seeing TP though.
They know Gala's by himself. They know he has no support. They're trying to just basically delay him from getting back. But Bree taking it in the half. That Rabadon.
What?
Boom, baby! Mega Inferno Bomb. Gala is just too damn big.
What is going on? Gala from the 2v2s playing with Ming, bumping, missing under the tower, killing him again, to there, the 1v1, absolutely crushing. RNG don't take their foot off the gas.
They do not. There's going to be the showstopper. It's going to stop everything from Beishang trying to get away, but now it's a 3v2, and the rest of RNG say, oh, sorry, dude, we don't want anything to do with this. The culling, though, is just ridiculous. They try to jump back onto this fight. Shanks will be able to pick up one. No, the sustain is just about enough to keep him alive, and force Shanks to make it a trade of 1-for-1. RNG are back. They've got Gala. He's no mana, but his passive is enough. It looked like WE might have found a sliver of hope, but RNG dashed it down.
And RNG just, again, showing up, all starting with Gala going for that pick. WE trying to find anything, desperately running in, thinking they have numbers advantage, throw it all to RNG, and RNG, once again, gonna take this one slow and go to the Baron.
RNG won that team fight with an honest-to-God 80 carry Ziggs. Gala had 0 mana. He was only auto-attacking. He had his passive, whoop-de-doo, but straight up just win it in a near 4v5. RNG are just cruising through this game 3.
And you can see, look at the slight bit of it, but it's enough for a combo. He immediately goes, cool, there's my minefield, you can't move on to me. There's a satchel, ultimate, done. 3 points off, side court, nothing you can do there. And WE, they're trying. They have nothing else to do. If they wait, they lose. If they fight, they lose. They have to go for something.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when you're just in these positions, right, you're looking for any small inch or any small opportunity you have. You point out great culling coming out from Xiaohu here to force Elk back, and Elk would be all the damage because it took Shank so long to bring down Wei with the amount of sustain that he does have. And like Ender pointed out,
just auto-attacks.
Look at Ziggs. No mana, just throwing down autos. The other members, having enough in the tank to be able to do this. And now for RNG, with having that Baron, you feel like should be able to use the siege and the poke that they have to funnel in through mid and bot and look to end the game.
You'd certainly hope so, right? if we're sending this team to Worlds and they can't finish with a 10k gold lead Baron and everything, it's over, man.
They've got a lot of bigger issues to think about, but with a Mountain Soul, with the push, the Baron, they have all the tools in the world. They're going to take their I's and their T's, they're going to dot them and cross them and make sure they finish this game as perfectly as they possibly can. Good golly, Miss Molly, that's a hell of a lot of damage going onto Beishang, your arguably tankiest member on your team. And now with the next inhibitor going to be falling, it's RNG pushing into the base, RNG looking to make it back to Worlds, RNG who put their faith into Xiaohu, and they're going to have to put their faith into Gala as well. It's enough to take them down. WE will fall. RNG will be your 3rd seed. They're going to pad the stats just a little bit, but they're going to be going to Worlds.
The MSI champions will represent the LPL at Worlds, and it's off the back of total domination over Team WE. A clean 3-0. RNG crushing through.
Great performance from RNG. What we expected from RNG in the playoffs. we finally got.
Yeah, RNG rectifying those mistakes. They came in really good read on the meta, especially just on the champions that fit their style so well. Again, we kept begging WE to ban the Ziggs, but RNG utilizing it so well. Their map play was crisp. I really love this style where they're utilizing so many TPs to take over the map. And then this is going to be a team that I feel like any first seed at Worlds has to be afraid of in their group.
It really is. You look at the a third seed in the sense of RNG, T1. These are just massive teams coming into this right now. In this World, the longer we go or the closer we get to it, the more teams that qualify. I'm just getting more and more excited. These teams look cracked.
Yeah, we've got a lot of really solid teams around the world, and especially here in the LPL. Still one more seed to decide tomorrow. Winner of that will have to go against RNG to figure out exactly where they are going to be fitting
WE
seed.
RNG have qualified. Yes. It's all right. It was so compelling. We felt like WE wouldn't play again. That's totally all right. But of course, WE. It didn't look great today. We can say that pretty definitively, but I think losing to RNG, someone who he had almost, arguably had as favorites for the entire LPL summer, not a bad way to go. You still have a series left.
That's the thing, right? Does it suck that you lost the way you did? Yes, but you also just lost to the Spring and MSI champions, the team that was on such a massive win streak before losing to BLG in the final week going to playoffs. We thought maybe they would be one of the tournament favorites. I think for WE, again, you just got to calm your head, think about what went wrong today, maybe reevaluate some of these picks like the Ziggs, which WE does play. WE were playing that champion during the regular split. You're going to be able to watch the series tomorrow and, learn more about your opponent. Luckily for them, depending on who it is, right? If it's LNG, there's a lot of footage to watch. If it's RA, at least you're learning something tomorrow.
And that's the big thing, though. I think, yes, you play in 2 days. That's rough. But the other team plays the day after. So regardless, whoever wins tomorrow, they have less than 24 hours to figure out what they want to do and come back into the series for the last day.
100%. I feel like, dude, this weekend, it's been like Global Kingdom for me. The Ziggs, the Rises, the Gallios, all this stuff has been so strong. That's definitely what I've got my eyes on.
Well, we are going to be finished here on the caster desk. We're going to send it to a break, and when we return, we will have Hysterics, Raz, and Dom to break it all down and see how RNG feel going into Worlds.
炽如火焰照亮远方，才懂你。好生命轮回，每次磨砺，为才展翅翱翔，重燃后才得意。一路披荆斩棘，扫遍江湖上所有跌宕崎岖。好汉不离不弃。
welcome to interview, and I'm standing by with today's protagonists, Gala and Ming from RNG. So congratulations on today's win for not only getting a 3-0 victory, but also get the tickets for World Championship. So my first question will give it to Gala. So after you guys were able to get the win, you have qualified to World Championship. So how do you feel at this moment? And also, it feels like in today's best of 5, you guys have very good preparations. Like you guys have some new picks for like Wukong, and also we feels like the game tempo was quite tight. So tell us more about the preparation made for this game. 那首先恭喜你们获得今天比赛的胜利，也是拿到了通往全球总决赛的门票。那第一个问题要想问一下我们的 Gala， 其实感觉你们今天也是非常漂亮3-0拿下比赛的胜利嘛，然后所以说现在获胜以后心情感觉怎么样？同时感觉你们今天也做足了充分的准备，拿出了一些很好的一些阵容，包括说比如说上路的猴子啊之类的，而且在整体的游戏内节奏也非常的紧凑，所以说可能在比赛前有对他们进行哪些特别的准备吗？
就觉得我们选出猴子的话，就当时觉得就是他们那个阵容也就是比较怕猴子嘛，然后我们也需要 AD 输出，然后就看情况选了，然后我们也没有说针对什么吧，然后就是正常训练，然后把我们状态调整好就可以了。
So I want to talk a bit more about the Wukong pick. For Wukong pick, we just feel Wukong can be a very good pick to counter the opponent's drops for game 1 and 2. And also we need some AD champions to just deal some damage, AD damages. So that's a reason for us to just pick that champion. And to be honest, we didn't make some special preparations targeted to WE. We just to try to perform normally, try to follow our own games and our own strategies. And definitely you guys have shown the super good games. I want to ask Ming, so now you guys were able to just get the World Championship tickets. I feel this is the best gifts to all of you. So tell us more, how would you evaluate this season for RNG, the journey from RNG? 那其实你们现在也是拿到了通往全球总决赛的门票嘛，相信这个门票也是对我们所有 RNG 队员们这个夏天最好的一个回馈了。那对于小明来讲，怎么样去评价 RNG 这个夏天整体的一个表现呢？
因为这个夏天的话，第一开始的话，出师的话不是有利嘛，就1-5的开局嘛，就其实。对，就感觉已经准备开始打冒泡赛了，就中间的话就那段时间就感觉可能有点迷茫嘛，然后就是因为大家们都很努力嘛，包括我们后面工作人员们一起努力，然后把状态都调整回来，然后聊到一个连胜吧，然后也算一个低开高走吧，感觉还蛮不错的。
So to be honest, I really feel in this summer we didn't manage to have a very smooth start. To be honest, when we were on a losing streak, we have already prepared maybe for the World Championship regional qualifiers. But luckily after that, I think in this summer we were able to have a very long winning streak. And also I think this is because all the players for us, we just put in full effort. And also I want to appreciate all the supports from our coaching staffs and also the whole team RNG. So because of that, we were able to have a good performance in this summer. So I feel relieved now, and definitely I believe this is a very good summer to all of you. And let's talk a bit more about the in-game content. So Gala, I realized that you have picked 3 Ziggs for today's game. Definitely Ziggs' champions got a very high pick and ban rate, but tell us more about the reason for just lock down this champion, and do you feel this can be put on the highest priority for the bowling champion choices? And in terms of the ban pick or some in-game details, how can we just maximize the strength of this champion Ziggs? 那下个问题要问一下 Gala， 其实你们在今天也是选出了3局的炸弹人下路嘛？我们也知道，在现在这个版本，它其实 BP 率是非常高的，但也还想问一下，你们每一次都把它放到优先级很高的一个原因，同时会不会觉得它可能是下路当前版本最强势的一个英雄选项呢？同时，比如说在 BP 啊，或者说一些游戏内的内容中，怎么样能够最大化这个英雄的优势呢？
我觉得炸弹人这个英雄的话，就是还是很强的嘛，但是我觉得就是并不是无敌的，然后。这个英雄的话就清线很快嘛，然后也不是很需要辅助那个宝，就是多看一下别的路，然后优势的话就利用炸弹人多去推塔就可以了。
I feels like definitely Ziggs' champions is a very strong pick in the current meta, but this champion is not invincible, but it's definitely this champion got so many advantages. For example, he can just easily push the lanes, and also he don't need much support from the support players, and also he can help some other lanes in the early game, and also try to help help other teammates in the actual game. So I feel this champion got so many strengths in the current meta, and definitely Ziggs' performance was super gorgeous. And for me, we feels like
like in today's game, you guys really have a very tight early game tempo. Like you try to have some kills in the laning phase, in the bot lane, and also for the top, we have so many skirmishers and roaming ganks. So tell us more about the strategies and communications in the early game for today's Best of 5。那下一个问题要问一下小明，其实感觉你们今天的一个 BO5前期的节奏都打得很紧凑，像你们下路也打得比较凶，一直想要来进行一些线杀，然后同时你们上中也一直可能在上路为主，然后进行一些联动啊 gank， 然后很快的在前期就帮助你们打开局面。所以说可能今天前期的一些沟通啊，或者说战术是怎么样安排的呢？
就玩的英雄的话，就是因为我们会打节奏打得比较快嘛，就会找对面的15来打小规模团战。就因为有些选的英雄就是可能会偏打前中期一点，然后加上对面有些点小失误嘛，所以我们就会尽量抓那种失误来扩大自己的优势。
So definitely, I feel this depends on our drafts because with our draft, we can have some early game skirmishes and also we try to punish the opponent's mistakes. I think for today's game, we try to make super good use of our early game draft to have some skirmishes or ganks and also the opponent's team made some mistakes. So we just punish them to enlarge our gold advantage to just open the whole situation for all of us. And let's talk a bit more about the upcoming World Championship. So Gala, after MSI, there's so many overseas audience looking forward to your performance in the international tournament again. So, and this will be your first World Championship journey. So, what's your expectations, outlook, and what's your goals for the upcoming Worlds 2021? 那下个问题要问一下我们的 Gala。其实，在 MSI 之后呢，有很多的国外粉丝都是被你圈粉，然后呢，非常期待再一次的在国际性的赛事、国际性的大赛上见到你非常亮眼的发挥。那接下来也要是你第一次全球总决赛的征程了，所以说对接下来的比赛有什么样的一个期待，包括说属于自己的一个目标吗？
目标的话现在还没想嘛，因为毕竟还没到嘛，也不知道什么版本。然后就想着我们就是努力加油，因为也是还是去冰岛嘛，然后我们就努力加油，就拿到更好的成绩吧。
To be honest, I have not thinking about the goals for World Championship because we're not sure about the meta or the patch for a World Championship now. But I think maybe for this year's World Championship will be held in Iceland as well. So I hope that in this year's World Tournament I can have a very good result and definitely we will put full effort into this tournament and definitely best of luck for this. And my last question will given to me. So this will be your 4th World Championship journey to represent LPL region. So what does Worlds 2021 means to you? And also, do you have any words you want to say to all the teammates? Because Xiaohu, he plays so many times with you, and you have some other teammates. This will be their first World Championship journey. 那最后一个问题要问一下小明，其实这也是你的第4次全球总决赛的一个旅途了嘛？然后所以说，你觉得2021的全球总决赛对你来讲意味着什么？同时呢，有没有什么话想要对队友说的？因为比如说小虎他也是和你一起征战过很多年了，然后其他的一些队友呢，可能也是他们第1次的全球总决赛的征程，所以有什么话想说吗？
因为这是我们自己第4次进入全球总决赛嘛，然后就因为去年没进嘛，然后去年打得特别好，就还是蛮喜欢打去年世界赛的，但是还是因为自己做的不够好吧。但是今年的话，因为跟队友们配合的很好嘛，所以说进了世界赛的话，就感觉希望帮3个青年拿个更好的成绩吧。然后也希望他们3个人在世界赛上多体验一下大赛上面的一起吸取经验吧。然后我跟小虎的话，就是因为也打了很久嘛，因为我们2个也是老将了，所以说就希望尽量多帮助3个新人嘛，因为3个新人在世界赛上还是有点可能会经验不足。
So this will be my 4th World Championship journey. So definitely I'm very happy about this. And also I feel like for last year, I really would like to attend the World Championship, but unluckily I didn't manage to perform so well. But for this year, because we have a super good team synergy with all the teammates, so that's the reason for us to be able to just get this very precious World Championship tickets. So I'm very happy about that. And also the words I want to say to all the 3 rookies, I really would like to help them more in the World Championship, and I hope they can learn more in the international tournaments. And also for Xiaohu, because we have played together for such a long time, so maybe the 2 of us will just teach the other 3 rookies more in World Championship because they are not that experienced in the international tournaments, so they may lack of this experience. So the 2 of us may help them more. And definitely best of luck for the World Championship journey and congratulations again. 那再次恭喜你们，也希望你们能在全球总决赛也能大放异彩。再次恭喜 ，and back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you to Wendy, Gala, and Ming. Great to hear from them, especially after their 3-0 victory over WE. The regional qualifiers have begun. RNG are our third seed at Worlds alongside FPX and EDG, and you're back here on the desk in the instant feedback report. My name's Hysterics. I'm joined by Raz and Dom, who are going to take us through. Not too long, because Dom has gotten his sleep cert. Congratulations. But more so, congratulations for joining us on what has been such a successful series for RNG, with very big successful picks off the back of it as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think the Ziggs is the thing that you have to talk about here. I know that people are probably tired about hearing it. They heard it on the analyst desk. They heard it during the cast. But really, WE went into this series with 3 different approaches to deal with the Ziggs. Approach number 1 in game number 1. The early game aggression from Kalista. Push it in, dive it at 315.
Yeah.
That failed. Okay, all good. Game number 2. The passive approach. Let's just get a Ziggs.
Yep.
Let's farm the Vayne into the Ziggs. Let's just give him his space. And then late game, the Vayne's gonna outscale and 1v9 a team fight. That failed as well. Okay, so they got approach number 3 finally. Leave up the Ziggs, leave up the Varus, play the skill matchup in lane that's supposed to be slightly Varus favored, and then they just got clapped and gave like 4 solo kills. So I would say, you know, probably in the next series, they should probably consider banning the Ziggs. That's just my take here.
Raz, any hot takes on the picks at the bottom lane? Because I know Ziggs is one of the biggest ones. You know, we saw that Galio come through again. But overall, like game 1, game 3 was so dominant from RNG, despite a couple of picks here and there. WE didn't really get to do anything in that third game either.
Yeah, I support holistically, like after watching like multiple global playoffs where Ziggs is just absurd to basically see play the game. I agree with that completely. Only problem here is WE has no excuse in terms of just like the last few series, like Dom mentioned previously, the fact that they've just been on this huge slump, and this series has to be the most embarrassing I've seen. Like, I have never seen a bigger tilt in a gauntlet, regional gauntlet finals. I just haven't. And a lot of that does come to, like the casters have said, like RNG is a damn good opponent, so they will challenge you multiple times. But we've seen better from WE, so they have now an extra day to just kind of have that powwow and have their final run because they have one more series. And I think that they just need to kind of have it solidify how they want to play the game.
It's crazy to me because, I mean, we saw so much adaptation from WE, but it still wasn't enough against RNG. I didn't hear about MVP from our producer, but hopefully that's going to be brought up here because we got the best of Xiaohu. RNG, like, there's no doubt in my mind, it's probably Gala, right? There we go on our screens. Dude, the satchel charges in the early laning phase. The second time he got a kill within the lane. You guys are talking about tilt. I see the tilt, but I also see 3 kills in the span of a minute and a half from Gala and Ming in the 2v2, Raz.
Dom, what was your reaction when you saw that? Because I literally didn't even think of this as a combo, the set pull into satchel, and then it's just like, well, all right. Like, what? Have you seen this before?
I haven't seen that exact interaction before, but my reaction on stream, I just said it's doomed about 35 times in a row, and yeah, just waited until we got to the analyst desk segment, and then I started celebrating, knowing that I was actually going to get more than 3 hours of sleep. So, you know, it was a whole range of emotions, from like anger to like then like a party, like the overjoying happiness. Like, it was crazy. I don't know. I went through the complete array of everything.
There we go. Especially as they came out of the replay into another dead rel. Oh, we're literally looking at it. Fantastic.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, I literally haven't seen this combo, and now I have to respect it because not only is Ziggs insanely strong, but now it's a kill lane with Set. So that's fun. So yeah, they absolutely should have just straight banned the pick, but I think that the previous games have really, really negatively affected WE, so they made multiple mistakes before it even hit the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, Tilt's a big factor in this game 3, but I think also, like, we look through the series and we look through how it started, and we know, you know, what other core factors were for RNG. I want to point out Wei as a jungler really stepped up in this series once again. We saw MSI Wei, we saw Spring Split Wei. Dom, I want to throw it to you because I know when we're looking at Wei versus Beisheng, that's a really exciting matchup, but Beisheng here today didn't really get to do anything in both Game 1, Game 3. I'll even say Game 2, it was always that Wei diff.
Yeah, it felt really hard for Beisheng to really play the game. It just felt like he was kind of at the mercy of his lanes. I don't really blame him in some of the situations. I think game 1 he didn't have a good game for sure. Like that was a rough one. But in this game 3, what are you gonna do? You look bot lane, your bot lane's died 3 times before you've even got your first base off. Like at that point, you just ask like, okay, can we open like 15? Like what's the call here? Because yeah, it just feels so doomed at that point as a jungler. You just know that like. Unless something miraculous happens in one of your solo lanes, the game is just impossible.
It's so rough being Beisheng in that situation. They get another chance just for a quick touch on format as well. I know we'll bring up the bracket soon as we start rounding out show because we do have show matches coming up. We do have a special interview. I've been told that we're waiting for Godlike, previous RNG top laner that Wendy will also have a chat with. We remember, known as Ackerman in the past. I think C9 top laner. We're going back a little bit here in history, so.
An LMQ top laner, yeah, when he was on Ackerman. In fact, I would say Dom has a great memory of him.
I have no memory of this guy. Who? Who are we talking about here?
I don't know.
Never heard of the guy.
Never heard of it. Yep, 1,000%.
We're going back a ways, but
someone should
keep it
send
on the series.
Okay, go on, go for it.
No, Raz. What we sending?
I was about to make the request to Wendy to ask him about Curse. That's about it. That's it. Do you remember? That's all I need to ask him.
Couldn't find a way to DM. I'll bring us back here because while we are in the realms of the series, because there's not much to talk about when you see 2 stomps within a series, it's very easy to say, well, this is what happened in the early game. This is how it rolled down. 2v2 in the bottom lane was a very good defining moment for RNG in game number 3. I want you guys to give me the run-of-the-mill of your MVP of the series. What was the most impactful thing? And what we should be looking at when we're talking about RNG heading towards the world stage. Dom, over to you first, because it is easy to talk about Gala from game 3. It's easy to talk about Wei from the couple of games. Most impactful part of RNG and what you feel about them running into Worlds from today.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the most impactful player this series, if I was to give it MVP, I would say it would be Ziggs. That would probably be my MVP. That's what I would choose. So that's where I'm going with this one, if you want to give it to the coach, I guess that's fine. Whoever decided to draft the Ziggs, whether it be Gala or the coach, I'm not sure. But this pick really just won the series. And I feel like Gala actually did have a pretty good Ziggs. I mean, we saw the satchel charge with the set combo in game 3, but we also saw him get a really good kill in I believe game number 2.
Yep.
With satchel charge as well. So it feels like he really has that control of the champion. You see that Gala is the type of player that really relies on expertise and playing super well on his picks. He's more of a perfectionist. That's kind of how I define him, where he wants to just play strong champions on such a high level that there's nothing you can do about it. And I feel like he did that in this series.
Raz?
Yeah, I actually kind of want to double up on that because it reminds me when Sword Art was playing on Suning and I would look at his solo queue stats and he would just be having 10 games of Leona in a row, and I'm like, I guess that makes sense if you just know you're going to play it on stage and you just want to be as good as humanly possible on it. So that's actually interesting to see Gala on the big stage, and if he gets his pick that he goes for consistently, 100%, I align with that. I would say my MVP of the series is actually Wei, because I mean, just in terms of something that I pick up from RNG going forward, I thought Wei just pummeled Breathe in the top side of the map. His gank timings were just a little bit better, and their dive timings bot side, if I remember correctly. Overall throughout the series, I just think he was at the right place at the right times when stacking waves come through. I know that's a little bit of laners also communicating that with the jungler, but the jungler being there at the right times as well. This is just RNG doing the same damn thing they did in MSI, and that makes me happy. So that just means that 3rd seed from LPL, you don't really know how strong they are going to be in comparison to 1st seed, 2nd seed. We just have 3 strong teams guaranteed for the LPL.
Yeah. Well, it was Dom. You're also saying on your co-stream. I mean, if RNG, imagine if they got that win against LNG in this form, what we could have had of our top side bracket, what we could have actually had from FPX, EDG, and RNG in that inclusion. RNG looking like this is what we all want to see. I think our top 3 seeds are, some of the strongest from any region. Very based at the moment, but also with good reason. I've just been told though, before you answer that question, we'll come back to it. Hold your thought, because Godlike is standing by. I didn't get to send it over to Wendy with my question, but hopefully it gets asked anyway. Over to Wendy and Godlike.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview again. Now I'm standing by with our special guest Godlike. So could you say hi to all the overseas audience? 那首先能不能请我们的沈超老师给所有的海外观众打个招呼呢
？Hello， 大家好，我是沈超 Godlike。
So welcome. So I have a few questions to you. So the first one is. Now today you're at the venue and you have experienced today's game. So how do you feel about watching today's game? And which part do you think is the key for RNG to just get the win for today's best of 5? 那第一个问题要问一下我们的沈超老师，现在有什么样的一个感受吗？看到 RNG 获得了比赛的胜利，同时呢，对于觉得今天的比赛可能 RNG 获胜的关键的点会是什么呢？
首先今天还看到 RNG 获胜，我肯定是开心的嘛，毕竟是作为之前待过的战队以及是一个老前辈了嘛。然后其次就是他们今天的状态发挥特别好，才是今天获胜的关键，以及他们本身的话准备做得比较充分，因为他们在整体的 BP 上面来说是完爆了一个 WE 战队的，而且本身之前 WE 次打了很多 BO5 的嘛，所以他们研究的比较透彻。还有就是今天整体来说 ，Gala 在下路的发挥一如既往的稳定，以及 Currying 能限制到对面的中单，然后小虎的话英雄池也是拿出了为数不多的猴子，所以我觉得他们整体是赢在状态和一个准备上面。
Definitely, as a former RNG player and as a veteran, I'm super happy to see RNG were able to get the 3rd tickets for World Championship to get the win for today's game. And I think in my perspective, the key that for RNG to get the win for today's game is definitely the preparations in the ban pick strategies, and also because they're on a very high note. And definitely all the 5 RNG members, they all played so good. And also like Gala, we can feel the whole RNG, they prepared a lot for this ban pick strategies, and also I must say for the ban pick draft, RNG just did much better than the WEs, and also I feel like Gala can have his dominance in the bowling, and also for the melee, Crying definitely can just restrain the performance from Shanks, and also for Xiaohu, definitely he performed so good, and he can have some new champions picks like the Wukong. This champions is not that common to be seen in the current meta, so definitely I feel like the ban pick strategies and also for the good form is the key to help RNG to get the win. And also my next questions will be, so definitely is a very good performance from RNG, but this RNG is going to have the World Championship journey, and inside the team there are a couple of rookie players like Wei, Crying, and Gala. This will be their first World Championship tournaments. So as a veteran, do you have any words to all of them? 那下一个问题也是，其实对于 RNG 来讲，他们也有很多的新人选手嘛，即将要参加我们全球总决赛的征程，比如说 Wei、Crying 和 Gala。那作为一个非常有经验的老选手，一个前辈，我们的沈超有没有什么话想要去鼓励一下我们这些选手，或者说有什么建议想要给到我们的选手们呢？
虽然我只是参加了2届世界赛，但是我觉得就相对来说，世界赛跟其他的比赛，来的就是气氛更加浓郁一点，然后让你更加想赢。然后这一点的话，我觉得 RNG 应该不成问题。首先是小虎打过很多届比赛了，他是作为一个老将，又是队长，肯定是能安抚整个队伍的心态的。以及本身他们参加过 MSI， 而且是夺冠了，而且你整体可以看到他们 MSI 夺冠的时候，心态都放得非常平稳。然后我觉得应对这种世界赛的状态问题应该不成问题的。
So definitely, I feel like I don't have so many suggestions to all the RNG players because I only went into World Championship twice. But I want to say to all of them, to be honest, I don't worry about RNG because we feel like Xiaohu, he is super experienced in all the international tournaments, so he can really help a lot to other teammates. And also for RNG, the whole team, they have just got the win on the MSI a couple of months ago. So because of that, I feel like they just got enough confidence and they just have a very different atmosphere at World Championship. So I feel like because of this, they were able to get the win. And also, thank you for the sharing. And my very last question: tomorrow's matchup will be LNG and RA. So any expectations? 那最后一个很快的问题，接下来明天也是 LNG 打 RA 的对决，所以说接下来有什么样一个期待吗？
我整体从季后赛这里看下来的话，我觉得 LNG 的状态来说，我更看好他一点。就相对来说 ，RA 他自己暴露出比较明显的一些短板，以及是比较靠中路去 C 的。 而 LNG 这边的话也相反是一个打野来带节奏，我觉得打野比中单更容易带出来。
So I feel like from the playoffs, LNG definitely this team will have a higher winning and higher possibility to get the win maybe because they are on very good form and also like the jungler player, he can really help a lot for the whole team and also for the mates. So I really feels like LNG this team have a may have a better performance for the next matchup. And definitely thank you for the sharing. 再次的感谢接受我们的采访 and back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you to Wendy and Godlike. A very good interview, especially when the lights went out.
A
Wendy
real
just kept on
professional.
going. Yeah, you know, holding strong. A lot of NA talent on the broadcast here today. You know, I was looking back and, you know, Dom, I haven't, you know, I wasn't watching League of Legends back in 2014. Even, you know, Worlds Season 3 is when Godlike was on the roster for Raw Club that went up against SKT in the Grand Finals. But you know, back in NALCS, you know, I'm looking at the third place match here between LMQ and Curse. Yeah, bit of a throwback to see both you and him on the broadcast today.
Yeah, no, it was actually fun. I mean, LMQ is definitely a team that elevated the region. I mean, they also created the import rule pretty much single-handedly within North America. They were the ones that, you know, people started realizing, oh, you're going to start having full Chinese teams come in and take NA spots if something isn't done. So, you know, it was good playing against them. I think that they really helped NA do better. And I mean, in season 4, I think that was pretty much the only season where NA outperformed EU at Worlds. And I think it was a big credit to them actually leveling up the aggressiveness in our region.
It's since kind of backed off a bit, and you know that seeing Godlike tussle up with RNG, get excited about RNG on the world stage, saying that they don't have to overthink it, that RNG, you know, are in with a good run. Raz, I think looking overall from this series, from RNG we know towards the end of the split, this RNG we saw against WE as a third seed should not be undercounted, should be looked at like we'll look at FPX and EDG, our first and second.
100%, because they just start in group stage. So like, in terms of just like what that actually means, it means it's a little worse for every other, you know, for the first seeds, they have to be grouped up with them. And also, just as a reminder, if this is the same level of RNG that we saw in MSI, that means like the same RNG that took down Damwon, and same RNG that bought Kingdom, like they had a insane jungle advantage. Like it's just a really good team overall, a great team fighting team overall. And I think if we're bringing a lot of teams at that caliber, it's just a real big ownership on LCK teams, LEC teams, LCS teams to just really level up during those boot camps to kind of be able to, I would say, be at that level. But once again, with this performance, it's really hard to see how good RNG is. So it's just like if they are at the level that they were at MSI.
That's right. The big if, right? And coming through from what we've seen today, I like that at the start of the show, you both set me up really well. You said that RNG, it was kind of like a blemish against LNG. It was a off series. It wasn't, oh, RNG are a tragic team. RNG are not a good team. It was RNG as a team, a team that can go far, and they've done that here today. And before we go forward, I just want to come back to that quick question that I was asking you both before the break, that I was asking you before the interview. Starting with you, Dom, top 3 seeds at Worlds already decided for LPL. Talk to me quickly about strength and your expectations before we move forward.
Oh, these are definitely the 3 strongest teams that you know, LPL has had. So it's good for the LPL that RNG gets to represent them. I mean, I think that going into the tournament, these are 3 of the teams that will be in that conversation for top 5 teams in the world. I mean, if I was gonna look at everything right now worldwide, I would currently just have EDG, FPX, Damwon, Mad Lions, and RNG as my top 5 going into this tournament. So yeah, I think that this is pretty much the strongest that we've seen from LPL so far. So hopefully these teams could show up at Worlds and really represent.
Brad's quick take.
I mean, I just 1000%. 1+ that.
Okay, perfect. Bring up the bracket because we're not done for the rest of the weekend. With our regional qualifiers, we still need to decide who our 4th team is. After winning MSI, after getting the extra seed once again, after RNG 3-0 WE today, as you can see on your screen, we have our top 3 seeds, but we're looking for the 4th. And if we go forward, we look at this regional bracket, What everyone's going to note is that there are two teams who are not in a similar position. WE may get a second chance. They are already seeded into that 4th seed match to try and get that last seed. But LNG versus RA, that will be coming up tomorrow. We'll quickly toggle that over for you because LNG RA, you two are going to be joining me on the desk once again. Raz, this series, if I can start with you, is do or die.
It is, and that's why I'm looking at Tarzan 100%. That's what took down RNG initially, and that's what made it very competitive versus EDG. Like I just think that right now Tarzan is going to be the player for the series.
Dom, thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think that RA is a team that I think generally matches up pretty well internationally. I mean, they're a slower team, but Fofo, I think that just when I think of the matchup into LNG, they're both relatively slow teams for LPL standards. So having a player like Fofo, I think is going to be really, really impactful. So I'm really looking at him to really show off his stuff because when RA looks good, it's normally Fofo carrying the world. And I think that he definitely has this opportunity tomorrow.
And I want to point out that RA is the only team that we've seen one glimpse of left in. RNG was one of those teams that got beaten out by LNG in round 4. But LNG, WE have both had so much experience in the playoff bracket, have made such a run. They both got to the top 4 and then got knocked down here. The thing about Rare Atom is we don't know what form they're coming in because we only saw 5 games against WE. And it was a 5-game series that there's not much to take away considering how things have changed. Dom, this is like, to end the show here, this is an RA that I think have a bit more question marks, but I love that you bring up Fofo when Icon slipped quite a bit in his last couple of series in playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, Fofo is really an exceptional player. And when you saw them start winning those games into WE, it was when he got on the Aurelia and he was just completely gapping Shanks and Syndra in the mid lane. So I think in general, this guy is really underrated. He's one of the names that you never see brought up when international conversations happen about strong mids. And I think that's just because not enough people watch LPL. But this guy is a fantastic mid laner, and he's definitely the biggest strength for this team. So can't really sing his praises enough. I think we'll just have to see tomorrow if he shows up and is able to show off some of the things that I'm referencing here.
Rude.
Hopefully here for RA, big opportunity. RA vs LNG, as Dom said, will be coming up tomorrow, guys. Remember, it's half an hour early coming through. We're just going to look at the time and just note the times for coming tomorrow. Raz, Dom, thank you for this day. You know, you guys coming in here, you didn't have to be here, but you're here, and that's what counts. You know, at the end of the day, partnering up has been great, and it's good to have you tomorrow as well. Thank you to our English production here, and thank you to everyone who's tuning in. Dom, get some sleep. You get to sleep. It's 8:50 in Australia, dude. What time is it there?
He gets his 2 hours of sleep.
5:51 a.m. So I got 5 hours of sleep today. Nice.
Oh,
Can't wait.
That's better than 3 hours, man. We're going up and up.
Yep.
We'll see what you get tomorrow, though, with longer games. Anything's possible. Dom, Raz, big thank you again, our special guest. They'll be with us tomorrow, folks. It is bye for now, but not forever. We're going to go to a break, then go to our show matches with Wild Rift and our League of Legends matches coming up.
Welcome, 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 everyone. We've had an action-packed evening, but the action continues in a little bit of a different light here. We have the League of Legends China 10th year anniversary Wild Rift show match coming at you soon, followed by a nice little League of Legends show match afterwards as well. I'm Mazel, joined by the one, the only. I've got Oxcasts with me. How you feeling tonight, buddy?
I'm pretty good. I'm hyped. We had an exciting series, got to decide some world seeding, but now we get to the fun stuff where we get some show matches, some old stars showing up. Some of you may recognize, some of you may not, but yeah, I'm just glad to be here to guide you through it all.
Yeah, it's very exciting. I know personally, it's my first time being able to get to cast Wild Rift here. I'm very, very excited to get to do so over these names that we are doing so. I know myself personally, I just hit Emerald, so no big deal. I know it's not a big feat, but I'm feeling good about Wild Rift.
Gamer over here.
No big deal. I'm officially a mobile gamer, Ox.
Yeah, maybe you should be playing, honestly.
Nope. Don't you put me in there. Don't you do it.
What did you play? What did you play to get Emerald?
Nasus. Just take Nasus top and you just farm. It's fine. I don't know if that's meta competitively, but it works in my games, so.
I expected like a roll, right? I thought you'd be like, I play top. But no, just Nasus, Hey, if it works, it works. I mean, that's really the answer here, right? But yeah, I played it a moderate amount, not too much, but for me, it's kind of been the Lee Sin, which
all right.
For any of you people who haven't played it, yeah, for anyone who hasn't played it, Lee Sin's ward hop. You don't hop to a ward, you can just hop to thin air. It's amazing. Insects are so easy. So
learning the good Wild Rift tricks here as we get into the Wild Rift show match. No big deal. I gotta ask. The biggest thing I was gonna ask is, going from League of Legends, where we've played for years and years, and Wild Rift coming onto the scene here and making it a little bit different, a different way to play League of Legends. When you're switching it up to Wild Rift, do you change positions from your normal League of Legends? We'll have to ask you on the other side of this, though, because we have our player introductions ready to go with Wendy on the stage.
So this time, I have made so many preparations with Messiah. And also together with Messiah, we have played a lot in the show match. And we are quite experienced. So I think Messiah and I, the two of us, can help you guys to know more about Wild Rift China. And also the next question comes to Boy. So do you have enough confidence to Angela Baby, the captain? Yeah, definitely I got confidence because we have so many practices before and she really performed so good. So I think she will just carry us into this game. So Angela Baby as a star summoner and also the captain for the whole team, you have the burden on your shoulder maybe. And my last question will be given to Diao Ge. So I heard you're the fan of Angela Baby. So being in the same team with your idol Angela Baby, how do you feel? I just cannot stand properly after I realized we're in the same team. I'm super excited. Yeah, you can be excited, but your hands should not be shaking, right? Yes, definitely. So we're looking forward to your performance, and I believe the team league is ready. And how about your opponents? So now it's the time to invite our your opponent's team hero. So our star summoner Carrie Wong and his teammates. Yeah, they heard all the words from us. It's okay, I'm not that good at the game. So as a captain, could you say hi to all the audience? So hello everyone, I'm Carrie Wong. So as a captain, together with all the teammates, so could you all say hi? So hi, I'm Mei Ye.
Hello， 大家好，我是马香光。
And I'm LXG.
Hello， 大家好，我是
So hi everyone.
电竞形象大使的朋友姿态。
姿态。The friend of the Hainan Esports Ambassador. So let me, the friend of the esports singer Zitai. So you guys have so many titles. And Carrie, you have heard the words from Team League, the opponents, right? So do you have any response to that? They have mentioned they got 99% win rate. So how do you feel? I really feel Wild Rift can be very intense. And also this is the first show match from us. So if we just try to put in full effort, this will be our goal for today's game. And for many, I think we are very familiar with you. You can just kill your opponents with your eye contact. So could you do this maybe? I hope my only hope is that I try not to be nervous in today's game. So this is my first time to be here in such a big stage. So I think try not to be nervous and try to calm down is my first goal because all of them are super good in League of Legends in Wild Rift. And try to use a camera to be your opponents. So could you have eye contact with the camera to just let all the summoners to feel your charming point? Yeah, we kind of shocked. So any response with the eye contact? We don't have the eye contact. It's okay, but I think you guys have the mechanics. And also, MLXG, will you guys have the mid jungle synergy with Carrie? Yeah, the first time for the two of us to play in Wild Rift, so definitely we'll have some new drops and new mid jungle combo, definitely. And next question to Let Me. Any expectations to today's game? How much confidence do you hold for getting the win? I'm really looking forward. For me to just smash all the opponents. So a very hard question to you. They have mentioned they got 99% to get the win, so how about you? I don't care about win or lose. I just want to have just enjoyed today's game. And Zitai, play the games with so many familiar players. So maybe we will feel a bit relieved. Yeah, definitely. I got enough confidence to today's game. And although Carries, your answers are all very humble, but I still remember last year you got a very clean win in the nice anniversary last year in facing J-Jo's team. So today, facing Angela Baby. After you have realized Baby is the opponent's captain, do you have any words to them? So try not just punish us too hard to each other. Yeah, I think he means like he'll try to use all the skill shots to me maybe. Because this is a Wild Rift. I think if you want to learn more about mechanics, you should just look to us. And he got that pose, you know, maybe he wants to like kill you. Yeah, maybe we'll see in the actual game. So Angela Baby, have you watched the Carry Wong's matchup before? I didn't watch him, but I have heard a lot. He's a very good mid laner, and also he can play against J-Cho and also got the win. So today, maybe I will just take this revenge for J-Cho because in last year he just got the win against J-Cho. So for today, if I cannot get the win, I think it's okay, it's acceptable. But maybe you can get the win, who knows? And also, by tradition, you have to just show your momentum to the opponents. We need the trash talk session. So who wants to go first? The two captains. Maybe ladies first? So, Angela Baby, what do you want to say? I'm not used to have some trash talks. And maybe you can use the eye contact to him. So maybe Jinx Rocket will just target on you, will just hit on you guys. I'm sorry about that. but I'll do this. Yeah, definitely the Jinx rocket will hit on the everyone from to the opponents. So Carrie, it's your turn. If you want to have fun, maybe you can just watch the opponents. But if you want to learn more, you have to watch about the Let Me. You have to look our team. Yeah, we can feel the momentum from the two teams. But who will get the win? So we are going to have our Wild Rift China, the first show match. And this is your turn. And back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Wendy, for that awesome translation. I gotta say, I was a little scared at the end there looking at people on the screen because they say they're killing people with their eyeballs. I don't know. I mean, they wanted trash talk. I feel like they got the trash talk before the trash talk segment.
Did you see the stare down? That was pretty
You're
intense.
not wrong.
I'll say,
you're not wrong.
I almost got caught by that one. Some heated words,
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be hype.
I just gotta say, I was so excited to see the lineup of people up there and everybody just having a little bit of fun with it. My biggest thing is the fact that we got to see some differing, I guess, goals from this for the squad. At least is some people are here for the fun of it, making sure they're not too nervous. They're performing here on the stage, and other people are like, no, we're here for the win. We're here. There's no games, no fun. We are gonna take this dub, and I appreciate that to an extent.
I respect it. I think Carrie Wong in particular he has a legacy to defend, so we'll see if he's able to keep it up. But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty hyped, and I think it's a faster-paced game modes. Faster-paced game with Wild Rift, so we should get a lot of action. I don't think we're gonna get any real slow gameplay in this one.
It might be hard to fit your gigantic brain in between the crazy team fights that are going to be happening, especially with the way that these players are going to be approaching this game. But we'll try to get you in there a little bit. I gotta say, one of the biggest things from Wild Rift that I love is just that team fight aspect. The fact that there's always fighting, there's always momentum to be had on the Rift, especially, and you see everybody's getting ready for that momentum, as they were saying in the interviews there as well. But it's gonna be a fun one here, and it's just the start of our show match night, but Wild Rift is an excellent way to get the blood running. Ox.
Absolutely. I mean, it's fast-paced. Obviously, they've sort of shortened how quickly the game plays out, so don't expect this to be as long as League of Legends. But also, it's a show match. I expect it to be bloody. I expect it to be a lot of fighting.
It better be.
And even like in a typical Wild Rift game, I feel like, sometimes in League of Legends we get trading, it's like, oh, we'll take Dragon, or we'll take Herald. I swear, all the Wild Rift matches I've played, it's like, oh, Dragon's up, let's all fight for it.
Fight!
It's
just Mortal Kombat. The announcer just yells fight as soon as the objective lands up on the screen.
And honestly, I respect it. That's the sort of gameplay we're looking for here, right? We want the heated fighting. It'll obviously be interesting to see what everyone brings out, because obviously there is some translation of League of Legends, right? If you understand a champion League of Legends, you'll have a good idea, but there are differences, so we'll talk about those a bit when things are taken. But yeah, I'm hoping we see some hypey stuff. We see some playmakers coming out.
I love to hear that there's actually been some practice going into this show match, right? Like, people have been practicing up a little bit on Wild Rift, getting the fingers ready to go for the mobile games. But another thing I want to say, and as we're seeing the beautiful faces on screen, is, just talking a little bit about some of these squads, right? The hero team itself is like an iteration of RNG pretty much back in the day. I absolutely love that we're able to see a combination of some of these players coming together, like Let Me, like MLXG, like Zatai as well.
Yeah, I mean, some pretty stacked sort of LPL veterans we're seeing here, which absolutely makes sense bringing them for the show match, but it's pretty hype. I think that the funniest one for me is that we're getting Let Me and Zatai, and the fact that they were sort of in and out a little bit in the top lane, and Let Me's claimed top lane here as well. So
he's asserted dominance in that fashion. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he's asserted dominance over the role. It's understandable. He's got a pretty good track record, so I think it's fair enough.
Very true, very true. And on the other side, We do have some OG LPL members in Loveland, Messiah, but as well as just having some great faces across the board. And for me, it's also the fact that, you know, league team, I guess as they're called, is going to be coming in here with a little bit more gruff in their step, a little bit more, I guess, onus to the win tonight, potentially.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, that's the thing, right? We're talking, it's going to be fun, right? It's going to be fast paced, it's going to be exciting. But at the end of the day, you still want to win, right? I know there was a bit of talk about, you know, I'm here for fun. You want to take that victory screen. It's a best of one where you don't get any sort of chance to come back at this.
Match.
You want to take
That's
that
what
dub.
gets me. It's just one Wild Rift game, which are not nearly as long typically, unless you want to just drag it out. But I love that it all rests on this one Wild Rift game. It's awesome. I do want to see what kind of bands we're going to be getting into, Ox, as there has been some interesting pieces to meta. It feels like old League of Legends where you're seeing a lot of the similar pieces coming through. Like Master Yi's are insane, and Zhao is also crazy. Things along those lines. So I'm very excited to see what kind of things we see when we're getting through this draft to originally start. I know Aurelia's locked in, and she is ridiculously strong.
Yeah, I think a lot of, I mean, it's kind of in an aspect similar to sort of League of Legends in the sense that these melee bruisers very hard to deal with, as once they're on top of you, they just beat you up. We're seeing the Malphite come in, and the Camille jungle may well be is something you can play jungle more in Wild Rift. Obviously, we don't see that in League of Legends.
That is one of the differences, which I can appreciate. MLXG with the Lee Sin coming out on Wild Rift, getting his hands dirty there. I like it. A little throwback to some crucial picks he's had in the past on the Lee Sin. But we're getting through the nitty gritty here very, very quickly. And I do want to point out, I am hoping, and I was talking with Raz a little bit before the series today from the regional qualifiers, that I would love to be able to see a little bit of spiciness in the bot lane, but I don't think we're gonna get that. I think we're getting some serious gameplay here. It does look like we're gonna get some tried and true compositions, at least with, let me lock again the Aurelia MLXG on that traditional Lee Sin. We also get to see, some of the very strong CC oriented compositions coming out from the league team on the red side.
Yeah, and honestly, the whole Malphite Camille Pantheon combo, you have the Jinx Lulu backing it up. That I'm vibing with that, right? I think you said
you wanted team fights.
Fly in. Yeah, you just fly in, you kill whoever's closest, Jinx gets a reset, you're zooming forward. So honestly, I'm rating that composition for me.
I agree. I'm very excited to see these two do battle. Also, I'm just gonna give a little side note. This is personal for me. Being able to watch like the rise at least of Wild Rift, the mobile league at least, and being able to see the competitive scene for it, I still get a little chuckle in me every time I see everybody on the stage just on their phone. I think it's absolutely hilarious. It makes me so happy because you see that it comes in many sizes, this game that we love, and this one in particular is going to be a fun one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's just crazy to think about the fact that you can essentially, I know it's a version of League of Legends, but you can just play on your phone now. Obviously, it's 10th year anniversary. Been a long way we've come with League of Legends. The fact that we now have sort of Wild Rift to play on as well, and it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. I definitely rate it.
10 long years, all capped off with this start off the show matches here, as we're already into Summoner's Rift, the mid-fight version. We're already getting to things here. Remember, we were talking a little bit more about Wild Rift in general. For those that don't know, it's a quicker game mode than typical League of Legends. You're going to have a lot quicker action, a lot quicker fights, and those objectives, oh so crucial. So we'll have to see how this early game pans out, where we have the Camille versus Lee Sin jungling, especially MLXG's jungle. I want to see those skills transfer over into the mobile space.
Yeah, and I mean, I legitimately think, right, obviously MLXG, pretty veteran on Lee Sin. It's even easier in Wild Rift. I was saying before, ward hop, you can just ward hop to thin air. So you don't even have to like place a ward, then hop.
I'm going to hold you to that. I'm going to get some peer review journals, make sure that that's a thing.
It's so easy to do, I swear. Anyone who's like, oh, Lee Sin Insector Challenge, just play Wild Rift. It's pretty clean sailing. And let me actually taking a bit of a rough trade here. The Malphite doing work.
Oh,
now,
no!
Going for a gank.
Oh, no! He's going down. That's first blood already given over to the League team. Almost giving over a kill back.
Yeah, a little tight there. Both Camille and Jinx taking some tower hits there. AB going kind of low, but able to stay alive. Some extra golden pocket, and it is the Jinx getting that gold from that kill. So nice little influx there. And definitely can't complain. You know, get the Jinx fed. A good strategy for the game.
I would like to see that. I like to see MLXG already going mid right here. I would want to see the combination mid jungle come out for the hero team there with the Ahri and the Lee Sin. I think it'd be super crucial right now in getting that upper hand over the Camille's quickness around the map, as you can see. And I want to see what Let Me can do here. He's in a little bit of trouble. Does have the flawless duet.
Get away.
Well. He's playing with some confidence though. I like it. Oh
and
no!
Remember, you get your
oh
ult
no!
level
The
5,
Grand
not level
Starfall.
6.
Oh, it's gonna be it. Yep. Oh wait, the barrier comes out. He's just buying time. All right, he's making it look flashy. He will go down, and that's 2 kills already for League team.
Yeah, both summoners burn as well from the Aurelia, so really nice there. And remember, in Wild Rift, you get your ultimate level 5, not level 6. So you can see on the icons the little green ultimate lit up. So level 5, the Malphite has the ult, but boy, didn't have the mana to use it there. Oh, MLXG going for
Oh, he's going for it. I love it. The Hextech ultimatum, though, it doesn't work out for MLXG that time around. I like the initial play, though. We'll see if we can get the Ahri influence that we wanted. Not going to land the charm. Was able to hit the minion there, but not going to get exactly what you wanted down bot lane. Still looking for it, though, but not going to have the damage to follow up under tower.
I mean, you saw how slick and easy that kick is to pull off, but just Messiah's been all over the place, dominating this bot lane.
Talk about all over the place. Oh no! They're all bot lane. This is lovely Wild Rift gameplay going here. Glacial Fisher is going to come out to buy a little bit of space, but it's not going to matter. Give the Lulu the kill, because that's how Wild Rift goes.
And honestly, it's just the domination coming out. Right? It's just
it really is.
Team doing so much work here.
Boy just needs a kill here. Oh no, he's about to die though. Ooh, Let Me not gonna follow it under tower. I was gonna say, still has the unstoppable force there at MLXG. It's gonna come try to get an under tower, but that's a big boy.
This could go so wrong. This could go so wrong.
This could go so wrong, but I'm excited. MLXG can pull it off, though. I believe the Lee Sin mechanics are there, but they're not. Oh my God! Boy gets the outplay, and the change up is there. Oh my goodness! It is shenanigans to boot, but League team are up on top 6-1.
And AB was saying, gonna hit everyone with a Jinx ult, connected there. And just, yeah, I mean, diving a Malphite, he's already got some armor in pocket. He had the ultimate, didn't go wrong. And I think, right, MLXG is trying to play this, like, strategically. He's thinking, how does this relate to League?
He's big braining it right now. It's just not working.
Thinking too much. And I feel like the League team are just like, C champion, kill champion.
I mean, they got the CC for it, though. No! It's not going to be enough to get away. Wait! The knockup! Oh, the spear comes through, piercing the heart, and another kill goes over to League team.
And honestly, definitely some gameplay difference, but also feeling like a bit of a draft difference here. This just point and click CC coming out. This C champion, kill champion.
They
so
saw
work,
MLXG
right?
on the Lee Sin, and they're like, nah, we're good. He's got Lee Sin. Ooh! Let Me's got the outplay in top lane. We'll see what happens at bot lane now, though, as League team does not want to give up anything here. They're going to get a kill, maybe following it up with more. That was a nice Glacial Fisher, though.
Yeah, good kick coming out to disengage. But again, it's still, you know, other than that kill in the top lane from Let Me, it's overwhelmingly the League team coming out ahead on these plays. A lot of gold in pocket. You can see Triforce picked up for the Camille. Already past first item for the Pantheon. We'll get that replay of that solo kill. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of damage. The Malphite didn't have the ult as well. Not what you could do.
These are the kinds of plays you like to see in the show matches, though. Those kinds of little outplays, those little moments, those are what make it so much fun. And we'll see how that kind of pans out as we go a little further on. I will point out right now, MLXG is just trying to hard farm his jungle, try to clear those camps out so he can be useful onto the map. But right now, it is in full control of League team.
Yeah, they have decent amount of gold advantage. Also, that Dragon leader now. Let me's looking again.
Oh no, the Unstoppable Force, the CC chain, the Hextech Ultimatum on top of it, and you're gonna throw in the Grand Starfall. Give him the kitchen sink too. That's Let Me going down again.
Come on, guys, this is a show match.
This is a show match, not a murder.
Yeah, he wanted to have fun here. He wanted to enjoy himself.
I said they weren't taking jokes. Like, this was no games. This is all seriousness. And League team definitely has represented that here, at least so far. I do want to see what the team fights are going to be looking like. And MLXG still hunting, but not able to find anything mid just yet.
Yeah, try and look for the angle there, but just unable to find it, unable to connect.
We did have Rift Herald spawn in top lane. It did take a tower. Almost got the second tower. Got a little charge off on the second tower. But now a little bit of pressure has also gone towards top.
Yeah, making that impact. Obviously getting a bit of gold, but it does put a long lane, which is hard for Malphite to walk up in. But I don't think Boy really is too bothered because he can just group when he wants to. And we see constantly this grouping, the Camille, the Pantheon, the initiators there, and then the follow-up from that Lulu and the Jinx. It's a pretty threatening combo, and I feel like it's going to be a challenge later on. If this Jinx is able to free hit, I think it's pretty obvious to see who's going to be coming ahead in this game.
The big thing for me is their composition, at least for the side of League team, the red side, right? They just have so much mobility around the map. As soon as they want to, they can be anywhere pretty much. And they're also getting such a lead that solo members are strong enough to take multiple threats, right? And it gets really hard to get pulled around the map like this. You can see that Hero team is trying to make a play towards top. They've got 4 members up there trying to dive, but I don't think they can do it. It is a Pantheon.
Oh, Pantheon's
He's
gone.
just gonna Grand Starfall out of there.
See you later.
they say you can take that tower. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, tower's taking bot, and they're going to get one mid as well. So it's a winning play for League team here. Hero team, they get the tower that they wanted, but they don't get the kill as a reward, and will lose more overall. What a beautiful rotation. What a big brain move coming out.
Think you see that kind of stuff in Wild Rift? I love it. You get to see a little bit of rotational gameplay coming through. And we'll see what they can turn that into, though, here, because we do have another dragon coming up. And if League team are able to get it, they will be able to secure a little bit of advantage for themselves. But it is an Infernal Dragon. You like to see it.
Oh, boy.
Boy's getting caught out. Oh, boy. That's a big Unstoppable Force, but it's not going to be enough. And he will be stopped.
And that might be enough to just give over the dragon, right? You've lost the Malphite. You've lost the power of that ultimate. It's pretty tenuous to see if you can take a 4v5. And Jinx is actually in base. They are looking for some tie here.
It's gonna be Zatai going down yet again. He's like, if you would have just given me top lane, everything would have been fine. It will be a dragon secured there, though, by the RNG-ish squad. See if they can get out of here, though. There is a little bit of a hot pursuit going down, and the gold lead is a little bit too fat to deal with. It's gonna be a lot of damage down already, and unfortunately, one last body drag down to the dirt, and that's gonna be even more going over.
Yeah, so maybe the dragon over the side of the Hero team, but the League team get rewarded in other ways. Gonna get this tower as well. Massive advantage overall. And again, I think one of the big things is I look at this composition on the blue side. There's a lot of mobile champions, right? And there's just so much anti-mobility, right? You have the Camille ultimate, you have the Pantheon point and click stun, Malphite ult pretty easy to hit. If you connect any of those, it doesn't matter how many dashes you have. And we kind of saw that with Zatai before, when he gets Camille ulted, and it's just like, well, I guess I just die.
There's not much you can do. You thought being an ADC in real League of Legends sucked? Well, try Wild Rift, where they have all the CC, and the map's a little bit smaller. Now, I'm kind of memeing, but it is kind of funny to see that still translate over. I like it. Even if my ADC heart is a little bit saddened by it. But there's still comeback potential. That's what also I love so much about Wild Rift, is that the leads are a little bit more fickle than in real League of Legends.
Definitely comeback potential. And remember, there's a lot of passive goal generation in the game, so even if you are behind, it's not quite as massive as it could be.
But, I mean, if they keep shoving it down your throat, then maybe it's just over. But you'll see what happens here. Zatai able to get out with a nice little flash. But they are ruthless down here on the bot side.
Yeah, there's nothing passive about this goal generation. See, MLXG still trying to fight this. He might have
I like
He's
it.
looking, but isn't able to connect.
Oh, they've got them
another
cornered. Oh, no! Where's the wombo combo? MLXG's out the back, but the rest of the team's in some trouble here, and they're going to be 2v3. Maybe it's going to actually turn around, and this is Let Me's chance to turn it up. If he can, that's a nice charm over, but they've been split too far, and that's just Boy able to clean it up onto Zatai. More kills going over.
I mean,
Let Me's just
such
chilling.
a massive difference.
He's just chilling.
And remember, this is a team with 3 former members of RNG, and they are just
this is it.
handled right now.
This is the play. This is Let Me's redemption arc. You can see it happen right in front of you. Can he do it? He's can. No, no. Oh,
no, he can't. No, he can't.
Oh,
okay,
man. All right, no
I'm
more
just going to say
redemption
there is a bit of a gap between junglers right now.
It's just a small one. Just a small one.
Yeah, just a small one. Just about 5,000 gold, just under. MLXG not having the best. Oh, tries for the insect, but the follow-up's not really there yet.
There's the follow-up now. 007 is going to get CC'd up and taken down. This is the redemption play maybe that Let Me couldn't have. They get a couple kills for MLXG, make it 3 here as well. This is the turnaround, and a ton of gold being dropped into the pockets here of the hero team as more kills coming down, and Zatai and Co get couples. But now you gotta be careful because the Camille is a big sticking point right now, and Zatai just gets obliterated. Let Me is here. Vanguard's Edge misses, and we'll see the hook shot out. Easy peasy.
I mean, it's just such clean play, honestly, from the Camille. Messiah.
Look at the gold differences right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's more, particularly that jungle. I mean, we actually saw MLXG catch up a bit there, but pretty massive overall. Maybe just a bit too far forwards here. Gets caught out, gets locked down. Not really anything you can do, and the Lulu can't really peel for you in this situation. And then we just see the follow-up coming through. And again, this is kind of the element where we can see the sort of the hero team come back into the game, because there's so many split members. There's just one person coming in funneling, but then you think, okay, another person's gonna funnel in, but this Camille is just a little bit too strong. The ult to dodge away the charm,
Messiah feeling
just dodges
too good.
and dips away from everything.
Messiah just feeling too good on the Camille. It's fine. He's a little bit scary right now. We do see another dragon going down. We'll go over to the league team, so we'll see as the next one spawns where that goes. But I will say there's a Baron on the Rift, and with a gold lead like you gotta expect league team to be going for it soon.
Yep, I think they can set up for it. Do you see AB actually going forwards? Another thing to mention for anyone who's not super familiar with Wild Rift is you only have one active item slot, and it's linked to your boots. So if you actually look on the scoreboard, you'll see, you know, some people have replaced their boots. They still have boots, but they've just upgraded them into a new active. So there's like a Zonya's, a Locket Shield, a QSS. So it doesn't mean they have those full items as well. It just means they have those active effects. So if you see those coming out, that is what you're looking for. Now, they do go for the ult onto the Braum.
The poor, oh man, you just see, as you said, see kill, take kill, apparently, is MLXG getting a little bit low here, but still dodging out. It's going to be the hero team that picks up one, picks up a couple. Lemmy's getting the resets, and we were talking about turnarounds. Here it is, but it's AB007 that's doing it, and that's already more kills given over to the league team, and they're looking at mid lane as well. That could be an inhib and super minions pushing down the base. Oh, no, they're not going to go for it. Okay. They want to hold off. They do realize the resets are there, potentially. But I still feel like with the gold lead you had, you could have done.
Maybe could have, but they'll just take the win and back away. And honestly, AB's just been on point. She was so good in this team fight, positioning really well, has the Lulu buffing her up, and it's just one of those situations where they engage in the brawl, maybe not the optimal situation, but the Malphite follow-up is huge. Yeah. But we start to see that turnaround, right? The Aurelia comes in, starts dealing damage, gets a bit scary. But again, AB just able to back off, kind of way, start free-hitting. So good.
Super good. Yeah, and the follow-up here is kind of just the gold lead. I feel like at that point, like, you feel pretty strong as the entire team, even though you're at a gold deficit going into that fight because you caught them a little bit over-anxious there. But now you got to expect the next fight's going to be over this Baron quickly, at least, that you would think of. as Hero Team is needing to set up in that direction.
That.
You say that, but apparently it might just be the soul that they will fight for. But I want to see shenanigans.
Fighting over anything, honestly.
I want to see shenanigans. I want to see MLXG with the insects. I mean, he's gotten a couple of them, but I want to see some more.
Yeah, and this is now a flashless Jinx, right? If you get a big insect on the Jinx, that could be the game changer. Because with the Jinx down, I feel like they lose a lot of momentum on the side.
You still have a 7-0 Camille, you know, that is Messiah, the OG Team WE member from 2013. I mean, I'm just throwing out names here if you don't know.
Knowledge, right? That's the emerald knowledge coming in there.
That's the emerald knowledge. Oh no! It's actually going to be the Hero Team.
Oh, they're starting it.
They're about to do it. They ain't starting it. They're finishing it. There's the Glacial Fisher as well as the Hectech Old Maiden. They didn't even get a chance to finish it. It's hovering at 4,000, and they are being oppressed. We'll see if they can follow it up, though. That's a big chunk of damage, and there's no members left of Hero Team. That's an ace, and the League Team shines forth.
Oh, they just absolutely stomp it. Super deep dive coming out from Messiah, but he has the GA, has the Zhonya's active, so just unable to go down. And then once more, we see the follow-up coming in. We see AB driving forwards. The Baron attempt from the Hero Team, trying to turn things around, but they get dismantled.
It was so close. I didn't know they were going to try to just burn it down. It was getting so low, but then everything coming down, you're like, all right, we got to pull off. But that's exactly what the League Team wants.
Look at this Camille. So deep, gets kicked even deeper, but has the Zhonya's. Does end up eventually getting procced into the GA, but again, bought so much time and space, and the rest of the team is just running forwards.
And the fact that Pantheon's able to survive there as well, just a little broken. And now they snowball that Baron and that team fight Ace into the Soul. So it's going to be even more given over Cloud Soul for the League Team. Does look like they're just going to get some resets off, get back onto the map. But now it's dire straits for the Hero Team and MLXG.
They need a hero moment, honestly, at this point. They really do.
Where's the mascot? Where's it at?
Looking ideal. Yeah, they definitely need someone to be picked off. They need, you know, an insect that comes out, an opportunity there. They kind of need to find that angle, because I think the way things are going now, it is pretty hard to see them winning a straight up 5v5.
Pretty confident play coming out here. A little bit split map. We got a 2-2-1. Oh no, that's the kick. That's the catch out you were asking for. But MLXG is eviscerated. An AB007 is a 007 of her own. As that is huge for the Jinx, and that is huge for the League Team, as Let Me's just going to be taken down as well in the mid lane. And it's just getting a little bit too much to deal with, and they are pushing mid and top with these Baroned up minions, and there's only one left to say anything, and it's Carry.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to take out the Lulu, which is definitely not a bad thing. They eliminate some of that peel, but AB just chews.
Don't do it. You gotta let the minions in. It's a show match. Okay, it's just gonna be over. You see the smiling faces, and the League Team will be victorious.
And you know what? I'm gonna say, Mazel, wasn't even close. It was not even close.
Where was the RNG magic? Where was it?
Yeah, if you told me the League Team was pro Wild Rift team, I would believe after that one, that 99% win rate coming in. And yeah, team captain AB actually really monstrous on that Jinx.
She was absolutely insane. But we do have a translation coming up with Wendy to talk to some of the players after the game.
Thank you. It was such an intense game. So the 10 players, you can come to the stage. Have you expected it? Yeah, you guys can all come to the stage, come to the middle of the stage. So congratulations again for Team Ling in getting the win. And thank you all for bringing such a good game. And you are still discussing the game contents. And it feels like Angelababy's team, you guys can have just walk a bit slowly to the stage.
好，我们递一下话筒，没关系啊。
So we can pass the mic.
您的心情如何
So how do you feel in getting to this
您
win?
的心情就是刚才其实还蛮紧张的，因为
I
我们
was
这边
quite
就是
nervous.
讨论的还蛮激烈的。
And we were discussing a lot in the game. To be honest, I really feel my hands were shaking a bit.
拿的第一个是 baby 你吧？拿的对方的一个啊，你的眼神，你也怎么回事？你只能靠眼神嘛，你的实力呢？
你是让我了
So
吧？应该。
知道了，知道了。
对对对。
How about getting the first
我
kill?
感觉他有让我了。
I feels like he just
你有让吗？你说实话
helped me a lot, maybe.
已经尽力了。
But I feel
真实力，对不对？对。好，明白了。嗯。
我都不好意思了，真的。
拿下
And he did. I think the opponents, they sometimes they just help me to get the first kill, the first blood. And Carrie, how do you feel?
大家的方向还是挺统一的。
I think we have the same direction because this is a show match, so someone will go with the match, but for us, maybe we are the show.
结论拿下来，今天 baby 你是不是心态上一开始有一点放松
And Angelababy, how about your mentality facing Angelababy? Because I don't think I'm like very relieved. But I think maybe for the synergy or the mechanics, or the kiting in the team fights, and also for the strategies, I think the team lead for the Angelababy's team, they just did better maybe. And for us, we still need more time to make the synergy, and also definitely the opponents are stronger than me.
我觉得就像那一句话说得好，如果下一次还有机会，
And also, I think the worst goes, if we have another chance, maybe we will just let Angelababy's team to know what is a crucial. So maybe.
对他们已经太残忍了。
But I think for Angelababy's team, they just performed so good into this game.
玩过游戏的，应该是平时就非常的喜欢玩游戏。
老玩家。
So and I really feel Angelababy, you must play a lot mobile games before. So how do you feel about your own performance? So for my Jinx, I just like had in behind all the teammates and try to find some opportunities to deal my damage. So I think all the teammates carried me. And also for Messiah, your Camille really performed so good, especially in carrying all the cat tempo in the early game. So tell us more about the strategies, like maybe helping the bot lane to also protect the bot lane. Because I have my own well-rigged team, so maybe I'm good at making all the strategies, like Jinx and Lulu. Bot you can really push the lane, have the lane dominance. And also for the streams with Angelababy, we feel like we can just pushing the lanes to have lane dominance in the bot lane and also to get the crabs. And also they did a super good performance to for me, to give me the opportunities to make some ganks to help my bot lane. And also for Diaoge, you have mentioned like you really cannot stand properly once you see Angelababy, but you have just sit near Angelababy. So how do you feel? I was super exciting, like play with Angelababy and also set with her. And for our whole team, Messiah made a super good shot calls, and also Angelababy, she really performed so good, and also all the other teammates, we performed quite well. So that's the reason for us to get the win. Yeah, and also I think your opponents are respectful as well. So if you're satisfied with your performance, you can put your hands up. Oh, yeah, you need the confidence. You need to hold that confidence. A short interview with Lemmy. So, are there any parts that you think I performed good? Many aspects. Because sometimes maybe I feel I don't have much opportunities to get the win, but I still would like to just go to the front. So I feel I'm quite satisfied with this part. And also because this Wild Rift is the mobile game, so also different with the League of Legends. I think it's quite similar with League of Legends. I feel it's very easy to have to be the playmaker. You can really have a very smooth in all the mechanics. I feel if you just play the game, you can feel Wild Rift. It's very similar with that of League of Legends.
手游的体验如何？
And how do you feel about playing Wild Rift?
蛮容易上手的，我
I
觉
feel
得
it's very
然后
easy in
打起来
handling with all the
体验感也
mechanics.
是非常的顺滑。
And also I can feel very smooth in playing all the
操作非
games.
常非常非常的犀利。
Yeah, as AD carry, you really play the game so good.
打不过狐狸，我就一直在往后撤。
So I think in the early game, I really cannot like get the win against Ari, but all the teammates just help me.
更加的一些。
Yeah, and also we are looking forward for even better team carry wall.
当然，今天我们要再次恭喜一下。
And also congratulations again on Team League with Angela Baby.
在这里，我们也期待
You guys really performed so good.
英雄战队可以再次回到我们的舞台，跟 Baby 再来。
And we are looking forward maybe for the rematch between the two
小凯
teams.
赢了杰伦，今天你又赢了小凯，所以你
And
想对杰伦
last
说什
year,
么？
Carrie got the win against Checho, but today you got the win against Carrie. Do you have any words to Checho? I don't dare to say this kind of words. But congratulations again. It's a very interesting series. So thank you guys for bringing such a good games, and back to our casters.
来 ，Baby， 是不是要对这个冠军队长？
Thank you again, Wendy. What an awesome finishing interview for that Wild Rift show match that we just had. It was an absolutely incredible one, but I gotta say, we're not even done with the action yet, but I want to talk a little bit more about that because we got to hear at the end there some of the pop-off plays that were really being talked about, and it was Angela Baby, you know, being able to carry on the Jinx, but as well as the team backing her up there as a totality.
Yeah, I think Messiah of the Camille pretty monstrous. I gotta say though, my favorite line was it's a show match.
It's for the show. It's not for the match. It's for the show. Yeah, come on. We all know. And the fact that Let Me was like, it just, sometimes it'd be like that. But it was a really
We've all had those games before. We've all had those games.
We have. We definitely have. Now, I gotta ask, Ox, what was your big, at least memory from that one? What was your big takeaway from that first show match of the day?
I think it was when the Camille just dove so deep, got kicked even further, 1v4 the enemy team, but Jay and Zonya's just too broken, right? I think just kind of unstoppable. So probably peak game in there for me.
Very true. I gotta say, it was a little bit of Malphite gameplay for me. Those unstoppable forces, just a little bit too unstoppable, I feel like. But we have more action on the docket, Ox, because now we get to upgrade, or maybe not upgrade, side grade from Wild Rift to regular League of Legends. We're gonna have another show match coming up after a short little break. You are not going to want to miss it. Have some big profile names coming up.
Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
I need a dub for shoulder, bag and trophy, I need to go. You cannot match the glow, I'm covered, I'm shining from head to toe. Y'all ain't notice, exhale like POTUS, and I stay open. Hold up, flex getting coldest, flex getting coldest. Crep down the court, walk with the fade. Like, I don't even start for the win, I don't play. Got a coat for the rain, y'all boys brace for the storm. We tsunami informed, and it's best that you stay informed. We run plays without no script, hey, that's light work. Hey, that's light. We make bands just off our shot, but what's your net worth? I cut ties for all my team with all this drip, but no canteen. Now y'all boys can, but no sardines. We off this wave for all 19. I don't, yeah, got no words.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It was a short little break, but we are getting right back into the action as we get to see the beautiful skyline unfold in front of you. I am Bazell, joined by Ox yet again, and we're going to be diving into our second show match of the evening. It's going to be League of Legends on Summoner's Rift. Who do you think about that? What do you think about that, Ox?
I'm hyped for it. Got some big names once again, which I'm always excited for. Obviously, you just had Wild Rift, was exciting, fast-paced, but League of Legends, I still think we're probably going to get a pretty fast-paced, action-packed game, right? You know,
I hope so.
We're going to get a lot of show in this show match.
That's hey, you know, at least if we keep that theme going for the rest of the night, I'm totally fine with it. But we do have to talk a little bit more about the match that we're going to be getting into. It will still be the hero team versus the league team, but we have a couple changes on some of the rosters, some sub-ins, it seems, with some big names joining. Primarily, the big one that I want to highlight here is the man, the myth, the legend himself. We've got Uzi coming in for the league team, Ox.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can not really add anything to that. You just say Uzi
Just
and
leave it at that, honestly.
Speaks for himself. I think even players who aren't really too familiar with the LPL know the sort of legacy of Uzi coming in. Some great performances at Worlds, that all-star AD carry. It's pretty hype. It's pretty hype, I'm not gonna lie. I'm pretty hyped for this.
It's gonna be a fun one. We gotta send it over to the stage for a translation on the interview before we get into the show match. We'll be right back.
我觉得都能接受吧。人生有什么事情接受不了？
So I feel I can all be acceptable for the result. And now I think you have a very good mentality now. Yeah, definitely mentality is very crucial. So Team Hero, how do you feel? What's your feeling at this moment? So Saonan, who has just joined into the team, so how do you feel? I have watched the Wild Rift already. I feel like for the mechanics, Wild Rift is it's harder. And I think for the League of Legends show match, this is now my turn to help my captain to get the win again. And I got enough confidence for that. And also for ZZR. And playing with Carry One, how do you feel? We haven't played some screams, but last year in the 9th anniversary, 12 of us played together. I feel it's Carry really good at mechanics, so definitely he'll play so good today. And Carry, you become even more handsome this year. And we're looking forward for a very good synergy with all of you. And also, for MLXG, how do you feel? Because I think for this game, the main jungle definitely will show even better synergy. We'll try to have the show to you guys. Last matchup, you got the confidence led me. And how about this game? So I'll try to play meticulously in today's game and maybe skill up to farm a lot. And also, what the opponents for teams carry. And definitely their opponents, they are very strong team, very strong opponents. So let's welcome Team League with Woozy.
Wow. 我们的联盟队上场自带 BGM 哈。
Wow, our Team League, you guys have your own unique background music while working on the stage.
首先有请我们的 UZI 联盟队的小伙伴。
And could you all say hi to the audience?
Hello, 大家好。
So hi guys, I'm Woozy.
欢迎队长。
So welcome our captain Woozy. And also hi guys, I'm 大鹌鹑.
Hello， 大家好，我周淑怡。
So hello everyone, I'm 周淑怡. So hello everyone, I'm 徐大侠 from Bilibili game, Bilibili. And also, I'm the best 悟空. I'm 孙悟空.
看来你们这队哦，上来气势还是有点强的，而且你们队友
Yeah, I can feel you guys have a very good form maybe, and also.
是唯一的女神。
Yeah, the only lady in the game. And Angela Baby were the only lady in the last matchup. So maybe will that makes more nervous to you, Carrie? I feel it's okay. And also through these 10 years, together with Woozy, we have experienced so many stories in this Summoner's Rift. And also I will talk a bit more about your Vayne's Pentakill. So do you have any words you want to say to all the people here? So previously standing on the anniversary for League of Legends, I was a pro player, but this time to be the guest for the show match, it really means a lot to me. And also play the show match, I'm very happy about this. And I feel it's very meaningful. And previously, you were the pro player, but today you are the guest. Maybe do you feel a bit relieved? Yeah, definitely I feel more relaxed because previously all the teammates maybe we feel nervous and I'll try to let them calm down.
小凯就是微弱的劣势。
And also for opponents carry, they didn't win the previous matchup. So maybe do you have any words to carry? I have already know that he's super strong in the mechanics, but in today's game, maybe I'll try to take care of him later. So maybe we will look forward to this. So maybe do you want to punish him in the actual game? No. I have already watched him play League of Legends before, and I also have realized that he can super good at mechanics. So I hope they can just try not to punish us too hard. Yeah, Woozy, you are too humble because we have already felt the pressure because of the presence of you, Woozy, in the game. So maybe in the actual game, we would like to take care more about you, Woozy. Try to target on you. We'll have a short interview with the other teammates in Team League. And Xu Daxia, you have heard the dialogue from them? What's your feel? I will try not to help the team, let the team fall behind. I'll try my best. And also, are there any preparations? We would like to have some preparations, but we have already realized the opponent's jungler is MLXG, so I will just give up to making all the preparations. Maybe I'll try to eat more MLXG later in the evening. But don't give up, you guys got Woozy. And also for Sun Wukong, do you feel more confidence because together you guys played with Woozy? Yeah, because in the Chinese server, I have some games together with Woozy. So for today, I hope we can have an even better synergy. And I think for the opponents, they are super strong and they got the former pro player. But for today, because we are Team League, we will just try to target on the opponents. And maybe if you just be too confident, have you remember maybe Sun Wukong? I remember Sun Wukong playing Wukong in the Summoner's Rift before. and also the only lady, Zhou Shuyi. So how do you feel? And you have 4 gentlemen to help you in the game. So maybe do you have enough confidence? So I feel like the opponent's team, they got 3 pro players. But, and also the carry told his teammates that maybe they will tie down the ball lane to tie down me. So I really hope the opponent's team try not to tie down the ball lane to let me to have a very good game experience maybe. And I feel like this can be the trap, like not coming to the ball lane. So have you made some studies or preparations to tie down carry? I have really practiced, I have really started on a lot on carry's game, and his LeBlanc really played so good. He got the possibility and the potential to maybe become a pro player. And how about you? Have you made some preparations or studies? I haven't like watched all of them to play together, and previously I really watched a lot of the Woozy's games and also for his matchups. And I really paid a lot of attention on him because he was such a good player, so I'm very happy to be able to play against him. Yeah, definitely we're all looking forward for today's matchup, for today's show match League of Legends. And now our show match is about to start. And back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Wendy, yet again for an awesome translation on that interview. God, I just have to say, I know we have some amazing names up there, right? It is another world for me right now to be able to just see Uzi up on that stage. Something I've dreamed of as even starting out as a commentator, being able to cast one of his games. It is a show match, but I'm still as excited. But I am more excited at the fact that Carrie is... Nah, Uzi doesn't matter. It's fine. We're gonna take the dub anyways, and they get to take the chip on their shoulder from losing the Wild Rift match as well.
Yeah, I love the confidence, right? And you know they've gotten over their stage nerves like game 1 on the Wild Rift. Now, you know, obviously not the full roster, but half of them, more than half of them, they're ready for it. They're ready to fly straight in. So you know, I think it should be a good one, and I'm hyped to see the picks that come out. I think I can predict some of them, right? League team, top laner. Wukong, I think he's probably going to play Wukong.
What is the guy that Wukong play? What does Wukong play? What does he play?
I wonder, you know. I honestly just really hope we see Uzi play Vayne. That would just be peak, right? You know, that's what I'm hoping for. But I guess we're going to see. I wonder if MLXG will bring out the Lee Sin. You know, he played on Wild Rift, can play again here.
True.
But can be some pretty exciting picks.
There's a couple things I want to talk about here. I would love, and I apologize if I say it wrong, but Salnen is a streamer, also a Yasuo one trick. I would love to see if Uzi can pull out the Yasuo against him in Pala. I think it'd be absolutely amazing. It'd be hilarious. I don't know if that's what we're going to get. But the other story that really intrigues me that I want to talk a little bit more about here is the fact, and maybe it's because I'm a League of Legends caster, I have a little bit of bias towards League of Legends players, but we get the Uzi matchup against his former teammates on RNG, which I just think is absolutely hilarious to have in this show match itself.
Yeah, you get a lot of sort of banter, a lot of trash talk can come between them in that way, you know. A lot on the line, especially since it's Let Me and MLXG, both of them against Uzi. But, you know, Uzi does as Uzi does.
He does indeed, and I don't think he'll be that scared if they do decide to focus bot lane. I think Shuyi will be just fine with Uzi right next to her, honestly. But it's more so the rest of the map that I really want to see. And if, you know, MLXG is able to whip out that Lee Sin yet again. But we'll see what kind of craziness we do get when we get into it here. But talking a little bit more about this matchup here and why we're here, right? We haven't talked about it too much besides at the start of the show, but it is 10 years since League of Legends China has been trucking, honestly, and it's been an absolutely incredible journey for the league itself. And I'm just happy to be here being a part of it, Oxid. It's awesome to see everybody coming together for moments like this, being able to see everybody up on a stage in physical, in person, playing games together because of this kind of event. It just makes my heart happy and warm.
Yeah, I mean, it's sick, right? And, you know, we haven't been involved as casters for the LPL for too long, but there's so much history, so much story here for this region. and it's cool seeing these players return in the show matches. A mix of some of the members of the community, some streamers, and then some veteran players as well. It's just great to see.
And we get to see some like seriously OG players today. Like we've gotten to see Messiah, we've gotten to see Loveland. Now we get to see ZZR here, original Snake esports jungler. Like it's just really cool, all the different tie-ins. And then of course I know everybody's already excited, and I'm very excited to get to see Uzi play again here on the stage. But I want to see what kind of changes and craziness we'll see here. It is 11.17. I'm pretty sure when we were talking beforehand that Akshan is enabled, but we'll see if that is true. But I think 11.17 can add some spice to the mix here for this show match.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Akshan, I think he's kind of underrated at the moment, but I'll be honest, I hope we don't see him because that champion just frustrates me. I'll be real, it just has insane solo killing ability. But you know, we'll see what comes out. I think.
Oh my god, the keycap. Nope, Ox, you got nothing. Nope. You don't get to talk. That keycap has toe beans on it from kitty cats, and I love it. It sold me. I want one. I know I completely derailed the big brain point that you were gonna say, but like I had to.
I was just gonna say,
come on, that toe beans.
I think 11.17 didn't change too much, I feel like, overall, so I don't think we'll see things drastically differently. But obviously, it's like players are gonna have their preferences, right? I think picking what you know is what you're gonna go for, and I really hope we get to see some of those signature picks from the pro players. That's what I'm looking for.
So, question for you, Ox: if you're sitting here as MLXG, as Let Me, and you know, as this awesome team in its own right, the hero team, you're sitting across from Uzi. You're taking this serious, right? You want to show Uzi what's up. You want to be like, all right, let's just take this show match easy, clean, and does it. Whereas you're seeing smiles and things along this other side.
All I'm gonna say is they've already lost one match, right? You don't want to be finishing the day 0-2. I'll say that much. So I would very much be taking this one seriously. I'd be try-harding. We will be going in, and it is going to be that blind pick. So obviously,
oh my god, it's already locked in. It's already locked in, dude.
He's got the vein.
Doesn't matter. We got the vein. I'm literally in a dream right now, Ox. Like you tell me this years ago that I'd get to sit here and cast over an Uzi Vayne game, I would have told you you're absolutely insane. But we get an Uzi Vayne Lulu bottom lane to go with some serious strength in the other side. We get the classic Wukong for Wukong. So I like this setup already from the side of League team. We got to talk a little bit more about the hero team though, with the tried and true Yasuo for the Yasuo one trick in the bot lane.
The thing is, right, I mean, of course he's going to be playing on fire, but Uzi really needs to be on point this game because there is a lot of anti-AD carry champs in that game. Yasuo with the wind wall, you have the Syndra, you get close, you're going down. Kennen, you get close, you're going down. He is going to need to be on top form to form in this game. Something else to mention, 11-17, a big change we had was that Amumu, for anyone who hasn't seen it, he now has 2 charges on his bandage toss, his Q. So in early skirmishes, a lot more power. You miss one, you got a second. You hit one, 3 seconds later, you can use that second one and able just to apply so much more CC. They did trim a bit of his power to make up for this, but
I was gonna say he apparently just doesn't have enough CC, right? Like you just have to add another bandage toss in there.
For sure. But essentially, creating space for Uzi would be the goal. And again, Uzi Vayne, you got a Lulu backing it up as well. This should be hype.
We also get MLXZ on the Viego here as well. So not a champion, you know, in his prime that was out and available, but seems to fit his style as an aggressive skirmishing heavy jungler. So I like to see that coming out. A little bit of prepared strats potentially, but we'll be hitting the rift right this moment. We've got the hero team taking on the league team for the 10th anniversary of League of Legends China.
You know what? I'm going to say it. A little disappointed we don't get any level 1 invades, right? I feel like in a show match, that's what I expect to be seeing. But it looks like they will just go for that defensive start. And we'll see what will come for it. As you said, MLXG, he was hovering the Lee Sin a bit, trying to decide what to go for. Did settle on the Viego here. Obviously, a lot of power that can be picked up when you steal away one of the enemy team who's gone down in those skirmishes, especially if it happens to be a fed Vayne. The problem is you have to kill the Vayne first. I kind of feel like that's going to be the main focus for the side of the hero team. Kill Uzi, kill the Vayne.
We'll see how much pressure they do put towards that bot side. What would be hilarious if they don't go towards bot at all. They just go everywhere else. We'll see what happens, though, on the Rift. We do have opposite side starts for both of these sides, at least, in the jungle aspect of it. We'll see what kind of lead that lends to itself. But I do want to see how involved MLXG can be in this game, because we got to see some very flashy plays in the Wild Rift game already today.
Yeah, but in honesty, you know, the Lee Sin, maybe a bit more early impact than the Viego. Obviously, the skirmish is really strong, especially up against the Mumu. And the thing with the Mumu is, like, you have 2 bandage toss now, but once you've used both of those, you have a long wait before your next one's available. Yeah. So definitely can put you in a bit of a rough spot. We did see him start the Raptors, and that's actually kind of smart, because Raptors is such an easy camp for Mumu, not just because he does good AoE, but when you start your E, every time you auto, the cooldown reduces. Yeah. So with all the Raptors autoing you, it's so quick now. Do you see a bit of play in the bot lane? Uzi going for some aggressive trading. It's going to be a tricky lane for the Yasuo Seraphine early, because at this point, it's double ranged against ranged melee, right? You're just going to get zoned off, and you kind of need to wait until Yasuo can dash in now.
Oh, he waited till the last second as well. Not going to be able to get the follow-up from Let Me there, but decent amount of early aggression from MLXG. Uzi keeping dominance at the bot side this whole entire time, though.
Yeah, just zone them off. And they didn't push the wave too quickly, so that they can now zone them in this position. It's kind of level 3 where the Yasuo is actually able to do something in the lane, can play around the wind wall, can dash in. Until then, we'll be a little bit more passive.
Yes,
but
this is what I wanted.
Again, this Renekton mid.
This is what I wanted. The early dive under tower, level 3 in the mid lane. That's going to be MLXG picking up a kill.
And I mean, he's already had so much presence, right? He went top, got the flash from the Wukong, forced that teleport, goes mid, they kill the Renekton. It's a great start already, but I feel like the bot lane might need a bit of a reprieve because things are looking tricky. He's just sort of playing outside the tower range.
He's just being so much of a bully here against the bottom lane. Keeping them under tower, keeping the poke alive here, and now you get a little bit of help coming on through here. See if the bandage toss double up is going to be enough for them to actually go for it under tower. It's actually going to be a little bit of a change up here, because it didn't matter. You go in as the Yasuo. There's the jungler right there ready to go, Ox.
It's so tragic, right? You're waiting for that level 3 point where you can finally do something. You hit it. As soon as you walk forwards, the Amumu turns up. You end up going down. So really nice timing for Danchan just to show up and be there and able to turn that round. And Uzi's going to be able to push this wave in and then back off and buy. Already got a pretty solid CS lead. And it's needed because, again, mid lane looking a bit rough. Top lane, you can see Wukong's a bit behind now. Still doing okay, though. It's not anything really to be too concerned about, but having the lead on the Vayne, very important.
It is, as that... It's more so the priority in lane that I want to see kind of utilized here in these kinds of show matches. I think it's super fun when you can get all of the crazy wombos of everybody kind of joining the fights. I do also want to see how much of a priority we're going to be putting on these early objectives. At least we just had first dragon spawn on the Rift, and in show matches typically it's about the fighting and not the objectives all that much, but we'll see if that changes here. Oh no, but mid lane, it ain't changing. It's staying the same. One more. Can he get it? No, it's not gonna be enough. Carry can't get it.
Yeah, and you see Mumu waiting around. It's going to kind of be tricky to get in. The Seraphine's there. LXG's nearby on the Viego. I don't think you're really going to be able to do much. And that's a level 6 Syndra now. Renekton's going to have to reset. You cannot walk up. I'm not sure he'll be given a chance, though.
Oh, no. If LXG is here again, it's a Jaws theme all over again. MLXG picks up his second kill of the game. This is a redemption play that I like.
Yeah, mid lane not going well, but MLXG able to provide the pressure for Carry Wong. And right now, Carry Wong, team captain, he's having a much better game. So certainly happy here.
Is indeed, at least with how things have gone so far. And MLXG is going to be feeling pretty happy. I'm just waiting for the moment that MLXG finally is able to get onto Uzi down there after having been so involved around the rest of the map. See a little bit of giving in that fashion of it. CZR is coming up here onto Uzi, trying to aggress up, trying to get priority in the lane and push this wave up, Ox.
Yeah, trying to just hit a skill shot, honestly, the E from the Seraphine.
I'll just try to hit a skill shot. Feels, doesn't connect. Man, feels.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Oh, no. This is going to face check it right into the Amumu.
And there's a second
bandage toss. It doesn't matter, Ox. It's there. The tools are there, but you still got to hit the skill shots.
You know what's tragic as well is that Uzi'd already backed away. Like, yeah, nah, you're not hitting it.
You're not going to get it.
Gone back to the wave. It's like, yeah, well, I'm done here. And you know what? He was right. So I guess he has a pretty good read on things.
Uzi with a good read? No. What are you talking about? We do have the first dragon going down here, and we'll be going over to the league team. So we're going to take that priority from bot lane into that objective. Nice little early focus, at least a couple minutes after spawn. But I still need to see some fireworks from this bot lane. We've had a lot of back and forth, a lot of tussling from Uzi there as well. But ZZR and the Zed, or the fact that you need to get this Yasuo off the ground, need to be front and center for this team.
And the thing as well is that we don't actually have that good a setup for the Yasuo, right? That the only knock-up really is the Scout of the Week, which isn't a great one. Honestly, there's not too much time that you can actually ult off the back of it during the stun. It's kind of just like a short knockback. So very much going to be on this Yasuo and usually just set himself up for those big ultimates. And the thing is, we really need this Vayne to be strong for the side of the league team, right? Pretty 20 CS gap, got that assist already, but look mid and top. 30 CS lead top lane, 40 CS lead in the mid lane. It's definitely looking like a 1v9 mission right now for Uzi.
It definitely is. But if there's a man that can do it, it's got to be Uzi on the Vayne. He's getting all the attention he could ask for here as well. We'll see another gank from the Amumu down bot. They've already been pressured under tower. Bandage toss going to miss, but it doesn't matter. The Mummy's coming to town, and you're going to pay for it. That's going to be Uzi getting his first kill of the game.
Yeah, doesn't overstep.
Oh, he wants it. He wants it. Now. Oh, no, the tornado misses. And it's not going to be Uzi, but his duo partner in Shuyi.
But on the other side of the map, we're seeing in return, top lane tower being threatened. 3 members. The side of the hero team going to be getting a lot of gold here.
They just are going to be on the opposite side of the map of Uzi. If you don't ever see him on your screen, you don't got to deal with him, right?
I mean, you called it. Just play the rest of the map. Win there. And right now, they are winning there, right? Denying a massive amount of farm here. They're going to get the tower, get a ton of gold with that first tower. Oh, they might have actually found the cannon here.
The back was stopped, though.
Never mind. Abort.
Abort mission. Red flag. They are.
We'll get them next time.
Go down there. Yeah, we'll see the bot lane. We get the pro view, too. I love it. The condemn was flash out of, but this is the follow-up you love.
Yeah, the wind wall actually buying some time there, but then decision here, they wait for the tower aggro to reset, they wait for the next menu wave to come in, and then just move forwards once more. And there's just very little Yasuo can do here in this situation. Really nicely done dive. And again, I like the fact that the Amumu put attention down bot lane. Danshan's doing the right thing. You got Uzi on your team. You know what? Ganking Uzi, probably a solid strategy.
And you know, the opposite side just wants nothing to do with it. Oh no, we will see the sad mummy get singled out here though, and it's just gonna be a free kill given over, tying up the kills 3-3, giving MLXG his third one.
And I mean, they are pulling no punches at this point.
Oh, they've come down
anything they can to find an advantage. Honestly, I think maybe you bring a couple more members. You're trying to take Uzi down. I know it's early days, but he's always looking like a scary prospect. Yeah, I'm sure they can. They'll find someone.
No doubt. Oh, wait. There's a deep TP for Wukong here to back it up, and that's the Cyclone to get the kill. MLXG, you might be fed. Bot lane, though. Uzi's on a tear, and Uzi's coming for your life. That's going to be one given over, and SoundEd can only watch as Uzi takes command of the bot lane.
more and more gold coming in. There's very little they can do to answer. And the thing is, if you miss your skill shots as a Seraphine, if you miss that route, nothing much else you could do. You don't have a knock-up to set up the Yasuo. The wind wall, he just dives through with his ultimate. You're seeing pretty big advantage found for the side of the League team. Getting that kill in the mid lane, the kill here. They're still down in gold quite substantially thanks to those chest leads, top and mid. But Uzi is strong, and that's the critical thing in this game.
Just keep feeding the puppy. That's all you need. It's going to be fine. MLXG on the other side is looking very strong himself. We'll see a replay of that mid lane. And the call down of the TP from Wukong. Pretty confident there. I like it.
Yeah, and it's perfect timing because TP starts coming. The stun from the Renekton buys enough time to make sure we have the Wukong in position. And then, yeah, I mean, you see the root come out. Uzi just doesn't get hit, right? His skill shots just do not connect with him.
Like magnets, you know, when you put magnets together, they like repel. It's him and skill shots. It's fine.
Literally, like you even saw Joshua actually got hit by the root behind him and was like caught there, but Uzi just kept moving forwards, dodges forward as well. That's the main thing.
This is such a bait. Oh my god. All right, well, you asked them to send more bodies down here. They haven't been able to do so, but the TP from Let Me is available and ready to go. It looks like Dragon might be the priority here, but as you said, it is League team knowing where their eggs need to be, which basket they need to be in. Its bot lane has literally just been sitting down here waiting to feed Uzi.
Yep.
It's all a bait.
The wave up.
It's all a bait. Wait, the encore with the flash? That's some dark tech right there. The TP as well. They've got the wombo combo, but look at Uzi. Oh, he's stunned down now. He's gonna be taken out. He's taking a lot of members with him though. ZZR is taken out as well, and now it's actually going to be the hero team using the lead they've gotten across the rest of the map to bring down the pain onto Uzi and company. They're under tower, and they'll pick up another kill. They want it more. They want MLXG to get his 5th of the game. Is it going to go down? He can't get it.
You know what? They took the advice. Everything in the kitchen sink right there. 5 members bot lane, and it is enough to take down Uzi. He just survived for a fairly long time. He's able to dish out some damage, but it just isn't quite enough. Does, however, now have that wit's end, some extra survivability against these AP threats, but yeah, we'll get the replay. The Seraphine ult coming in with the flash. ZZR actually going for the R flash to reposition and catch Uzi out. That's one way to him with a skill shot. We then get the EQ from the Yasuo to hit the tornado, but still, he's alive, but the cannon ult's done. And then finally, your 3 members in your face just wasn't enough Uzi could do. But I just love the fact that we saw the hero team use as many strategies as they could to pin down Uzi.
Like, okay, how's the levels looking here? We got MLXG with 4 kills. Okay, we bring all 5 members. We can do this, I bet. They just throw it all down there and hope it works. It does work out for them, but Uzi is still a Vayne. Uzi is still very scary. So I would like to see them return there and potentially kill him again. But they will be focusing on this Rift Arrow towards topside and objective prominence.
Yeah, I mean, get the Dragon. Nice to get the extra stats on super major. But the important thing is they obviously keep Soul out of the hands.
Oh no.
The League. Uzi's looking.
Oh no. Uzi going for it. He's gonna get last breath though. Can Uzi pull it out? He's under the tower and he does! Uzi is unstoppable on this Vayne. You should have known.
Yeah, honestly, credit to Soundam for connecting the tornado, but you just don't have the power to deal with this Vayne right now. Already really powerful. That wit's end one-item spike putting in a really good spot. And with the Lulu backing you up as well, you are just such a problem to be dealt with.
They will also get a tower bot lane to respond to the tower already taken by the lead or by the hero team rather. Mid lane's the next spot of focus. It will still be on to the team captain of the hero team. Carry goes down.
And I like this, right? I like the Wukong coming down, use the pairing, the double bruiser combo to punish Carry Wong on this Syndra. So those two didn't, and neither of them had a great laning phase, let's be honest. They both got punished pretty hard. Unluckily for Zukong and the Wukong, he kind of got targeted quite heavily. But the fact of finding these plays, definitely a positive thing. Just going to be a bit more powerful, create a bit more space for this Vayne.
I love the observers. They know where the eggs lie. They know that it's the Uzi show right now, at least with the Vayne. And everybody's just trying to help support him here. He will be in mid lane now as the lane assignments start to come down. And he's going to get a little bit more help from the rest of the team, you have to think.
I think it's just going to be play around Uzi, keep playing around Uzi. And the thing for the side of the hero team is you can either look to punish Uzi, but you'd have to bring enough members, or you can just try and play somewhere else. And I mean, look at the confidence from Uzi here. Got the Wit's End, that MR definitely going to come in useful up against things like the Syndra, the Kennen, even the Seraphine. But just feeling super confident and on point.
I thought they were going to go down there. I thought they were going to do it to him, but saw that he was going to live for another little bit. Mid lane, maybe not the same. We'll see. Actually, Uzi not going for it just because the scout of the week is there and available. Maelstrom coming down from Let Me in the top side, and he's going to find Wukong, but can he find the kill here? This could be a nice follow from MLXG if he can. It looks like you're going to die, Wukong. He knows it. You see it coming, and Let Me picks it up.
Yeah, it doesn't give away the assist gold, which is one thing, and buys some time, but this is a return.
Oh my god, that's so good. That is so good from Uzi, from the side, from the darkness, from the shadows. He comes the last breath, though, turning it around, and somehow he survives for a little bit longer just to give Uzi the kill in the end.
Yeah, I mean, just hiding in the wind wall, basically. That's the strategy. All you can really do, but only buys you time, doesn't really help you survive. And now, push coming out mid, but we could see a response come in here. There's a TP on the Wukong. They could go for a play. The Vayne doesn't have ult, but I think they're trying to bait MLXG in. They want to fight this dragon, I've got to believe.
So I will say one sad fact here. I love Uzi. I love that he's on a Vayne. But there's one thing that's standing in the way, and it's a new champion in Viego. Yes, you see, Ox, Viego does this thing where he just kills ADCs. So I want to see how much MLXG can actually do against Uzi here. It's
I think
kind of
he
a
has some
joke.
pretty solid choices in terms of like resets. Like you reset on the Wukong, dash in, drop a clone, reset again. Renekton, obviously a combo of Renekton's ability is really powerful, but even the Amumu being able to stun with the bandage toss, really powerful. So could be looking a little bit dicey, but Uzi farming up in a strong position is just kind of how the team fights play out. It's a simple objective for the hero team. There's one person you have to kill, and it's really on the side of the League team to keep them going, keep them alive.
Indeed, as we get a little bit of a farm state here for the next tiny bit, I want to see what kind of movements we see around the map, how proactive MLXG can be on this Viego, and what kind of pop-up plays you can see, because there's no insect, unfortunately. There's no Lee Sin here for MLXG, but I feel like you could still make your own with Viego, something along the lines of Heartbreaker or something. But we do see a big focus towards this top side of the map, towards where this Baron is going to be spawning. And it's a little early, I feel like, and they don't necessarily have the tools to do so, but you can threaten in a show match, because why not?
Yeah, I mean, if you get the fight starting on the back of it, you have this Kennen now with the Void Staff Proto Belt already, a really powerful spike. There's a ton of threat, a lot of AoE damage on the back of that. And again, once you start finding resets on the Viego, it's just clean sailing to follow through.
Should be, at least. That's the idea, at least, when you're coming through it. But I want to check back. Oh, wait. I was going to start talking about something, but
you start talking.
This is just too cool. I'm having too much fun watching Uzi walk out of his base. It's you know, it's like being so cool that you don't have to look at the explosion behind you, but it just happens all the time for Uzi because he's that cool. No, but it is kind of cool to get those camera angles there, especially on the new Vayne skin, the Sentinel skin with the chroma. And this is nice.
Yeah, I like the skin choice from Uzi, and I respect the decision to really get the money's worth out of Uzi and just keep honing in on him.
Uzi,
definitely getting that value. But gone for the Kraken Slayer here, so a big 2-item spike. Did not for the shield bow for more defensive stats. Wants that extra damage and attack speed, and now
it just started
Baron being started up.
What did I say? It's a show match. You start the
They're not even looking.
Nope, they aren't. There's no vision there. The bear is just going to go down. All right, they got a blue trinket in there now. They do know the TP is already coming out from Wukong. Actually, It is going to be the league team moving in here. Can Uzi carry the team? That's what we're looking at. That's what we're hoping for. But MLXG and company do not want that to happen. They want to shut him down. The Cyclone's going to come through. The backline access is there. Nobody can touch Uzi. They've got too much to handle, but no! Oh my God, the slicing maelstrom! It's going to slam the door on the Uzi carry composition, and the hero team are surging.
Let Me finds a massive ultimate to just decimate there. The cannon is huge, and we're talking about which members of RNG, former members, would come out strong. It looks like Let Me was the driving force there. We can see things initially look pretty good, but the thing is, you're funneling into a choke, right? So they dive forward with this
over the wall.
Mumu comes in, but what's the value on the Seraphino? Hits basically everyone, and then the cannon comes in, massacres multiple members, able to stun up Uzi, and then at that point it's just fight over. Basically it's 4 against 1.
I love it because it looks so good, and I was already saying like nobody could touch Uzi, but Let Me was just sitting there patiently waiting over the wall like it's about time, right? Flash, bam, dead. And everybody's just getting melted. I absolutely love those kinds of plays because you know he's got to feel good pressing that R button as the kid and seeing all those lightning strikes come down. And now, on top of that, he's 5-0-3 from the top lane with a CS lead as well. The team fights are going to be looking mighty fine from the hero team.
Oh, we see an all-in ball.
Outplay? Is this the redemption? This Yasuo? No, he can't do it. I was going to say, it's still a little bit too strong for him, I feel like.
I don't think you can really stat check the Renekton. Plus, it's a Gale Force Yasuo. So,
members here. Oh, no. He goes golden, though, and he can't go down. That's the Heartbreaker, and MLXG gets himself another one.
And you know what? That was heartbreaking. I'll say that much. The bait coming out with the stopwatch. This is a Gale Force Yasuo, so more base damage, able to find sort of angles and fights, but a lot less 1v1 potential. Actually seen the GA come out as well. So
yeah.
It's very much an interesting Yasuo build, more about the survival, more about able to sort of dash in and potentially find opportunities to land that ult, but less damage than we would see from typically like, you know, a shield bow, i.e. less sort of sustain as well. But, you know, we're seeing positives from the hero team. They keep putting on this pressure, making things happen.
Yo, that is
and
just
honestly,
so cool. Oh, my God. The effects for that skin are insane.
I mean, it's a pretty banging skin. I'll definitely agree with that. And it's really on this vein. They keep highlighting it. QSS now picked up for Uzi. He's not quite, I feel like, at the hyper carry point, but he is definitely pretty strong. And need to see what he can do in these team fights because he's trying to find space, but the enemy team keep challenging him. And actually, look what Let Me's picked up, by the way, on that cannon. We don't see this too often on a cannon, but a horizon focus. So really going for that one-shot ult potential.
And literally, you're just waiting for the Renekton and Wukong to try and find flanks to get Uzi into the fight and to find MLXG, but they just haven't been able to. The AoE is too strong. Uzi, he steps up a little bit of bait action here, but he might be baited to his death. He almost goes down, but does survive to tail the tail. Mid lane still going to be pressured, though.
Yeah, Uzi get a bit too hypey there. I don't think you can just dash forward on a Syndra. And as you were saying before the game, Carry Wong's got some solid mechanics. He did not miss, manages to connect it, and Uzi has to run away. Licking his wounds. QSS down. Flash healed down.
All right.
Ultimate unavailable as well. It's going to be pretty hard for them to team fight without all those tools.
Dan, one of the things I hate the most about League of Legends is happening right now. I'm not going to say hate because that's a very strong word. But Uzi was trashing on this bot lane. But the Yasuo is still a Yasuo and is still influential in the game. That feels so bad.
Yep. I mean, he survived eventually. And the rest of the team just doing more. And I think all we can sort of think about is AD carry just doesn't matter. Right?
Hey, don't you say that to me. I don't want to hear those words come out of your mouth again.
You might be fed, but the enemy team's got fed solo laners, a fed, not just a fed solo laners, but also a fed 2021 champ in Viego. I think they're going to come out ahead. We all know what I'm talking about. Those 2021 champs, we all know specifically who. And Viego is definitely a big example of that.
But that's
3,000 gold lead there.
I want to go back into the point I was talking about. Like, this is like the MLXG champion. I feel. I know it wasn't around when he was playing for RNG, but like this is the perfect setup. I feel like for MLXG, and he's showing us that he started from minute 1 on aggressing against the enemy team, and here we are.
And you know what I respect is Letme is just building like
It's
a
just
maniac,
AP.
right?
Why not?
He is, you know, a lot of players would say Zhonya's is a useful, relevant item on Kennen, but he has gone Horizon focus and now is building a Rabadon's. He just doesn't care. He is
I was
going
gonna say,
for the
what
damage.
if it's just a world where we just see him buy stopwatch after stopwatch? He never buys the Zaya. Oh wait, that's the power unleashed on the Uzi. Uzi wants to go for it. He goes golden now. Uzi's in some trouble. The encore doesn't hit, and Uzi's still alive. The Heartbreaker's there. MLXG wants revenge, but he can't get it, and the Uzi squad is doing it. Somehow, some way, from the brink of nothing, they pull out the fight, and that's already 3 members down, and Uzi and company feel confident to continue.
And that's what we were looking for, that window. Uzi finding the space. They weren't able to shut him down. Carry One gets pretty much just chunked out instantly, and then MLXG isn't able to close the gap. The Condemn buys space, and that's when the rest of the team funnels in. And now, at this point, I'm looking at the items on this Vayne. Your biggest threats are probably this Syndra, this Kennen, and you have so much MR. The Scatter the Weak missed. The ult comes down, but all that MR, the shielding from the Lulu, you don't go down. Do buy time with the Zhonya's, but he dodges away from the encore, condemns MLXG, and at this point, the rest of the teams come in this flank collapse, and Uzi's just able to free hit. Excellent AD carry play, what we expected from him. And again, with his itemization now, he has so much magic resist, 160 magic resist right now, and I think he's going to pick up the more left, so will be even more. He's doing enough damage, right? He's a Vayne. Vayne does damage as long as you have a decent amount of attack speed, which he does, but it's the fact that with all this magic resist, he can actually survive quite a lot. And remember, with the shields from the Lulu, the more resistances you have, the more value you're getting out of that.
This is definitely a situation where they're going to go ahead and give up this Dragon Soul, right? But I was just about to say, how much are Hero Team willing to give that one up? They're going to forego that Dragon Soul, realizing that they're about to get cross-map played, and they will not let that happen.
What I find hilarious is the fact that...
Oh my God!
Going for that.
Let me just did a half of his health with one combo, and that wasn't even the ulti. That's
yeah, I remember this is now level 16 Kennen, 3 points in the slice in Maelstrom. Really scary, and this is gonna be a Cloud Soul for the Kennen, right? You pop ult, you're gonna be zooming, right? You're gonna be so hard to avoid. It's getting pretty scary right now. You can see Lee team grouping up. They want to make a play towards the Baron. They do this Baron extremely fast, but if you're trapped in the pit against the Kennen, you would be in danger, but he doesn't have TP. Let me on the other side of the map, and they're gonna go for it.
This is the play. Can they get the Baron fast enough at 6,000 health? Can they get Uzi into the fight afterwards? Encore comes through. MLXG's into it. But are they able to take it? The Heartbreaker resets are coming through. And they can't do it. Uzi is still alive and kicking. And Uzi is trying to carry the game right now. He can't get through the wind wall, but he can get through the health bars. The flash, the kills, the Uzi plays. Oh my God. This is it. A pentakill for Uzi.
This is the expectation. The Vayne comes out for him and he delivers a pentakill. They just aren't able to deal with him. He's on another level. Talking about the show match, they definitely put on a show. The pentakill on the Vayne.
They're just trudging down this mid lane right now. Gonna get an inhib tower, but the smiles on Uzi's face after that pentakill tell me everything I need to know. He's in his comfort zone, and he's ready to take down the competition. That was stellar.
And the thing is, the Kennen just wasn't there soon enough. Let me, without TP, other side of the map, couldn't get in. And I love that we're getting the pro view for this. The point of view doesn't get hit. Yeah, it's so slick. Gets the condemn on the Astro, dodges away from the ult, uses the space in the pit to consistently reposition. He's just not getting touched by any skill shots. Finally, the Kennel comes in, QSS's it, turns it around. and then able to find even more space. Flashes from the Astro, just doesn't give any opportunity. Scout of the week again misses. He just didn't get hit by skill shots there, right? It was only the Cannonal, which is a massive AoE, and he had the QSS ready for it.
And what's crazy is he was in the Baron pit. I know my eyes were going crazy. I don't know how he stayed calm, cool, and collected that moment. And he's literally like a fish in a barrel, and the person's sitting there with a shotgun in the barrel. They can't hit the fish. It's insane. But that is what you get when you get Uzi on your team.
And look at the items now. Mercurial Scimitar, Morval Mortius, Wit's End. That is a ton of MR. 177 MR. You have the Ardent Sensor from the Lulu, so you got plenty of damage. You saw in that fight he was doing plenty of damage, but this is a very bulky Vayne right now. Really difficult to take down.
We do have TP for Let Me available. Just looking for those flanks as the cannon.
And he's got the Rabadons.
He does. Has that extra damage threshold there. Wukong was looking to get caught in the side lane, but not going to do so. And it will be just the League team right now holding on with their Baron buff, moving throughout the waves, but it's the Hero team trying to look for picks, trying to look for moments, and they might have found Uzi here. They get TP. They know they need to commit to this fight. That's the wild growth use as well. Uzi is still popping off, and he's got his teammates to back him up. Uzi, is he going to be stopped? Can he even be stopped? The slicing Maelstrom, the Heartbreaker. Uzi is down. Uzi is down, but the team is backing him up. They say, Uzi, you can hold on for this one, but Uzi's back and he's taking you out himself. MLXG is getting the resets. He doesn't have it though, and the two tanks, the flank members of the side of League team, are the ones that survive.
They take down Uzi. The early QSS was actually the death of him because he didn't have it available for the Cannon Ultimate. They get Uzi, but at what cost? The Renekton and the Wukong are there for the cleanup. MLXG can't do enough,
end it.
And they're gonna just look to end the game.
I want to see another Uzi Penta. Just kidding.
Nah, don't worry, don't worry. It's not over
They
yet.
only get the one. They do a little bit of mental warfare damage there, but they're not gonna go for the throne.
Yeah, so we see Uzi coming in this situation, and this is the critical thing, right? Stunned here, doesn't QSS, but does late, actually, because he feared the follow-up damage. But because of this, no QSS for the Cannonal in this situation. And this is what costs him his life. He's actually buying a lot of time, but he gets stunned, locked up here, and the follow-up comes in with the ult from the Viego. He had that Morval Mortius shield, but because of the AD threat, the Viego ult connects, able to kill through. And then MLXG is like, I'm now the Fed Vayne, right? I get to be Uzi. Gets the resets, but unfortunately Amumu isn't really strong enough to hold up. Switches out again, but gets taken down pretty quickly.
It was an impressive fight there by MLXG. A good fight to the end, at least. Almost able
you know we actually saw before the replay, Uzi bought an Infinity Edge, and I think he realized he didn't have 60% crit, so he just switched it out for the
He's
blood
just like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah, but now he is so tanky, right? And again,
Yeah,
Vayne, you're getting a ton of attack speed from, well, you have a decent amount from Wit's End, your Berserker Greaves, but Kraken Slayer gives you extra attack speed for every item. So he's at 2.08 attack speed without buffs from the Lulu. So insane amounts of attack speed. Oh, see the fight come in here.
LXG in a 1v2 bot lane. TP's now coming in. CZR's right there, able to get the slow, and there it is. One already down, make it two. Uzi is right here, but can he take down all 5 members? That would be a tall task even for Uzi. Looks like they're not going to go for the back door. He's actually going to go for the back door. They're going for the end. They're backing those, so they will be able to get off, and Uzi pulls away knowing what happened. The backs have stopped. The only one that completed it was the team leader, Carry, but they have found on the backside of it Wukong, and they get the kill on him. It's the reset, though, from the GA available, and now Uzi's here for the fight. The Maelstrom, Uzi can't get out, and that's 3 quick kills. The revenge is there, and Elder Dragon is gonna go over to the Hero team.
Even with all that magic resist, he just gets deleted instantly, right? The cannon doing so much damage, just full damage build doing work, and now they get the Elder. They're gonna go straight over to that Baron. It looked like after that pentakill, this was gonna be Hero team's. This was going to be, League team taking it, but Hero team have bounced back.
The RNG adage here, going at it with Let Me MLXG, taking it to Uzi. old teammate, but it feels good to be able to pick up this Baron on the back of an Elder Dragon, which just opens up so many doors for you on this map.
I mean, you have Cloud Soul, you have Elder Dragon, you have Baron. You can't really ask for more right now in this situation, but you can see Uzi coming in ready. This beautiful bait with the ultimate, and the thing is, very hard to QSS here because you get re-stunned by the cannon. That's the problem. So you actually see him wait for the re-stun, but it actually comes a little bit later, so he does get caught by it. But either way, he just gets shredded, absolutely shredded. Very difficult to outplay in that situation. And that's the thing, if you kill Uzi quickly, he just doesn't get a chance to really do anything.
He does not, and you have a lot of tools to do that as well. And I do feel like they're playing a little confident there coming into that fight afterwards, just walking up all willy-nilly into no vision. But hey, we'll see what that next fight has to offer for Uzi, if they can find those flanks, if they can find the distraction and let Uzi go to work. But you know, Let Me is not going to let that happen.
He is doing his darndest to try and make things difficult. We've actually seen Let Me switch out and grab a stopwatch now. So we'll have obviously that option to buy himself some more time. Uzi's trying to hunt him down.
Oh, the Elder.
You see a big amount of damage onto the Lulu. And that's the dangerous thing, is Lulu goes down, you lose a lot of strength from Uzi on the Vayne.
Dude, that's just an inhib taken. They still have Baron minions up as well. They're pushing for the Nexus towers here. They've got 2 cannons. They're going to be going to work here against the first Nexus tower. Trying to get some revenge for their own Nexus tower, which was felled by the side of the League team. Uzi already taking some shots here. This is a big wave coming crashing, and they're also pushing their side lane, so they can literally just stay here and finish out the game with no response really coming out from the League team. Here it comes. There you go. The triple knockup. Is it enough? Uzi is untouched again. He's out on the side, and he's taking out everybody. Can he get the kills, though? Nobody's targeting him. Nobody's killing him, and the Vayne is going to do it again. I want to see the blood, and Uzi is cleaning house in their base. That is the League team coming back with a vengeance.
And we see the essential death play coming out from the Amumu. You dive in, you go down, but you land the ultimate. That's a critical play from Dansha, and he doesn't care if he gets taken out because he sets up for the rest of the team, and they're able to follow through. Uzi is able to start putting down damage. You didn't actually see Let Me able to get the slicing Maelstrom off, and that was the big difference, right? Because he wasn't able to find that ultimate, you see Uzi able to free hit, able to get the damage down, and now they're going to look to finish this game out.
That's just game. Uzi's taking up the tower. The tower doesn't matter any longer. Uzi, Uzi, Uzi. You carried the team yet again, and that's going to be it. That's the League team taking the dub. We're going to go ahead and send it directly over to Wendy, who's going to have a translation on the interview afterwards with the winning team and the members all involved.
So, the 2 teams, please come to the stage. They are super excited, and they are talking about the game contents. And I really feel this is the most intense game I've ever watched. And I believe all the audience who are watching the show match for today, they will just have this such of comments. That's why we just called Uzi the god of AD carry. And please come here. And I want to say, is this a show match? I feel it's a pro game. Yeah, it was such an intense game, and also we feel like we are riding on the roller coaster, and it was such an intense game. So, Carrie, as a captain, maybe did you feel like you guys were so close to the win? I feel like in the main game we don't have the style or the strategy that we were able to win. I think we have some problems in the communication, and we can only get the answer for today's game until the very last moment. And I want to ask a few questions to Uzi. Before today's game, you have shared coming here to standing on the stage stage to play, you are so excited. You have a very different feeling, and also get a pentakill in this show match, and also a quadra as well. So how do you feel at this moment with your win? I was super excited and very happy to just play on stage with all that professional equipment to play here. So it's really meaningful, and I feel like a bit touched. And also sit here on the stage to play games, I really feel very different. I got a very different feeling today. And got the pentakill. You were like super excited and super happy. We have catched your emotions and facial expressions. So how do you feel? I was super happy, and also all the teammates, they played so well. To be honest, this is the first time 5 of us played together, but they just gave me the room to dealing all the damage. They protect me so well, and because of the presence of them, I was able to just have a very good performance in the game. So I really appreciate all the teammates. And as the captain of your team, do you have any comments to your opponent's Carrie's team? I feel like Carrie, he is very good in his own abilities and also mechanics. And I feel like previously he played like Aurelia, those kind of very assassin champions. But today with Sandra, I really feel maybe he really played a lot League of Legends in daily life. He has the ability. And Carrie, what's your comments to the opponent's team? I feel like in the main lane, I got the QE skill shot, but I didn't hit any person. So from that time, I was like a bit nervous. And for that part, Uzi, you were able to get the very good opportunity to make the hard engagement here in the main lane. Tell us more about that part. I feel like I still remember in one team fight, I would like to chase a carry, but he was nearly like killed me. So I just try to maybe farm a bit and try to seek more opportunities to make the hard engagement with my win. And Carrie, previously you have shared to us like you are very confident in some assassin champions. But today, tell us more about the main jungle this combo. To be honest, this is my first time to play Sandra with MLXG. So previously, I would like to play champions like to just make some hard engagement in the main lane. So that's a very new try to me, like playing on the Sandra. And Sun Wukong, you have shared like some trash talks before the game, and today we have seen your abilities. How do you feel? I feel like in the mate game, to be honest, we didn't play so good, and also the opponent's team will get more tricks. And also, but Uzi just made some short calls, like maybe we can just give up the dragons, give up some neutral objectives, and even give up that dragon soul. But I feel like maybe we did better in seeking all the opportunities and making a hard engagement in the late game. So we have a very good team synergy. All the teammates, they played so well. Yeah, it's a show match, but definitely I believe all the summoners will be so satisfied with today's game. And another question to Danchun. You played a lot of AD carry, but today you played Amumu in jungler. So what's your key or focus for today's game? I feel like Amumu is very short in height, so I just help our Uzi, help the god from our team. Who wants to like kill Uzi, I'll definitely kill them. And also, there's so many skirmishes around bot lane. Tell us more about that part. Uzi made some short calls, like we can just kill the opponents. So because of that, we were able to have so many ganks around the bot lane. And Zhou Shuyi, you be the support with Uzi in the bot lane, so how do you feel? I feel relieved. And I think Uzi is a very good shot caller. And for many parts, we just would like to just give up some neutral objectives. And also, Uzi have made a very clear plans and very clear strategies to all of us. And he also like console us a bit. And also, in the team fights, I believe Uzi is definitely the main carry and the core member for all the team fights. So Daxia, do you have any words to all the teammates? Because you were the one like holding all the damage, I think, before the game. I have already heard like the opponents made jungle have a very good synergy. So in today's game, I try to choose Renekton to hold these pressures, but in the actual game, they just punish me so hard in the main lane. And it's very hard to even get the CS. Yeah, I feel like carry CS is super good. It really gives me a lot of pressure. Yeah, so what is an intense and very exciting game? And means all the teammates, both teams, they really play so good, and definitely it's a very interesting and intense show match. So thank you all in bringing such a wonderful show match. And also this is the end of our content. Thank you, and back to you guys.
Thank you yet again for the last time, Wendy. That was awesome to hear from both sides after that amazing show match that we just got. I'm still reeling over here from getting to cast an Uzi pentakill. I mean, it's honestly mind-blowing that we got to see that go through, and the fact that they won when the enemy team had an Elder Dragon, a Dragon Soul, and a Baron buff. It is just the Uzi diff.
It's all you can hope for, right? In a show match, it was super close. Both teams looked like they could take it, and you just had some amazing standout performances. Credit to Let Me on the Kennen as well. Some really solid ultimates to make Uzi's life difficult, because that's the thing, right? I don't think you can look at that game and say Uzi was just able to sort of steamroll every fight, because there were definitely some trickier ones where they were like, everyone just kill Uzi, and it worked, right? Multiple times, but it just wasn't enough.
I think it's hilarious also that he was like the shot caller supreme in that one as well. It's like, we can kill them here. No, we give those objectives. We give up soul. It's fine. And you just love that you get to see those kind of synergies together, as well as like if you're on that team, you're like, yes, Uzi. Yes, Uzi. What do you want to do? Yes, yep, we're doing that one. But it's...
I'm not gonna lie, I'd be the same if I was...
honestly, I'd be right in there.
I'm like, yep. Whatever you say, dude. Whatever you say, I'm on board. Just take me with you.
I love it. Well, it's been an incredible day of action here. 2 back-to-back wonderful show matches to finish out the day. But the 10th anniversary celebrations continue here for League of Legends China, as tomorrow we're going to be having some fun as we continue the regional qualifiers, which is the most important aspect of tomorrow's day, as we're going to finally see who joins Team WE in that final shot for the world's ticket. But it's also going to be jam-packed with our analyst desks, our casters, and to finish out the night, the War of Spatula, where we're going to have some TFT show matches going down, casted by me and another lovely guest. We'll see how that all works out. But Ox, it has been an absolute pleasure to get to cast these along with you, and to be able to be a part of this 10th anniversary celebration. Still, I'm holding by it. 10 years is incredible, and to be able to be here, seeing these faces, celebrating these moments, it is second to none, my friend.
It's been amazing. Honestly, it's been a great day. It's been some sick matches. The fact that we had that amazing finals. We get RNG securing one of those spots at Worlds, but still one left to play for, is a pretty hype run of show we have over the next couple of days, and it's been just stellar.
It is indeed. Well, that's going to be it from us here for the night. Make sure you tune in, same time, same place tomorrow, as we're going to send it off for the night. Have a wonderful one, and we'll see you next time on Summoner's Rift.
I ain't looking for no wifey, but you're trying to entice me. No way, I see PJ, cause your body's the only thing gonna please me. Why don't you come over? Let me call you a cab to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and I'm up at 8, but I don't care, am I calling late? I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night. I know you don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now. Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. You're amazing, I didn't want no baby. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. You're amazing, I didn't want no baby.
I ain't gonna be a wifey, but you're trying to entice me, no way. Don't think that I'm easy, but I know that you got what I need to please me. So if I come over, give you the chance to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and it's getting late, so make it quick cause I just can't wait.
I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night.
Oh boy, I don't do drama,
but I can't help it,
I want you right now.
Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you. I can't describe the